Hello, dear friends, and welcome to Sacred Slumber. Before we begin our journey together into this timeless story of faith and courage, I want to take a moment to connect with you. Wherever you are in the world tonight, how has your day been? Perhaps you're settling in as the evening draws near, or maybe you're starting your morning with this gentle retelling. Whether it's midnight where you are, or the sun is just beginning to rise, know that you're exactly where you need to be. I'm curious about where this story is finding you tonight. Are you listening from a cozy bedroom in North America? Perhaps watching the stars appear through your window? Or maybe you're in Europe, beginning a peaceful morning with this tale. Perhaps you're in Asia, Africa, Australia, or anywhere else across our beautiful world. Wherever you are, you're part of our global Sacred Slumber family, and we're so grateful to have you here. If this is your first time joining us, or if you've been with us before, we invite you to subscribe to Sacred Slumber, where we bring you gentle Bible stories and peaceful reflections designed to encourage your heart and strengthen your faith. Now let's settle in together as we journey to ancient Israel, to a valley where faith would triumph over fear, and where a young shepherd boy would show the world that with God all things are possible. The golden sun rises slowly over the valley of Elah, casting long shadows across the rocky terrain. The air is crisp with morning dew, and a gentle breeze carries the scent of wildflowers that dot the hillsides. This valley, nestled between rolling hills covered with olive trees and scattered stones, would soon become the stage for one of history's most remarkable displays of faith. On the eastern ridge, the armies of Israel have made their camp. Hundreds of tents stretch across the hillside, their fabric fluttering softly in the morning breeze. Smoke rises from cooking fires where soldiers prepare their simple breakfast of bread and olives. The men move quietly, their faces etched with concern, their eyes constantly drawn to the valley below and the opposite hill. For across the valley, on the western ridge, stands another camp. The Philistines have pitched their tents there, their bronze weapons glinting in the early light. These are seasoned warriors, confident in their strength, their numbers, and their champion who has struck terror into the hearts of Israel's army for 40 long days. Between these two armies lies the valley itself, a stretch of land that seems to hold its breath in anticipation. The grass grows green here, watered by a small brook that winds its way through the centre of the valley, its waters singing softly over smooth stones. It's a peaceful place, this valley, seemingly too beautiful for the conflict that's about to unfold. But it's here, in this quiet valley, that we find a young man who will change everything. His name is David, and he's not a soldier at all. He's a shepherd from the small town of Bethlehem, the youngest of 8 brothers. While his older brothers serve in King Saul's army, David tends his father's sheep on the hillsides near his home. David has olive skin bronzed by countless hours under the Palestinian sun, and eyes that sparkle with life, an unwavering trust in the God of Israel. His hands, though young, are strong from years of guiding sheep, playing his harp and practicing with his simple shepherd's sling. He's small in stature compared to the warriors in both camps, but there's something different about David, something that sets him apart. It's not his size or his strength, but the quiet confidence that comes from knowing that the God who created the heavens and earth is also the God who watches over him as he watches over his sheep. As the sun climbs higher, painting the valley in shades of gold and amber, a stirring begins in both camps. The day's challenge is about to begin, and David, though he doesn't know it yet, is about to step into a moment that will echo through eternity. For 39 days, the same terrifying scene has played out in the valley of Elah. As the morning sun reaches its full strength, a massive figure emerges from the Philistine camp and strides down the hillside toward the valley floor. This is Goliath of Gath, and he is a sight that would make even the bravest heart tremble. Standing nearly 10 feet tall, Goliath is a giant among men. His frame is muscular and imposing, built like a fortress of flesh and bone. His bronze helmet catches the sunlight, and his scale armour gleams like the surface of a deep, dark sea. Each scale of his armour has been carefully crafted, overlapping like fish scales, to create an almost impenetrable defence. The armour alone weighs more than many men could carry, yet Goliath wears it as easily as another man might wear a simple tunic. In his massive hand he carries a spear whose iron point is as large as a weaver's rod, and whose shaft is thick as a small tree. On his back hangs a bronze sword, and his legs are protected by bronze greaves that shine like mirrors. Walking before him is his armour-bearer, a man who would be considered large in any other company, but appears almost childlike next to his champion. As Goliath reaches the centre of the valley, near the gently flowing brook, he stops and turns to face the Israelite camp on the eastern hill. Then, in a voice that booms across the valley like thunder, he issues his daily challenge. "Why do you come out and line up for battle?" His voice echoes off the hillsides, causing birds to take flight from the olive trees. "Am I not a Philistine, and are you not the servants of Saul? Choose a man and have him come down to me. If he is able to fight and kill me, we will become your subjects. But if I overcome him and kill him, you will become our subjects and serve us." He pauses, letting his words sink in, and then continues with a sneer that the Israelite soldiers can hear even from their distant positions. "This day I defy the armies of Israel. Give me a man and let us fight each other." The challenge hangs in the morning air like a dark cloud. On the hillside, King Saul's army shifts nervously. These are not cowards, these soldiers of Israel. They are men who have fought battles and defended their homeland with courage. But Goliath represents something beyond normal warfare. He is not just a man. He seems like a force of nature, an unstoppable mountain of bronze and flesh. Among the Israelite ranks are 3 brothers, Eliab, Abinadab, and Shammah, sons of Jesse from Bethlehem. They stand with their fellow soldiers, feeling the same chill of fear that grips every man present. They've heard stories of giants in the land, descendants of the Anakim, who struck terror in the hearts of their forefathers. But seeing Goliath is different from hearing stories. His very presence seems to drain the courage from their hearts. King Saul himself, who stands head and shoulders above most men, feels small in comparison to this Philistine champion. The king who once stood fearlessly against Israel's enemies now finds himself at a loss. He has offered great rewards to any man who will face Goliath, riches beyond measure, his own daughter in marriage, and exemption from taxes for the victor's family. But for 39 days, no man has stepped forward. As Goliath's voice fades across the valley, an oppressive silence settles over both camps. The Philistines are confident, almost jovial in their certainty. Their champion is invincible, and they know it. Soon all of Israel will bow before their might. But in the Israelite camp, fear has taken root like a poisonous vine. With each passing day, with each repeated challenge, that fear grows stronger. The soldiers begin to whisper among themselves. Some wonder if they should retreat. Others question whether God has abandoned them. The shadow of one man, one giant, is darkening the faith of an entire nation. Yet God, who sees all things, who knows the end from the beginning, has already prepared an answer to this seemingly impossible challenge. And that answer is not a mighty warrior or a skilled general. It's a young shepherd boy who at this very moment is walking the dusty roads that lead to the valley of Elah, carrying nothing more threatening than food for his brothers and cheese for their commander. As the day progresses and Goliath returns to his camp with another unchallenged victory, the stage is being set for an encounter that will demonstrate, once and for all, that the battle belongs not to the strong, but to the Lord. The morning sun is climbing higher when David crests the hill overlooking the valley of Elah. He's been walking since before dawn, carrying a heavy pack filled with roasted grain and 10 loaves of fresh bread for his brothers and 10 cuts of cheese for their unit commander. His father Jesse, concerned about his sons serving in King Saul's army, has sent David to check on them and bring them provisions. As David approaches the Israelite camp, he can hear the familiar sounds of an army preparing for battle. The clank of bronze armour, the scraping of swords being sharpened, and the low murmur of soldiers' voices. But there's something else in the air, something David can sense even before he understands it. There's a tension here, a fear that seems to hang over the camp like morning fog. David makes his way through the camp, asking for directions to find his brothers. The soldiers he passes look weary, their faces drawn with anxiety. Some pace nervously, others sit quietly, staring toward the valley. This is not what David expected to find. Where is the courage of Israel's army? Where is the confidence that should come from serving the God who delivered them from Egypt and gave them this promised land? Finally, David spots his brothers among their unit, and his face brightens with joy. He hurries toward them, his pack bouncing on his shoulders, but as he greets Eliab, Abinadab, and Shammah, he notices that they too carry the same haunted expression as the other soldiers. "Father sent provisions," David says warmly, beginning to unpack the food. "He's been worried about you and wanted to make sure you have enough to eat." But before his brothers can respond fully to his greeting, a sound begins to build from across the valley. It starts as a low rumble and grows into the unmistakable boom of Goliath's voice. David stops unpacking and turns toward the valley, his eyes widening as he sees the massive figure striding down the hillside. Who is this uncircumcised Philistine that he should defy the armies of the living God? David asks, his voice filled not with fear, but with indignation. The words come naturally to him, spoken with the simple faith of someone who knows God personally, intimately, like a shepherd knows his flock. The soldiers around David stare at him in amazement. Some even step back, as if his words might bring Goliath's wrath down upon them. But David isn't speaking recklessly. He's speaking from a heart that has experienced God's faithfulness. In the quiet places, in the fields where he tends sheep, under the stars where he plays his harp and sings psalms to the God who made them. What will be done for the man who kills this Philistine and removes this disgrace from Israel? David continues, his voice carrying a confidence that seems foreign in this camp of frightened warriors. The soldiers explain about King Saul's promised rewards, but David barely seems to hear them. His focus is not on gold or marriage or tax exemption. His concern is for the honour of God and the reputation of God's people. How can this Philistine be allowed to mock the armies of the living God? How can Israel's soldiers allow this blasphemy to continue day after day? Word of David's questions and his bold words quickly spreads through the camp. Some soldiers are amazed by his courage. Others think he's simply too young to understand the danger. But when the news reaches Eliab, David's oldest brother, he responds with anger and embarrassment. "Why have you come down here?" Eliab demands, his face flushed with frustration. "And with whom did you leave those few sheep in the wilderness? I know how conceited you are, and how wicked your heart is. You came down only to watch the battle." Eliab's harsh words reveal the tension that can exist even in families when faith and fear collide. Perhaps Eliab is embarrassed that his youngest brother shows more courage than he and his fellow soldiers have demonstrated. Perhaps he's genuinely concerned for David's safety. But David responds with gentle humility. "Now what have I done?" David asks calmly. "Can't I even speak?" He doesn't argue with his brother or defend himself harshly. Instead, he simply continues asking his questions, seeking to understand why no one has stepped forward to defend God's honour. Eventually, word of David's bold questions reaches King Saul himself. The king, desperate for any glimmer of hope, sends for this young man who speaks so fearlessly about facing the Philistine giant. When David is brought before him, Saul sees nothing impressive about this youth. David is small, young, with the sun-darkened skin of someone who works outdoors. He carries no sword, no armour, nothing that would mark him as a warrior. "Let no one lose heart on account of this Philistine," David says to the king with quiet confidence. "Your servant will go and fight him." King Saul looks at David in disbelief. "You are not able to go out against this Philistine and fight him," he says, his voice heavy with the weight of responsibility and fear. "You are only a young man, and he has been a warrior from his youth." But David's response comes from a wellspring of faith that has been tested and proven in the wilderness places where no one was watching. "Your servant has been keeping his father's sheep," David begins, his voice steady and sure. "When a lion or a bear came and carried off a sheep from the flock, I went after it, struck it, and rescued the sheep from its mouth. When it turned on me, I seized it by its hair, struck it, and killed it. Your servant has killed both the lion and the bear. This uncircumcised Philistine will be like one of them, because he has defied the armies of the living God." David pauses, and in that pause the tent seems to fill with the presence of something greater than human courage. "The Lord who rescued me from the paw of the lion and the paw of the bear will rescue me from the hand of this Philistine." Here is the key to David's confidence. It's not based on his own strength or skill. It's not rooted in pride or youthful foolishness. David's courage comes from his personal experience of God's faithfulness. In the quiet places when no one was watching except God, David learned to trust. When wild beasts threatened his father's sheep, David didn't run. He stood and fought, not in his own strength, but trusting in the God who had called him to be a shepherd. King Saul, moved by David's faith, and perhaps remembering his own younger days when he trusted God more completely, finally gives his consent. "Go," he says, "and the Lord be with you." Wanting to give David every possible advantage, Saul dresses him in his own tunic and puts a bronze helmet on his head and a coat of armour on his body. He gives David his own sword to carry, but when David tries to walk in all this military gear, he finds he can hardly move. "I cannot go in these," David says to Saul, "because I am not used to them." So he takes off the armour, removes the helmet, and sets aside the sword. He will not try to become something he's not, or fight in a way that's foreign to him. David will face Goliath as himself, a shepherd boy who trusts in the living God. Instead, David picks up his staff, the simple wooden rod that has been his companion through countless days in the fields. He goes to the brook that runs through the valley and carefully selects 5 smooth stones worn perfectly round by the flowing water. He places these in his shepherd's bag and takes his sling in his hand. As David walks toward the valley, he carries with him something more powerful than any bronze armour or iron sword. He carries the confidence that comes from knowing God personally, from experiencing his faithfulness in the quiet places of life. And he carries the understanding that this battle is not really between David and Goliath at all. This is a battle between the God of Israel and the false gods of the Philistines, between truth and blasphemy, between faith and fear. The young shepherd is ready to face the giant, not because he is strong, but because he knows the one who is stronger than any earthly power. The afternoon sun hangs bright and warm over the valley of Elah as 2 figures begin their approach toward each other across the grassy floor of the valley. The contrast between them could not be more dramatic, and yet it's precisely in this contrast that God's glory will be revealed. From the western hill, Goliath begins his descent, his bronze armour catching and reflecting the sunlight like a beacon. Each step he takes shakes the ground slightly, and the sound of his armour clanking echoes across the valley. He moves with the confidence of someone who has never known defeat, never felt the sting of uncertainty. His armour-bearer walks before him, carrying the massive shield that will protect the giant from any arrows that might be fired from the Israelite lines. From the eastern hill, David begins his own journey down into the valley. He walks with a steady, purposeful gait, his simple shepherd's clothing a stark contrast to the military spectacle approaching from the other side. In one hand he carries his staff, worn smooth by years of use. In the other, he holds his sling, a simple leather pouch attached to 2 cords, the kind of weapon that shepherds have used for generations to protect their flocks from predators. Behind David on the hillside, the entire Israelite army watches in stunned silence. Thousands of seasoned warriors stand motionless, their eyes fixed on the small figure walking steadily towards certain death. Some of them pray silently, asking God to protect this brave boy. Others shake their heads in disbelief at what they perceive as pointless sacrifice. King Saul watches from his position among his officers, his heart heavy with the responsibility for sending a youth to face a giant. On the opposite hill, the Philistine army watches with amusement and anticipation. They point at David and laugh among themselves, joking about how quickly their champion will dispatch this boy. Some of them are already making plans for the victory celebration they'll hold after Israel surrenders, as surely they must, after witnessing their champion's inevitable defeat. But as David walks down the hillside, his heart is neither fearful nor boastful. Instead, it's filled with a quiet confidence that comes from knowing he is not walking into this valley alone. The same God who helped him rescue sheep from the mouths of lions and bears is with him now. The same God who has been his shepherd will be his strength. As the 2 figures draw closer together in the centre of the valley, near the gently flowing brook, Goliath gets his first clear look at his opponent. What he sees fills him with contempt and rage. This is not a warrior, this is just a boy, ruddy and handsome, carrying a shepherd's simple tools instead of weapons of war. "Am I a dog," Goliath roars, his voice booming across the valley, "that you come at me with sticks?" His anger at what he perceives as an insult burns hot. He expected Israel to send their greatest warrior, someone worthy of his attention. Instead, they've sent a child. Goliath continues his verbal assault, his voice carrying clearly to both armies. "Come here, and I'll give your flesh to the birds and the wild animals." The threat hangs in the air like the cry of a predator, and even some of the Philistine soldiers feel a chill at the cruelty in their champion's voice. But David, standing in the valley, with the afternoon sun behind him, casting his shadow long across the grass, remains unshaken. When he speaks, his voice carries clearly across the valley, and every word is heard by both armies. "You come against me with sword and spear and javelin," David calls out, his young voice strong and clear, "but I come against you in the name of the Lord Almighty, the God of the armies of Israel, whom you have defied." The words echo across the valley like a bell ringing, clear and pure and full of power. David continues, and as he speaks, something changes in the atmosphere of the valley. The mocking laughter from the Philistine hill begins to fade. On the Israelite side, soldiers lean forward, straining to hear every word. "This day the Lord will deliver you into my hands, and I'll strike you down and cut off your head. This very day I will give the carcasses of the Philistine army to the birds and the wild animals, and the whole world will know that there is a God in Israel. All those gathered here will know that it is not by sword or spear that the Lord saves. For the battle is the Lord's, and he will give all of you into our hands." David's words ring with prophetic power and absolute certainty. He's not boasting in his own strength or skill. Instead, he's making a declaration of faith, a public testimony to the power and faithfulness of the God of Israel. This battle, David understands, is not ultimately about military might or human courage. It's about the honour of God and the revelation of his power to both Israel and the surrounding nations. Goliath, enraged by what he sees as blasphemous arrogance from a mere boy, begins moving quickly toward David, his massive frame covering the ground with surprising speed. His armour clanks and his weapons gleam as he bears down on his small opponent like an avalanche of bronze and iron. But David doesn't flee. Instead, he runs toward Goliath, closing the distance between them with swift, determined steps. As he runs, he reaches into his shepherd's bag and takes out one of the smooth stones he selected from the brook. With practiced ease, born of countless hours protecting sheep, he places the stone in his sling. The sling is not a child's toy, though it may appear simple. In the hands of a skilled shepherd, it's a precision weapon capable of tremendous force. David has used his sling to drive off wolves and bears, to guide wandering sheep, and to strike targets with accuracy at considerable distances. Now as he runs toward Goliath, all those years of practice culminate in this single, crucial moment. With fluid motion, perfected through countless repetitions, David begins to swing the sling around his head, building momentum. The leather pouch whispers through the air as it spins, faster and faster. Goliath, seeing David's movement, may have raised his shield or adjusted his position, but his great size, which has always been his advantage, now works against him. He cannot change direction quickly, cannot dodge with the agility of a smaller man. At the perfect moment, when the geometry of angle and distance and momentum align exactly right, David releases one of the cords. The stone flies from the sling like an arrow, swift and straight and true, guided by skill and powered by faith. The stone strikes Goliath in the centre of his forehead, at the one spot where his bronze helmet doesn't protect him, with tremendous force. The sound of impact echoes across the valley like the crack of thunder. For a moment time seems suspended. The giant warrior, seemingly invincible in his bronze armour, stands motionless. Then, like a great tree falling in the forest, Goliath topples forward and crashes to the ground. The earth trembles under the impact of his massive frame. His weapons clatter beside him, his armour scrapes against the stones, and then there is silence. David runs to where Goliath lies and stands over the fallen giant. Finding no sword of his own, David draws Goliath's own massive sword from its sheath, and with effort befitting his size, uses it to cut off the giant's head, fulfilling his prophecy exactly as he had spoken it. Then David lifts Goliath's head high above his own, and his voice rings out across the valley, one more time, "The battle is the Lord's." The silence that follows is profound and complete, broken only by the gentle sound of the brook flowing peacefully through the valley, washing the smooth stones that remain in David's shepherd's bag. The sight of their fallen champion creates an immediate and dramatic transformation in both armies. On the Philistine hillside, the confident laughter and casual conversation die away instantly, replaced by stunned silence and then growing panic. These seasoned warriors, who moments before were planning their victory celebration, now stare in disbelief at the impossible scene in the valley below. Their champion, their giant, their seemingly invincible Goliath lies motionless in the grass, his own sword in the hands of the shepherd boy, who stands triumphant beside his massive form. The psychological impact is devastating. If Goliath could fall to this young Israelite, what protection did they have? What power could stand against the God of Israel? On the eastern hillside, the transformation is equally dramatic, but runs in the opposite direction. The Israelite soldiers, who have been paralysed by fear for 40 days, suddenly find their voices in a great roar of triumph that echoes off the surrounding hills. The sound builds and builds, a crescendo of relief and joy and renewed confidence that seems to shake the very foundations of the valley. "The Lord has given us victories," they cry. "God has delivered the Philistines into our hands." Swords are drawn from sheaths, not in fear this time, but in confidence. Spears are raised high, and the entire army begins to surge down the hillside like a mighty river breaking through a dam. King Saul, watching from his position among his officers, feels his own heart lift with amazement and gratitude. The burden of fear that has pressed down on him for weeks suddenly lifts, replaced by the returning memory of what it means to serve the living God. He gives the command that his army is already anticipating. Charge! The Philistine army, seeing the Israelites rushing toward them and having lost their champion and their confidence in a single moment, turns and flees. What had been an organised military force becomes a scattered mob running for their lives across the hills and valleys of the countryside. The rout is complete and devastating. But as the armies chase and flee across the landscape, David remains in the valley beside the brook, holding Goliath's head and looking up toward heaven with a heart full of gratitude. He has not forgotten, even in this moment of triumph, that the victory belongs to the Lord. This was never about David's skill with a sling. Though his years of practice were important, this was never about David's courage. Though his faith was essential, this was about God's power to save his people and his determination to show both Israel and the nations around them that he alone is God. David understands something that many of the celebrating soldiers rushing past him have not yet grasped. This victory in the valley of Elah is not an end in itself, but a beginning. It's a demonstration of what becomes possible when someone is willing to trust completely in God's power and step forward in faith, even when the circumstances seem impossible. As David picks up his simple staff and adjusts his shepherd's bag, still containing 4 unused stones, he reflects on the events of the day. This morning he was simply bringing food to his brothers. Now he has become the deliverer of Israel, the slayer of giants, the one through whom God chose to demonstrate his power to the nations. But David's heart remains humble. He knows that he was simply the instrument God chose to use. The smooth stones came from God's creation. The skill to use the sling came from God's provision of years in the wilderness. The courage to step forward came from God's faithfulness in past trials. Even the opportunity to be in the valley today came from God's sovereign orchestration of events. As the sun begins to set over the valley of Elah, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, David begins the journey back up the hillside. Behind him, the brook continues to flow peacefully, its waters singing the same gentle song they sang this morning, as if nothing extraordinary had happened here at all. But everything has changed. Israel has been delivered from their enemies. The name of the Lord has been glorified before the nations. Fear has been replaced with faith, and despair has given way to hope. Most importantly, everyone who witnessed this day now knows with certainty that there is a God in Israel, and that the battle belongs to the Lord. The young shepherd boy who walked down into the valley, carrying only his simple faith and his trust in God, walks back up the hillside as a champion. But he carries with him the same faith and the same trust, because he understands that these were the real weapons that won the victory. Size and strength and bronze armour are nothing compared to the power of the living God when it flows through a heart that trusts him completely. As David rejoins the celebrating Israelite army, his brothers look at him with new eyes. Eliab, who scolded him harshly this morning, now embraces him with tears of joy and amazement. The soldiers who barely noticed the young shepherd this morning now gather around him with respect and wonder, eager to hear him tell the story of his victory. But David's first words are not about his own actions or his own courage. Instead, he lifts his eyes toward heaven and says simply, "Blessed be the Lord God of Israel, who has delivered his people this day." The victory belongs to the Lord, and David never forgets it. This understanding, this heart of worship and gratitude, even in the moment of triumph, is what will carry David through all the challenges that lie ahead in his remarkable life. For this is not the end of David's story, but the beginning. This day in the valley of Elah reveals the heart of a shepherd who will one day be king, a man after God's own heart, who will lead Israel with the same faith and trust he showed when facing a giant with nothing but a sling and the name of the Lord. As we reflect on this timeless story of David and Goliath, we discover that it offers us profound truths that speak directly to our own lives and challenges. The Valley of Elah becomes a classroom where God teaches us about faith, courage, preparation, and the source of true victory. Let's explore these lessons together, allowing them to settle into our hearts like seeds planted in good soil. One of the most striking aspects of David's story is how thoroughly unlikely he seems as a champion. When the prophet Samuel came to Jesse's house to anoint the next king of Israel, Jesse didn't even bother to call David in from the fields at first. David was the youngest, the smallest, the one everyone overlooked. Even his own brothers saw him as insignificant, more of an annoyance than a hero. Yet God specifically chose this overlooked shepherd boy to accomplish what none of Israel's mighty warriors dared attempt. This pattern runs throughout Scripture and continues in our world today. God delights in using people the world considers insignificant to accomplish his greatest purposes. He chooses the weak to shame the strong, the foolish to confound the wise, the humble to teach the proud. This truth offers tremendous encouragement to anyone who has ever felt overlooked, undervalued, or insignificant. Perhaps you feel too young, too old, too inexperienced, or too ordinary to make a difference. Perhaps others have dismissed your dreams or minimized your contributions. If so, you're in excellent company. Moses felt too inadequate to speak for God. Gideon felt too weak to lead an army. Esther felt too powerless to influence a king. Mary felt too young to bear the Messiah. But God sees what others miss. He looks at the heart while others focus on outward appearances. He values faithfulness over fame, character over credentials, availability over ability. When you feel small in the eyes of the world, remember that you serve a God who specializes in doing extraordinary things through ordinary people who trust him completely. The key is not to become someone else, but to offer who you already are to God with complete surrender. David didn't try to become a traditional warrior. He remained a shepherd who trusted God. Your background, your personality, your unique experiences and perspective are not accidents. They are part of God's preparation for the work he has planned for you. David's courage in facing Goliath didn't appear suddenly on the day of battle. It was forged over years of faithful service in places where no one was watching except God. While tending his father's sheep in the wilderness, David faced lions and bears that threatened the flock. In those lonely, dangerous moments, with no audience to impress and no recognition to gain, David learned to depend completely on God's strength. These wilderness experiences became David's training ground. Each time he trusted God to help him protect the sheep, his faith grew stronger. Each time he saw God's faithfulness in the small things, his confidence in God's power increased. By the time he faced Goliath, David had a history with God, a track record of divine assistance that gave him unshakable confidence. This principle applies directly to our lives. The character we develop in private, the faithfulness we demonstrate when no one is watching, the trust we build through small challenges prepare us for the larger battles we'll face later. God often prepares us through what seem like insignificant experiences, developing in us the spiritual muscles we'll need for greater tasks. Perhaps you're in a season of quiet preparation right now. Maybe you're in a job that feels unimportant, dealing with challenges that seem mundane, or serving in ways that go unnoticed. Don't despise these experiences. See them as God's training ground, places where you can learn to trust Him completely without the pressure of public attention. Every act of faithfulness in small things builds spiritual strength. Every time you choose to trust God rather than worry, you're developing the faith muscles you'll need for larger challenges. Every moment you spend in prayer, study and worship during the ordinary days creates the spiritual foundation that will hold firm when storms come. David's Psalms reflect a man who knew God intimately through countless hours of communion in the wilderness. His worship wasn't reserved for public occasions. It was the natural overflow of a heart that had learned to recognize God's presence in solitary places. This private relationship with God became the source of his public courage. The contrast between David's response to Goliath and that of Israel's army reveals the transformative power of proper perspective. The Israelite soldiers saw Goliath's size and focused on their own inadequacy. They measured themselves against the giant and found themselves wanting. Fear paralyzed them because they were looking at the problem instead of at God. David saw the same giant but responded completely differently. Instead of focusing on Goliath's size, David focused on God's greatness. Instead of measuring himself against the Philistine champion, he remembered God's faithfulness in past challenges. Most importantly, David saw this confrontation not as David versus Goliath, but as the God of Israel versus the false gods of the Philistines. This shift in perspective made all the difference. When we focus on our problems, they appear insurmountable. When we focus on God, our problems find their proper proportion. The same challenge that paralyzes us with fear can become an opportunity to witness God's power when we view it through the lens of faith. Your Goliath may not be a 9-foot giant in bronze armour, but it's probably just as real and just as intimidating. It might be a health diagnosis that fills you with dread, a financial crisis that keeps you awake at night, a broken relationship that seems beyond repair, or a dream that feels impossible to achieve. Whatever giant you're facing, the same God who empowered David is available to you today. The key is learning to see your challenges through God's eyes rather than your own. When you focus on how big your problems are, they grow larger in your mind, and your faith shrinks. But when you focus on how big your God is, your problems find their proper place, and your faith grows stronger. Faith doesn't mean pretending problems don't exist or minimizing real challenges. David didn't pretend Goliath was small. He acknowledged the giant's formidable appearance and weapons. But faith means recognizing that God is greater than any challenge we face, and that His power is available to those who trust Him completely. Perhaps the most important lesson from David's story is his understanding that victory belongs to God alone. David never claimed credit for defeating Goliath. He never boasted about his skill with a sling or his courage in facing the giant. Instead, he consistently pointed to God as the source of his victory. This humility wasn't false modesty, it was accurate theology. David understood that without God's strength, he would have been just another casualty in the valley. With God's power, he became an instrument of divine deliverance. The difference was not in David himself, but in David's relationship with God and his willingness to trust completely in divine strength. This principle protects us from both despair and pride. When we face challenges that seem impossible, we can take courage from knowing that we don't have to rely on our own strength. The same God who empowered David is available to empower us. When we experience victory and success, we can maintain humility by remembering that every good gift comes from above. Recognizing that victory belongs to the Lord also frees us from the crushing pressure of trying to achieve success through our own efforts alone. We can work diligently, prepare thoroughly, and act courageously, but we do so knowing that ultimate success depends on God's blessing and power. This perspective brings both peace in the struggle and gratitude in the victory. As we conclude our time together in the valley of Elah, I want you to imagine yourself standing where David stood. The sun is setting behind you, casting long shadows across the grass. In front of you lies whatever giant has been challenging your faith, threatening your peace, or blocking your path forward. Your Goliath might be fear itself, that persistent anxiety that whispers lies about your future and your security. It might be doubt that questions God's goodness when life becomes difficult. Perhaps it's a pattern of sin that seems too strong to break, a relationship that appears too damaged to heal, or a dream that feels too big to pursue. Maybe your giant is loneliness that echoes in empty rooms and quiet evenings, or it could be anger that burns hot and destroys relationships. Perhaps it's despair that covers your days like a dark cloud, making it hard to see hope or purpose. Whatever giant you're facing, remember David's words, "I come against you in the name of the Lord Almighty." You don't have to face your challenges alone. You don't have to rely solely on your own strength, wisdom, or resources. The same God who empowered a shepherd boy to defeat a giant warrior is present with you today. Like David, you may feel small and inadequate when you look at the size of your challenges. That's normal and even healthy, because it drives you to depend on God rather than yourself. But don't let the size of your problems overshadow the greatness of your God. Don't let the voice of your giant drown out the whisper of divine love that calls you forward in faith. Remember that God has been preparing you for this moment through all the quiet experiences of your life. Every time you've chosen trust over worry, every moment you've experienced God's faithfulness in small things, every prayer you've whispered in the darkness has been building the spiritual strength you need for this challenge. Take up your simple faith like David took up his sling. Select the smooth stones of God's promises that have been worn smooth by the flowing waters of his love. Step forward, not in your own strength, but in the name of the Lord who loves you completely and fights on your behalf. And remember, the battle belongs to the Lord. Your job is not to guarantee the outcome, but to trust the one who holds the outcome in his hands. Your calling is not to be strong enough to win, but to be faithful enough to step forward when God calls. As you face your giants, may you have David's courage to step forward, his faith to trust completely, and his wisdom to give God all the glory for whatever victories he grants. May you discover, as David did, that with God all things are possible, and that no giant is too large for the power of divine love. Let us pray together. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the story of David and Goliath, which reminds us that you delight in using ordinary people to accomplish extraordinary things. Help us to see our challenges through your eyes rather than our own fears. Give us David's courage to step forward when you call, his faith to trust in your power rather than our own strength, and his humility to give you glory for every victory. We place our giants before you today, Lord, whatever form they may take in our lives. We acknowledge that we cannot defeat them in our own strength, but we trust in your power to deliver us. Use our weaknesses to display your strength, our fears to showcase your faithfulness, and our victories to bring glory to your name. Help us to be faithful in the quiet places of preparation, knowing that you are building in us the character and faith we'll need for the challenges ahead. May we never forget that the battle belongs to you, and may we always be quick to give you praise for your goodness and mercy in our lives. In the name of Jesus, our Good Shepherd and mighty champion, we pray. Amen. Sleep well, dear friends, knowing that the same God who was with David in the valley is with you wherever your journey leads. May his peace guard your hearts and minds, and may you wake tomorrow with renewed faith to face whatever giants await. Until we meet again in another story, may God's love surround you like a shepherd's care, and may his strength be your portion in every season. Thank you for joining us at Sacred Slumber, where every story reminds us that we are deeply loved and never alone.
Hello, beloved friends. Before we begin tonight's journey into peaceful rest, I'd love to know where in the world you're joining from and what time it is in your corner of creation. The gentle voice of the shepherd reaches across all borders and time zones. If these stories bring you comfort and peace, please remember to subscribe to Sacred Rest for more scripture-inspired sleep journeys. Now, let us quiet our minds and open our hearts as we listen for the voice of the Good Shepherd. In the quiet of this moment, I invite you to find a comfortable position. Perhaps you're already settled in bed, your head resting on your pillow, or maybe you're preparing for rest after a long day. Wherever you are, however you've arrived at this moment, know that you are welcomed here with tenderness and care. Close your eyes if you haven't already. Feel the weight of your body surrendering to the support beneath you. Notice how your shoulders can soften, how your hands can rest without grasping, how your face can release any tension it's been holding. There's nothing you need to do right now except breathe and listen. Let's breathe together for a moment. Inhale slowly through your nose, feeling the cool air fill your lungs. Hold it gently for just a moment, and then exhale through your mouth, releasing anything that doesn't serve your peace. Inhale comfort. Exhale worry. Inhale divine peace. Exhale human striving. Inhale rest. Exhale burden. With each breath, you're creating space within yourself. Space for stillness, space for quiet, space for the gentle voice that calls you by name. I invite you now to begin visualizing a journey. As you continue breathing slowly and deeply, imagine yourself walking along a narrow country path. It's late afternoon, and the golden light of the setting sun bathes everything in a warm glow. The air is perfect, not too warm, not too cool, and carries the sweet scent of wildflowers and fresh grass. The path winds gently through rolling hills. With each step you feel more of your daily concerns falling away. The emails waiting for responses, the conversations that left you wondering, the tasks still uncompleted, all of these can wait outside this peaceful moment. As you walk, you notice the sound of birdsong in the distance, not the busy chattering songs of morning birds, but the gentle settled sounds of evening, soft calls that seem to whisper, "All is well, rest is coming." The path begins to crest a small hill, and as you reach the top you see before you a wide meadow. The grass sways gently in a soft breeze, creating waves of movement like a green sea. Scattered throughout are wildflowers in gentle hues, pale yellows, soft whites, and tender purples. At the far edge of this meadow, you can just make out the stone walls of an ancient sheepfold, a place of gathering, a place of safety, a place of rest. This is where our journey is taking us tonight, to the sheepfold of the Good Shepherd. As you descend the hill toward the meadow, you feel a sense of being both completely free and completely held. The vast open sky above reminds you of boundless possibility, while the path beneath your feet assures you that you're being guided. With each step, your breathing continues to deepen. Your inhales become fuller, your exhales become longer. Your mind begins to quiet like water settling after a storm. The path now leads you into the meadow itself. The grass reaches up past your ankles, brushing against you with feather-like touches. You can feel the earth beneath your feet, solid, supportive, ancient. As you walk, you begin to notice the sounds of sheep in the distance, not loud or disturbing, but the gentle bleating that speaks of contentment and security. They're calling to one another as they make their way toward the sheepfold for the night. And then you hear something else, a voice. Low and warm, it carries across the meadow with remarkable clarity. It's not calling to you, not yet, but to the sheep. And you notice how they respond, turning their heads, adjusting their path, moving with purpose toward the voice. This is the voice of the shepherd, calling his sheep to evening rest. Each one knows this voice intimately. Each one trusts this voice implicitly. Each one follows this voice instinctively. As you continue your walk through the meadow, drawn toward the sheepfold just as the sheep are drawn, you begin to feel a sense of recognition stirring within you. Something about this voice awakens a deep memory, not from yesterday or last year, but from the very foundation of your being. It's as if your soul remembers this voice from before time began. The path begins to widen as you near the sheepfold. The stone walls become clearer now, smooth, weathered stones carefully placed one upon another by hands that understood the importance of creating sanctuary. These walls have stood through countless seasons, through rain and wind and snow and sun, remaining steadfast in their purpose, to protect, to shelter, to create a space of safety. As you draw nearer, you see the entrance to the sheepfold, a simple opening in the wall. There is no gate of wood or metal, for in this place, in this story, the shepherd himself serves as the gate. Nothing enters that is not first approved by him. Nothing threatens that is not first faced by him. The voice continues to call, naming each sheep individually, knowing each one's unique needs, tendencies, and nature. And as the sun begins to sink lower in the sky, casting long golden shadows across the meadow, you find yourself at the entrance to the sheepfold, ready to cross the threshold into deeper rest. As you stand at the entrance to the sheepfold, you pause to take in its simple beauty. The circular stone walls rise about 4 feet high, tall enough to keep the sheep secure, yet low enough that the shepherd can see over them to watch for any approach of danger. The stones themselves seem to hold stories, their surfaces marked by time and weather, yet their arrangement remains sturdy and true. The ground inside the sheepfold has been softened by the passage of countless sheep over many years. What might once have been rocky earth has become a cushioned, almost velvety surface, perfect for rest. In some areas, particularly along the inside edge of the wall, tufts of soft grass have grown, creating natural pillows for weary heads. You notice that while the day remains warm, there is a coolness gathered in the shadows of the walls, a reminder that night approaches and with it the deeper rest that darkness brings. The air here carries a different quality. Sheltered from the breeze that moves across the open meadow, it feels somehow more concentrated, more present. As you step inside, crossing the threshold where the shepherd stands watch, you feel a subtle shift in your awareness. The sounds of the wider world seem to soften. The concerns that normally occupy your thoughts recede further. Here, within these ancient walls, existence becomes simpler. There is no need to navigate complex decisions or manage difficult relationships. There's only the present moment, the approaching night, and the protective presence of the shepherd. You find a place to sit against the wall where the last rays of sunlight still warm the stones. From here, you can watch as the sheep continue to arrive, each responding to its name when called, each receiving a gentle touch from the shepherd as it passes by him into the fold. This is how it has been done for thousands of years in the hill country. This ancient rhythm of call and response, of leaving the wide pastures for the secure fold, of trusting the one who leads and protects. Nothing about this scene would look unfamiliar to someone from centuries past. The relationship between shepherd and sheep transcends time, speaking to something essential about care and trust. In ancient times, you remember hearing, shepherds would often combine their flocks during the day, allowing the sheep to graze together in larger numbers. But when evening came, each shepherd would call only to his own sheep, using distinctive sounds or words that only his flock recognized. Remarkably, the sheep would separate themselves, following only the voice they knew, never confused by the calls of other shepherds. As you observe this evening gathering, you notice the care with which the shepherd examines each sheep as it enters. His hands move gently over wool and skin, checking for injuries or thorns that might have been gathered during the day's wandering. For one sheep, he removes a small burr caught in the thick wool. For another, he applies a soothing balm to a minor scrape. No need goes unnoticed, no discomfort goes untended. The sheep themselves seem to welcome this attention. Though some are clearly tired from the day's grazing, they pause willingly for the shepherd's examination. There is trust in their stillness, contentment in their patience. They know these hands, they know this voice, they know they are cared for individually, specifically, attentively. As the fold fills with more sheep, you notice the distinctive sounds they make. Not the loud bleating of alarm, but the soft, low sounds of recognition and settlement. They are talking to each other and to the shepherd in their own language of belonging. The air begins to cool more noticeably as the sun touches the horizon. Long shadows stretch across the sheepfold, and the stone walls now provide not just security, but shelter from the light evening breeze. The shepherd moves among the gathered sheep, his presence clearly bringing them comfort. Some draw closer to him as he passes, seeking the reassurance of proximity. You watch as he kneels beside one sheep that seems particularly restless. He speaks softly to it, words you cannot quite hear from where you sit, but you can see the effect. The sheep's breathing slows, its movement still. Its eyes close in what can only be described as surrender to care. This, you realize, is what true safety looks like. Not the absence of all threat, but the presence of one who is trustworthy enough to allow complete vulnerability. The sheep do not need to remain vigilant because the shepherd stays watchful. They do not need to worry about provision because the shepherd knows where the sweet water flows and the tender grass grows. They do not need to fear the darkness because the shepherd's sight penetrates what they cannot see. As twilight deepens into early evening, a profound quiet descends upon the sheepfold. The activities of the day, the walking, the grazing, the occasional startled running, have given way to stillness. Energy spent has prepared the way for deep restoration. The shepherd now sits at the entrance to the fold, his back against one of the stone walls, his staff across his lap. From this position, he can see both outward across the meadow and inward to the gathered flock. Nothing approaches without his knowledge. Nothing disturbs without his permission. In this ancient pattern, in this timeless scene, you feel your own breathing continuing to slow, your own thoughts continuing to quiet. The simple rightness of this place seeps into your awareness. The stone walls that have sheltered generations, the soft earth that welcomes rest, the attentive presence that makes vulnerability safe. As night begins to embrace the world outside the fold, you feel yourself drawn deeper into the peace of this sanctuary. The voice of the shepherd, which first called across the meadow, now speaks in the silence of complete trust. And though no words are spoken aloud, you understand with perfect clarity, You are known. You are seen. You are safe. As the night deepens around the sheepfold, the stars begin to appear overhead. First one, then another, then suddenly a multitude, transforming the darkness into a vast canvas of light. The shepherd remains at his post, a silhouette of watchful presence against the night sky. In this moment of perfect stillness, words from ancient scripture rise in your mind, words that have brought comfort to countless souls through the centuries. The 10th chapter of John's Gospel, where Jesus describes himself as the Good Shepherd, speaks with particular resonance in this place of safety and rest. Listen now, as the words flow gently into your consciousness. Very truly I tell you, I am the gate for the sheep. All who have come before me are thieves and robbers, but the sheep have not listened to them. I am the gate. Whoever enters through me will be saved. They will come in and go out and find pasture. Pause and consider this image of the gate. In ancient sheepfolds like this one, the shepherd would often position himself in the opening of the wall, literally becoming the gate. Nothing could enter without passing by him first. No predator could threaten. No thief could steal. No sheep could wander away without encountering the shepherd's watchful presence. Imagine now what it means to have such protection. Not a cold barrier of wood or metal, but a living, attentive guardian who knows each one by name. This is not distant security, but intimate care. This is not impersonal safety, but relationship-based protection. The words continue to unfold. I am the Good Shepherd. The Good Shepherd lays down his life for the sheep. The hired hand is not the shepherd, and does not own the sheep. So when he sees the wolf coming, he abandons the sheep and runs away. Then the wolf attacks the flock and scatters it. The man runs away because he is a hired hand and cares nothing for the sheep. Reflect on the difference between hired protection and devoted care. The difference is not in skill or strength, but in relationship and commitment. The Good Shepherd's connection to the sheep is not a transaction but a bond. His protection flows not from duty but from love. As you gaze across the sheepfold, you can see this truth embodied in the shepherd's posture, alert but relaxed, vigilant but peaceful. His attention never wavers, yet it carries no tension. This is the watching that comes from love rather than obligation. The sacred text continues, I am the Good Shepherd. I know my sheep, and my sheep know me, just as the Father knows me, and I know the Father, and I lay down my life for the sheep. Imagine being known, fully known, and still loved without hesitation. Not the surface knowing of casual acquaintance, but the deep knowing that sees every fear, every hope, every quiet corner of your heart. The shepherd knows when you are afraid, when you are lonely, when you are in pain. He knows when you have wandered, when you have stumbled, when you have fallen. And still he calls your name with tenderness. This knowing is not one-directional. The sheep also know their shepherd. They recognize his voice among all others. They trust his guidance without question. They follow his leading with confidence because experience has taught them that he brings them to good places, to fresh water, to green pastures, to safe rest. As these words settle into your spirit, another passage emerges. My sheep listen to my voice. I know them, and they follow me. I give them eternal life, and they shall never perish. No one will snatch them out of my hand. There is a certainty in these words, a promise of security that transcends physical safety. The shepherd's care extends beyond the immediate dangers of wolves and thieves to the deeper threats of meaninglessness and separation. His protection covers not just the body but the soul. His provision satisfies not just physical hunger, but spiritual longing. As you reflect on these words, you notice the sheep in the fold have arranged themselves in a pattern that seems both random and intentional. Some cluster together for warmth, others maintain a small space of separation. Some lie with their heads toward the centre, others face the walls. Each has found the position that brings them comfort, yet all remain within the protective circle of the shepherd's care. Is this not a beautiful picture of community within security? Unity without uniformity? Each sheep is different, in size, in age, in temperament, yet all are equally valued, equally protected, equally known by name. The night has fully embraced the world now. The meadow beyond the sheepfold lies invisible in darkness, but here within the circle of stone walls there is no fear of what cannot be seen. The shepherd's presence transforms the night from a time of vulnerability to a season of rest. One more passage rises in your awareness. I have other sheep that are not of this sheep pen. I must bring them also. They too will listen to my voice, and there shall be one flock and one shepherd. These words speak of expansion, of inclusion, of a circle of care that continues to widen. The shepherd's heart is not limited to those already gathered, but extends to those still wandering, still searching, still unsure of where they belong. As you let these ancient words settle deeply into your consciousness, you notice that the rhythm of your breathing is synchronized with the gentle rise and fall of the sleeping sheep around you. There is a harmony here, a natural community formed not by effortful connection, but by shared trust in the one who watches over all. The shepherd's eyes meet yours across the sheepfold, and in that glance you understand you too are invited into this circle of care. You too are known by name. You too are welcome to rest under the watchful eyes of the one who never slumbers. As the night grows deeper, something remarkable happens. The scene around you begins to shift, not in a jarring way, but with the gentle transformation of a dream unfolding. The walls of the sheepfold seem to dissolve, and you find yourself no longer sitting against the stones, but standing in an open field just as dawn begins to break on the horizon. The sheep are rising from their rest, stretching and shaking the night stillness from their bodies. The shepherd moves among them, speaking softly to each one, calling names that sound like music in the morning air. He turns to you now, his eyes finding yours with a gaze that feels at once ancient and immediate. With a small gesture of his hand, he invites you to join him as he prepares to lead the flock to fresh pastures. You rise and move toward him, feeling neither rushed nor hesitant. There is a rightness to this moment, as if it has been waiting for you through all the days of your life. "Come," he says, his voice both gentler and more compelling than you imagined. "Walk with me a while." As the sheep begin to follow the shepherd out into the wider fields, you find yourself walking alongside him. Not ahead, not behind, but beside, close enough to hear his breathing, to notice the deliberate placement of his feet on the earth, to feel the subtle movements of the air as he lifts his staff to guide the way. The morning unfolds around you in a symphony of sensory experiences. The earth beneath your feet feels solid yet yielding, supporting each step without resistance. The cool morning air carries the mingled scents of grass, wild flowers, and the earthy wool of the sheep. Light increases gradually as the sun climbs higher, illuminating the landscape in stages, first outlining the hills in gold, then filling the valleys with amber light, finally bathing everything in the clear radiance of full morning. You notice that the shepherd does not hurry. His pace is steady but unhurried, considerate of the youngest lambs and the oldest ewes. There is no sense of urgency, no anxiety about reaching a destination by a certain time. The journey itself holds as much importance as the arrival. The sheep need movement, the shepherd explains, seeming to read your thoughts, but they also need to feel secure in that movement. Too fast and they become anxious. Too slow and they begin to wander. The right pace creates both progress and peace. As you walk, you begin to notice how the sheep respond to the shepherd's voice. When he calls to one that has strayed too near a thorny thicket, it immediately adjusts its path. When he makes a particular clicking sound, the entire flock knows to pause and wait. When he sings a low melodic note, they gather more tightly together. They know my voice, he says simply, not just its sound, but its meaning. The path begins to ascend a gentle hill. As you climb, you notice how the shepherd positions himself, sometimes ahead to lead the way, sometimes behind to encourage those who lag, sometimes at the side to prevent wandering toward unseen dangers. The greatest deception, he comments, is the belief that freedom means absence of guidance. True freedom comes from trusting the one who sees what you cannot see. From the top of the hill, you can see the landscape spread out in all directions. To the east, where you've come from, the sheepfold stands solid and familiar. To the west, your direction of travel, a wide valley opens up, green with the new grass and dotted with the blue of morning flowers. To the north and south, other hills rise, creating a natural corridor for your journey. The shepherd pauses here, allowing the sheep to rest for a moment and take in the wider view. He stands slightly apart, his eyes scanning the horizon with attentive care. You understand that he is looking for signs of danger, assessing weather patterns, planning the safest route forward. Every step we take has been imagined before we take it, he says, again responding to your unspoken thoughts. I walk these paths in my mind before I walk them with my feet. That is how I can lead with confidence even into new territories. As the journey resumes, you begin to notice the distinct personalities of the sheep around you. Some walk with the confidence of experience, staying close to the shepherd out of choice rather than fear. Others move with the uncertainty of youth, sometimes darting ahead, sometimes falling behind, requiring more of the shepherd's attention. One sheep in particular catches your notice and slightly smaller than the others, with a slight limp that suggests an old injury. This one stays especially close to the shepherd, often walking directly beside him on the opposite side from where you walk. This one knows her need, the shepherd says, his voice warm with affection. She learned through difficulty what some never learn through ease, that proximity to me is better than independence from me. The sun is higher now, warming the air and bringing out the sweet scent of the crushed grass beneath your feet. The path descends into the valley, where a small stream cuts through the field, creating a natural stopping place. The sheep move eagerly toward the water, their thirst evident in their quickened pace. The shepherd guides them to the calmest part of the stream, where the water flows gently and the banks slope gradually. Here the sheep can drink without danger, refreshing themselves in the clear water. You kneel beside the stream yourself, cupping your hands to bring the cool water to your lips. It tastes sweeter than any water you've known before, clean and life-giving. Rest here a while, the shepherd says, settling himself on a smooth rock nearby. The journey continues, but never without restoration along the way. As you sit by the stream, watching the sheep drink and then begin to graze on the lush grass that grows along the banks, you feel a profound sense of being exactly where you are meant to be. There is no striving in this moment, no anxiety about what comes next, no regret about what came before. There is only the present reality of being on the path with the shepherd, moving at his pace, resting at his direction, continuing under his care. The soft sound of the stream, the gentle movements of the grazing sheep, the watchful presence of the shepherd, all combine to create a sense of security so deep that you feel your entire being relaxing into it. This is what it means to be truly led, truly guided, truly known. As the sun reaches its zenith, bathing the valley in golden light, you close your eyes for a moment, allowing the warmth to wash over you. In this perfect stillness, you hear the shepherd's voice once more, not speaking to the sheep now, but to you. The path continues beyond what you can see, but do not be anxious about what lies ahead. I have walked it already. I know every turn, every hill, every valley. and I will never lead you anywhere that I have not prepared for you. As the afternoon light begins to soften, casting longer shadows across the valley, you open your eyes to find the shepherd standing before you, his hand extended in invitation. "Come," he says simply. "There is something I want to show you before the day ends." You rise and follow him, noticing that the sheep have settled into a gentle rhythm of grazing. They seem content to remain in this lush valley for now, secure in the knowledge that the shepherd remains near. He leads you to a small rise overlooking the stream, where a single tree offers dappled shade. Its branches spread wide, creating a natural canopy that filters the sunlight into patterns of gold and shadow on the ground below. "Sit with me here," he says, settling himself against the trunk of the tree. As you join him in the shade, you realise you can see the entire flock from this vantage point. Every sheep is visible, from the confident leaders to the hesitant followers, from the strong to the vulnerable. The shepherd's gaze moves over them with attentive care, missing nothing. "Do you see how they graze without fear?" he asks. "They do not worry about predators or storms or scarcity. They have learned through experience that I provide what they need. I protect them from what would harm them. I guide them to places of abundance." You watch as the sheep move slowly through the grass, stopping to eat, occasionally looking up to confirm the shepherd's presence, then returning to their grazing with peaceful assurance. "This is the gift I offer," the shepherd continues, "not the absence of all danger, but the presence of constant care, not the elimination of all difficulty, but the assurance of never facing it alone. Particularly small lamb catches your attention. It must be one of the newest born to the flock. It stays close to its mother, occasionally frolicking in short bursts of energy before returning to her side. Its wool is especially white, almost luminous in the afternoon light. The youngest ones," the shepherd observes, following your gaze, "sometimes need to be carried. When the path grows steep or the day grows long, I lift them into my arms and bear their weight. They learn trust through being held." You consider this, the image of the strong shepherd carrying the vulnerable lamb, not with impatience at its weakness, but with tenderness for its need. "Do you know," he asks, turning to look directly at you, "that I would leave the 99 to find the one? If a single sheep wanders away, becomes lost, falls into danger, I go after it. Not because it is more valuable than the others, but because each one is irreplaceable to me. Each one is known by name. Each one matters uniquely." The depth of commitment in his voice moves you deeply. This is not the impersonal care of a distant guardian, but the passionate attention of one who loves specifically, individually, completely. "The good shepherd," he continues, "lays down his life for the sheep, not because the sheep have earned such sacrifice, but because the shepherd's love makes them worth any cost." As he speaks these words, the light shifts, taking on the golden quality of late afternoon. The air grows still, as if the world itself is listening to this truth. "Many voices will call to you," the shepherd says softly. "Some offering easier paths, some promising quicker rewards, some threatening what will happen if you don't follow them. But remember, my sheep know my voice. They recognize it among all others because they have spent time listening, because they have experienced its reliability, because they have found that following it always leads to life." He reaches out and places his hand on your shoulder, the weight of it both grounding and reassuring. "You are not alone in the fields of this world," he says. "Even when you cannot see me, I am watching. Even when you cannot hear me clearly, I am speaking. Even when you wander, I am seeking. This is the promise I make to each one who belongs to me. You will never be forgotten, never be abandoned, never be left without guidance." The sun is beginning its descent toward the horizon now, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Soon it will be time to lead the sheep back to the safety of the fold for the night. "Trust and rest," the shepherd says, his voice a gentle command. These are the twins of peace. Trust that I know the way forward. Rest in the knowledge that you are watched over. Together they create a quiet heart even in the midst of a noisy world. As these words settle into your spirit, you notice that your breathing has slowed to match the shepherd's. Deep, unhurried breaths that seem to draw peace directly from the air around you. Your body feels heavy with relaxation, as if every muscle has decided at once to release its tension. The voice of love is always near, the shepherd murmurs, his words becoming almost musical in their rhythm. Calling you by name, inviting you to follow, promising presence through every valley and on every mountain top. The sheep are beginning to gather more closely now, sensing the approaching evening. Their movements become slower, their grazing more intermittent. They are preparing for the journey back to the fold. Step by step, you are led to peace, the shepherd continues, his voice growing softer, not in great leaps or sudden flights, but in the patient unfolding of a path walked in trust. Each day has its portion of guidance, each moment carries its own light. He rises now, stretching his arms wide as if to embrace the entire flock at once. The setting sun behind him creates a halo effect, illuminating his outline with golden light. It is time to return to the fold, he says, extending his hand to help you rise. The day's journey concludes, but the care never ends. Through the night I watch, through the darkness I guard. When morning comes again, we continue the path together. As you stand, you feel a profound sense of renewal, as if the simple act of walking with the shepherd, listening to his voice, observing his care for the sheep has restored something essential within you. The worries that had weighed on your mind seem distant now, replaced by a calm certainty that you are known, you are valued, you are guided. The shepherd lifts his voice in a distinctive call that immediately draws the attention of every sheep. They respond with remarkable unity, moving toward him from all directions, gathering into a more cohesive group for the journey home. This is how it has always been, he explains as you begin to walk beside him, the flock following behind. The sheep scattered in feeding, gathered in travelling, diverse in their individual needs, united in their common trust, each one unique, yet part of a greater whole. The path back to the sheepfold seems somehow shorter than the journey out, as if the familiarity of returning home compresses distance itself. The evening light casts long shadows ahead of you, leading the way toward rest. You're safe, the shepherd says, his voice now barely above a whisper. You're loved. You're guided. These words repeat like a gentle refrain as you walk, matching the rhythm of your steps, synchronizing with your heartbeat. They are not just sounds, but promises, not just comfort, but truth. They sink deeply into your consciousness, creating a foundation of peace that feels both new and somehow always known. As the sheepfold comes into view, its stone walls glowing with the last light of day, you feel a sense of completion. Not the end of a glory, but the closing of a circle that will open again with the dawn. The shepherd leads the flock through the entrance, counting each one, greeting each by name, ensuring that all who went out have returned safely. When the last sheep has entered the fold, the shepherd takes his place at the gateway, his staff across his knees, his gaze moving between the gathered flock and the darkening landscape beyond. He is the living gate, the constant guardian, the embodiment of care that does not slumber or sleep. Rest now, he says to you, his eyes holding yours with gentle intensity. The shepherd knows your name. The shepherd calls you to rest. The voice of love is always near. As night embraces the world once more, as stars begin to appear in the darkening sky, you feel yourself surrounded by perfect peace, held in the care of the one who calls you by name, who leads you beside still waters, who restores your soul. In this sanctuary of trust, sleep comes not as escape but as gift, not as absence but as presence in the watchful love of the Good Shepherd. Thank you for joining me on this peaceful journey with the Good Shepherd. If these words have brought you comfort tonight, please consider subscribing to Sacred Rest for more scripture-inspired sleep stories. And I'd love to know where in the world you're listening from and what time it is there. May you rest deeply in the knowledge that you are watched over with perfect care through this night and always. Hello, dear soul, and welcome to tonight's sacred story. Before we begin, I'd love to gently invite you to share. Where in the world are you listening from tonight? And what time is it as you begin to rest? It's always beautiful to see how far this quiet circle of peace and God's word stretches around the world. And if you find peace and comfort tonight in this gentle story, please consider subscribing to Sacred Rest, where you can drift into sleep surrounded by scripture, stillness, and the tender presence of God. Now, take a slow, calming breath and settle in. Tonight, we walk through golden fields of faith as we enter the book of Ruth. In the gentle hills of Judah, beneath a sky that once poured abundance upon the land, the town of Bethlehem, whose name itself means house of bread, had become a place of emptiness. The fields lay parched, the grain stores depleted, and hunger walked freely through the streets that once overflowed with harvest songs. In one small home, a woman named Naomi whispered prayers as she packed what little remained of her family's possessions. Her husband Elimelech stood at the threshold, his eyes fixed on the horizon, toward the land of Moab where rumours of plenty had reached their desperate ears. Their 2 sons, Mahlon and Chilion, young men with dreams still unformed, helped secure their meagre belongings for the journey ahead. Is this truly what Yahweh wishes for us? Naomi asked softly, her hands trembling slightly as she folded a well-worn shawl. To leave the land of our fathers? Elimelech's voice was gentle but firm. Sometimes faith means following the path of provision wherever it leads. We go to survive, beloved. We go to live. And so they set out, a small family among many who sought survival beyond their homeland's borders. The road stretched long before them, a winding path into uncertainty. With each step away from Bethlehem, Naomi felt the weight of leaving grow heavier, like gathering storm clouds behind them. Moab received them with fields less barren than those they had left. They built a simple life there, foreigners in a strange land that worshipped strange gods. They kept to themselves, honouring the Sabbath in quiet ways, speaking of Yahweh in evening whispers when the day's work was done. But sorrow knows no boundaries, respects no borders. It found them even there, across the Dead Sea from their homeland. First came the quiet, unexpected night when Elimelech did not wake with the dawn. Naomi wept as they buried him according to their customs, as best they could in foreign soil. Her sons stood like slender reeds on either side of her, bending in the wind of grief but not breaking. Time continued its patient march. The sons found wives among the Moabite women. Mahlon married Ruth, a woman with gentle eyes and a voice like summer rain. Chilion took Orpah, whose laughter could brighten even their darkest days of longing for home. For 10 years they lived thus, not in abundance, but in enough, until enough became too little and the shadows returned. First Mahlon grew ill, his strength fading like evening light. Then Chilion, as if unable to walk this world without his brother, followed him into that quiet night from which no traveller returns. 3 widows remained, their grief a shared language that needed no translation. When news reached them that the famine had lifted in Judah, Naomi's heart turned homeward. What remained for her in this land of sorrows? Better to die in the place of her birth, among her own people, than to continue as a stranger in a land that had taken everything she loved. "Go back," she told her daughters-in-law, her voice thick with both love and sorrow. "Return to your mothers' homes. May Yahweh deal kindly with you as you have dealt with the dead and with me." She kissed them farewell, and the three women wept together, their tears mingling like rivers converging. Orpah's departure was a slow, reluctant walking away, her form growing smaller on the horizon, turning back once, twice, before finally disappearing around a bend in the road. But Ruth stayed. When Naomi urged her again to follow Orpah's path, Ruth's embrace tightened, her voice steady despite her tears. "Do not urge me to leave you," she whispered, the words flowing from somewhere deeper than thought. "Where you go, I will go. Where you stay, I will stay. Your people will be my people, and your God, my God. Where you die, I will die, and there I will be buried. May Yahweh deal with me, be it ever so severely, if even death separates you and me." Naomi, who had thought herself empty of all feeling save grief, felt something stir within her breast, small as a mustard seed, fragile as a sparrow's first flight. Not quite hope, but perhaps its distant cousin. And so they walked together, two widows on the road to Bethlehem, Naomi returning, Ruth arriving. The older woman's steps were heavy with memories, the younger's light with the strange freedom that comes from choosing one's path with complete clarity. They arrived as the barley harvest was beginning, the fields around Bethlehem rippling like a green sea in the gentle breeze. Women drawing water recognized Naomi despite the years and sorrows that had reshaped her face. "Can this be Naomi?" they asked, voices bright with surprise. "Do not call me Naomi," she replied, the name that meant pleasant now a bitter irony on her tongue. "Call me Mara, for the Almighty has made my life very bitter. I went away full, but Yahweh has brought me back empty." As the women of Bethlehem welcomed them with curious eyes and hesitant embraces, Ruth stood quietly by Naomi's side, her hand a steady presence on the older woman's arm. In this moment, on this threshold between past and future, neither could know what fields of possibility lay before them, what harvest Yahweh was already preparing, or how their names would one day be spoken with reverence across centuries yet unborn. They knew only this: the road behind them was empty, and the road ahead unknown, but they would walk it together, step by faithful step, beneath the watchful eyes of a God who sees even sparrows when they fall. The sun had barely lifted itself above the eastern hills when Ruth rose from her mat, careful not to disturb Naomi's rare peaceful sleep. The small house they had secured, more a room than a home, was cool in the early morning light, shadows still clinging to the corners like reluctant dreams. Ruth wrapped herself in a shawl, the fabric thin but serviceable, and tied back her hair with practiced movements. She had been a daughter of comfort in Moab. Now she was a gleaner in a foreign land. The transition might have broken someone with less resilience, but Ruth had discovered a quiet strength within herself, not the kind that roars or demands attention, but the kind that simply continues, putting one foot before the other when all other options have vanished. "I will go to the fields today," she had told Naomi the night before. "Perhaps someone will allow me to glean behind their harvesters." Naomi had nodded, gratitude and sorrow mingling in her tired eyes. "Go, my daughter," she'd whispered. "May Yahweh guide your steps." Now, as Ruth stepped into the awakening streets of Bethlehem, she carried those words like a small flame against the uncertainty of the day ahead. The law of Moses provided for the poor, the widow, the foreigner. They were permitted to gather what the harvesters missed or deliberately left behind. It was not charity but dignity, the way of working for one's bread even when one owned no land. But Ruth was doubly vulnerable, both widow and foreigner. Which field would welcome her? Would the law's protection extend to a Moabite woman? These questions followed her like shadows as she made her way to the edges of town where the barley fields began their gentle roll toward the horizon. She paused at the boundary of the first field she encountered, watching as workers began to form lines, their sickles catching the morning light with brief flashes of brilliance. The field's owner was not present, but the foreman eyed her with suspicion. "Move along," he called, not unkindly but firmly. "We have enough local gleaners already." Ruth nodded and continued, her heart sinking slightly but her resolve undiminished. The second field brought similar results. By the time she reached the third, the sun had climbed higher, and her throat was dry with thirst and unspoken prayers. This field seemed different somehow. The workers moved with a relaxed efficiency, and there was conversation, even occasional laughter among them. Ruth hesitated, then approached the foreman, her eyes modestly lowered but her voice clear. "Please, sir," she said, "might I glean among the sheaves behind your harvesters? I will be careful not to disturb their work." The foreman studied her for a long moment, noting her foreign accent, the quality of her garments that spoke of better days now past. Something in her demeanour, a dignity that hardship had failed to diminish, made him nod slowly. "You may," he said. "Stay close to my servant girls, drink from our water jars when you thirst, and rest in the shade when the sun grows too fierce." Ruth's gratitude was a physical sensation, warm in her chest. "Thank you," she whispered. "You're most kind to a stranger." The work was harder than anything she'd done before, bending, searching, gathering the scattered stalks left behind. The sun climbed higher, its heat a heavy blanket across the fields. The other gleaners, mostly local widows and their children, kept their distance, though their curious glances sometimes found her. But Ruth worked steadily. Her determination measured in each stalk added to her growing bundle. By midday she'd gathered enough to make the effort worthwhile, though her back ached and her hands were rough with new blisters. She was resting briefly in the shadow of a large sycamore at the field's edge when a commotion among the workers drew her attention. A man had arrived, tall, broad-shouldered, with the bearing of someone accustomed to respect. The foreman hurried to greet him, and the workers called out blessings. "The Lord be with you," the man responded, his voice carrying across the field. "The Lord bless you," they answered in unison. This, then, was the owner of the field where Ruth had found favour. She watched as he moved among his people, speaking to each, asking after families, offering words that brought smiles to weary faces. There was something different about him, a kindness that seemed as natural as breathing. When his circuit of the field brought him near where Ruth rested, he paused, his gaze falling on her with quiet curiosity. "Who is this young woman?" he asked his foreman. "She is the Moabite who came back with Naomi," the man replied. "She asked permission to glean behind the harvesters. She has worked steadily since morning, with only this brief rest." The owner, Boaz was his name, Ruth heard someone nearby whisper, approached her then. Instinctively she rose and bowed slightly, uncertain of the proper protocol but determined to show respect. "Listen, my daughter," he said, his voice gentle but firm. "Do not go to glean in another field. Stay here with my servant girls. Watch where they harvest and follow them. I have told the men not to touch you, and when you are thirsty, drink from the jars the men have filled." Ruth's surprise made her bold. She bowed lower, her voice barely audible even to herself. "Why have I found such favour in your eyes that you notice me, a foreigner?" Boaz's answer was unexpected in its thoughtfulness. "I have been told all that you have done for your mother-in-law since your husband's death, how you left your father and mother and your homeland to come to a people you did not know before. May Yahweh repay you for what you have done. May you be richly rewarded by the God of Israel, under whose wings you have come to take refuge." His words washed over Ruth like cool water on a parched day. For so long she'd been defined by what she had lost: husband, homeland, security. Now, for the first time, someone saw what she'd chosen, what she had given, what she had become. "You have put me at ease, my lord," she said, her voice steadier now. "You have spoken kindly to your servant, though I do not have the standing of one of your servant girls." When the meal break came, Boaz himself invited her to share bread with the harvesters. He handed her roasted grain, more than she could eat, and she saved some for Naomi. Throughout the afternoon, Ruth noticed that the harvesters seemed to be dropping more grain than seemed accidental. Once she caught the foreman's eye as he instructed a worker to deliberately leave a small bundle behind. He looked away quickly, but not before she glimpsed something like approval in his gaze. When evening came and Ruth gathered her gleaning, an effort of barley, far more than she had dared hope for, she felt something she had not expected to feel again: the quiet satisfaction of provision, of having enough for tomorrow. As she walked back toward Bethlehem, the setting sun painting the limestone buildings in shades of amber and rose, Ruth carried not just barley, but something weightier: the knowledge that in this strange new land, under the wings of a God she was still coming to know, she had been seen. Not as Naomi's burden, not as an unwelcome foreigner, but as someone worthy of kindness, and in the shadow of that kindness, small seeds of possibility had begun to stir in the soil of her heart. The soft glow of oil lamps pushed back the evening darkness as Ruth entered the small dwelling she shared with Naomi. Her mother-in-law sat in the dimness, her hands, once strong and capable, now resting idle in her lap, testament to a weariness that went beyond physical exhaustion. "Is that you, my daughter?" Naomi called, her voice brightening slightly. "It is," Ruth answered, setting down her bundle with a soft thud. The sound seemed to fill the small space with promise. Naomi leaned forward, her eyes widening as Ruth opened the cloth to reveal the day's gleaning, golden barley catching the lamplight like treasure. "Where did you glean today?" she asked, running her fingers through the grain with wonder. "Blessed be the one who took notice of you." Ruth began to prepare a portion of the grain for their evening meal as she recounted the day's events: the field, the unexpected kindness, the owner who had spoken to her with respect rather than suspicion. "The man's name was Boaz," she finished, watching as something flickered across Naomi's face. Recognition, then a sudden animation that had been absent for so long. "Boaz!" Naomi exclaimed, her voice stronger than Ruth had heard it in months. "That man is a relative of ours, one of our guardian redeemers." "Guardian redeemer?" Ruth echoed, unfamiliar with the term. Naomi's eyes held a spark now, like embers rekindling. "In our laws, in our customs, a guardian redeemer is a relative who has the responsibility to protect the interests of the needy members of the extended family, to redeem property that has been sold in times of hardship, to continue the family line." Her voice trailed off, her thoughts clearly racing ahead of her words. "The Lord has not stopped showing his kindness," Naomi whispered, almost to herself. "That man is one of our closest relatives." As they ate their simple meal of roasted grain and water, Ruth noticed that Naomi ate with more appetite than she had shown since their return to Bethlehem. Occasionally, the older woman would pause, her head tilted slightly as if listening to distant music only she could hear. The barley harvest continued, and Ruth returned to Boaz's fields each day. True to his word, she was protected, provided for, included in the shared meals. Some of the local women began to speak to her, their initial wariness giving way to cautious friendship. Ruth learned their names, heard stories of their children, shared in the communal rhythm of the harvest. When the barley harvest gave way to wheat, she remained in Boaz's fields, her presence now familiar, her diligence respected. Each evening she returned to Naomi with her gleanings. Each morning she rose before dawn to begin again. As the wheat harvest neared its end, Naomi called Ruth to sit beside her one evening. The older woman's face was thoughtful, her voice quiet but determined. "My daughter," she began, "should I not seek rest for you, that it may be well with you? Is not Boaz our relative, with whose young women you have been working? See, he's winnowing barley tonight at the threshing floor." Ruth listened carefully as Naomi outlined a plan, bold, unconventional, but rooted in custom and law. She was to bathe, anoint herself with fragrant oil, put on her best garment, and go to the threshing floor where Boaz would be sleeping to guard the harvest. After he had eaten and drunk and lain down, she was to uncover his feet and lie down there, a symbolic gesture, a quiet request for protection. "All that you say I will do," Ruth promised, though her heart fluttered with uncertainty. She trusted Naomi's wisdom, trusted that this was not a plan born of desperation but of genuine care and cultural understanding. That night, the stars seemed to hang lower in the sky as Ruth made her way to the threshing floor. The celebration of harvest's end was winding down. Men who had worked hard now rested deeply, their forms dark shapes against the pale circle of the threshing floor. She moved quietly, carefully, finding Boaz where he slept at the edge of a heap of grain. With trembling hands she uncovered his feet and lay down, her heart pounding so loudly she feared it might wake him before the right moment. The night air was cool, the ground hard beneath her, but Ruth remained still, waiting. Near midnight, Boaz stirred, startled to find someone at his feet. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice thick with sleep but not angry. "I am Ruth, your servant," she answered, her voice barely above a whisper. "Spread the corner of your garment over me, for you are a guardian redeemer." There was a long silence during which Ruth could hear only her own heartbeat and the distant call of a night bird. Then Boaz spoke, his voice warm with emotion she hadn't expected. "The Lord bless you, my daughter," he said gently. "This kindness is greater than what you showed earlier. You have not run after younger men, whether rich or poor, and now don't be afraid. I will do for you all you ask. All the people of my town know that you are a woman of noble character." His words washed over her like a blessing, affirming not just her request but her person, her character, her choices, her worth. "It is true that I am a guardian redeemer," he continued, his voice thoughtful, "but there is a guardian redeemer more closely related than I. Stay here for the night, and in the morning, if he wants to redeem you, good, let him redeem you. But if he is not willing, as surely as the Lord lives, I will redeem you. Now, lie here until morning." Ruth lay at his feet until dawn began to paint the eastern sky with the first pale colours of day. Before it was light enough for people to recognize each other, Boaz gently woke her. "Let it not be known that a woman came to the threshing floor," he said, practical and protective. Then he measured out 6 measures of barley, a generous gift, a promise of more to come, and placed it in her shawl. "Don't go back to your mother-in-law empty-handed," he explained. When Ruth returned and recounted the night's events, Naomi's eyes shone with a mixture of tenderness and satisfaction. "Wait, my daughter," she counselled, "until you find out what happens, for the man will not rest until the matter is settled today." And as the morning light filled their small home, Ruth felt a strange peace settle over her. Not the peace of certainty, for much remained unresolved, but the peace that comes from having taken a step in faith, from having placed one's future in hands both human and divine. Outside, the streets of Bethlehem were coming to life. Somewhere in the town, Boaz was already moving toward the city gate, where matters of law and redemption were settled. Whatever the day would bring, Ruth knew that she had been seen, heard and valued, not despite her foreignness, her widowhood, her poverty, but somehow mysteriously, because of the person these circumstances had revealed her to be. And in that knowledge, she found a quiet strength to wait, to hope, to trust in the unfolding of a story that suddenly seemed larger than her own life. A story written in fields of barley and wheat, in promises spoken in the darkness, in the steadfast love of a God who sees the sparrow fall and counts the hairs on every head. The morning light spilled across Bethlehem like honey warm and golden. Boaz had risen early, his mind filled with purpose, his heart with a mixture of hope and determination. He made his way to the town gate, the place where elders gathered, where business was conducted, where justice was administered in full view of the community. He had barely settled himself when the guardian redeemer he had mentioned to Ruth approached. "Come over here, my friend," Boaz called, motioning to a seat beside him. "Sit down here." The man complied, curious about this formal invitation. Boaz then gathered 10 elders of the town, asking them to sit as witnesses. What was about to transpire was no small matter. It concerned inheritance, redemption, the continuation of a family line that had nearly been extinguished. "Naomi, who has returned from Moab," Boaz began carefully, "is selling the piece of land that belonged to our relative Elimelech. I thought I should bring the matter to your attention and suggest that you buy it in the presence of these seated here and in the presence of the elders of my people." The relative's eyes brightened with interest. Land was wealth, security, legacy. "I will redeem it," he said promptly. But Boaz was not finished. His next words were measured, precise, laying out the full implications of redemption. "On the day you buy the land from Naomi, you also acquire Ruth the Moabite, the dead man's widow, in order to maintain the name of the dead with his property." The relative's expression shifted. To redeem the land was one thing, a sound investment, but to marry Ruth meant dividing his own inheritance, complicating his family line. His enthusiasm visibly cooled. "Then I cannot redeem it," he said. "Because I might endanger my own estate. You redeem it yourself. I cannot do it." To formalize the transaction, the man removed his sandal, an ancient custom signifying the transfer of redemption rights. "Buy it yourself," he said, handing the sandal to Boaz. Boaz turned to the elders and all the people gathered at the gate. "Today you are witnesses," he declared, his voice carrying across the morning stillness, "that I have bought from Naomi all the property of Elimelech, Kilion, and Mahlon. I have also acquired Ruth the Moabite, Mahlon's widow, as my wife, in order to maintain the name of the dead with his property, so that his name will not disappear from among his family or from his hometown." The elders and all at the gate responded with one voice, "We are witnesses. May the Lord make the woman who is coming into your home like Rachel and Leah, who together built up the family of Israel. May you have standing in Ephrathah and be famous in Bethlehem. Through the offspring the Lord gives you by this young woman, may your family be like that of Perez, whom Tamar bore to Dia." Their blessing echoed against the stone walls of Bethlehem, a public proclamation of hope and expectation. In that moment, among witnesses and with proper legal procedure, Ruth's journey from widow to wife, from foreigner to family, from gleaner to landowner was complete. When Boaz returned to tell Ruth what had transpired, he found her helping Naomi prepare the midday meal, her movements graceful despite the humble task. At the sight of him in the doorway, both women paused, their eyes questioning. "It is done," he said simply. "All that I promised has been accomplished." Ruth's marriage to Boaz was celebrated with the quiet joy of those who have known sorrow and found unexpected sweetness on the other side. Naomi, who had returned to Bethlehem empty, now found herself part of a home filled with new beginnings. The seasons turned, bringing change to the land and to the small family. When Ruth's time came to deliver her first child, the women of Bethlehem gathered around her. The same women who had once whispered about the foreign daughter-in-law, now offering support and wisdom as she laboured. The child was a son, strong and healthy. They placed him in Naomi's arms, this woman who had lost both husband and sons, who had called herself bitter and empty. Now, as she cradled her grandson, the women of Bethlehem blessed her. Praise be to the Lord, who this day has not left you without a guardian redeemer. May he become famous throughout Israel. He will renew your life and sustain you in your old age. For your daughter-in-law, who loves you, and who is better to you than 7 sons, has given him birth. They named the child Obed, which means serving or worshipping, a name that spoke of gratitude, of recognition that this child was not just the continuation of a family line, but a gift from a God who sees the end from the beginning. What none of them could know, as they celebrated the birth with bread and wine and laughter, was that this child, Obed, would one day be the grandfather of David, the shepherd boy who would become Israel's greatest king. And from David's line, centuries later, would come the Messiah, the ultimate redeemer, whose story of love and sacrifice would echo Ruth's loyalty and Boaz's redemption on a cosmic scale. As Boaz watched Ruth with their son, he marvelled at the intricate weaving of their lives, how sorrow had led to joy, how loss had opened the door to finding, how endings had become beginnings. He thought of the day he had first noticed Ruth in his fields, her quiet dignity as she gleaned among the sheaves. How could he have known then what this foreign woman would come to mean not only to him, but to the future of his people? In the soft twilight of their home, with Naomi singing gentle lullabies to Obed and Ruth's hand warm in his own, Boaz understood that some harvests are gathered not in fields of grain, but in the human heart, in acts of kindness, in choices of loyalty, in the courage to begin again when all seems lost. Outside their window, the hills of Bethlehem were turning purple with evening shadows. Somewhere in those hills, shepherds watched their flocks. Stars began their nightly vigil, and the world continued its ancient rhythms of planting and harvest, of birth and death, of loss and redemption. But within this one small home, within these few beating hearts, a miracle had occurred. The quiet, everyday miracle of restoration, of empty hands being filled again, of bitter lives turning sweet, of a future reclaimed from the ashes of the past. And as night fell over Bethlehem, as oil lamps were lit and evening prayers whispered, as the infant Obed drifted into sleep secure in the knowledge of being utterly loved, the story of Ruth and Boaz, of faithful love and kindness reciprocated, became another golden thread in the tapestry of faith that would one day welcome the world's Redeemer. The stars appeared one by one in the deepening blue of the evening sky, like silver seeds scattered across a celestial field. In homes throughout Bethlehem, oil lamps cast their gentle glow against limestone walls, and families gathered for evening meals, for prayers, for the sharing of the day's small victories and concerns. In one such home, the home of Boaz, Ruth, and Naomi, the day was drawing to its peaceful close. Little Obed, now a toddler with his father's strong build and his mother's gentle eyes, had been tucked into bed after a story from his grandmother Naomi. His breathing had deepened into the steady rhythm of childhood sleep, innocent and complete. Ruth sat in the courtyard, her fingers working methodically at a loom, creating fabric for their household. The rhythmic movement of the shuttle was soothing, meditative, a dance between yarn and skill that produced something both beautiful and necessary. Boaz watched her from the doorway, struck again by the quiet grace that had first drawn him to her in the fields. "Your hands create such beauty," he said softly, joining her in the cool evening air. Ruth smiled, her eyes never leaving her work. "My mother taught me to weave when I was a child," she replied. "She said that the making of cloth is like the making of a life, thread by thread, day by day, until a pattern emerges that was invisible at the beginning." Naomi appeared in the doorway, carrying a small cup of wine. "The child sleeps," she announced, her voice warm with contentment. "He asked again for the story of how his mother came from a distant land." "And did you tell him?" Boaz asked, making room for Naomi on the bench beside him. "I did," Naomi nodded, taking a small sip of wine. "I told him how Ruth chose love over safety, how she gleaned in the fields, how you noticed her and showed kindness." "He likes that part," Ruth added with a smile, "the part where his father was the hero." Boaz shook his head gently. "If there is a hero in our story, beloved, it is not I. It is you who left everything familiar to follow Naomi. It is Naomi who endured loss upon loss, yet found the strength to return home. It is the Lord who guided each step, though we could not see the path ahead." The three sat in comfortable silence for a moment, each lost in their own thoughts. The night air was cool but not cold, fragrant with the scent of ripened fruit from the small orchard that bordered their property. In the distance, a shepherd's flute played a melancholy tune, its notes drifting over the sleeping town like a blessing. "Do you ever think," Naomi said eventually, her voice thoughtful, "of how differently things might have unfolded if the famine had never come, if my sons had lived, if Ruth had returned to her mother's house as Orpah did?" Boaz reached for Ruth's hand, his calloused palm enveloping her smaller one. "I think of it often," he admitted. "How 1,000 different choices, 1,000 different circumstances might have led us all elsewhere. Yet here we are, brought together by both sorrow and joy." Ruth set aside her weaving, her eyes reflecting the first bright stars. "In Moab," she said softly, "we had a saying, 'The path to the garden often leads through the desert.' I did not understand it fully until I lived it." "And now?" Naomi asked. "Now I understand that sometimes the desert is necessary," Ruth answered. "Sometimes the empty road, the lonely field, the long night of waiting, these are not detours from God's plan, but the very path itself." Boaz nodded, his face solemn in the gathering darkness. "When I was a younger man," he said, "I often questioned why the Lord had not blessed me with a wife, with children. I watched my friends build families while I built barns and storehouses. I wondered if I had somehow missed the fullness of life." He looked at Ruth, his eyes soft with wonder even after these years together. "Now I see that I was waiting for you, though I did not know it. That each harvest I oversaw, each field I planted, was preparation for the day when a Moabite widow would come to glean among my sheaves." Naomi's laugh was gentle, without bitterness. "And I, who accused the Lord of emptying my hands, look what he has filled them with." She gestured toward the house where Obed slept, toward the small but thriving household that had grown around her. Sometimes emptiness is just the space God is creating for something new. As they sat together in the deepening twilight, a sense of reverent gratitude settled over them. Not the loud exuberance of those who have never known loss, but the deeper, quieter joy of those who have walked through shadows and found light waiting on the other side. The tale of their lives, this unexpected family, formed from fragments of broken dreams, would be told and retold through generations. Not because it was extraordinary in its outward circumstances, but because it revealed an extraordinary truth, that in the hands of a loving God nothing is wasted. Not grief, not loyalty, not kindness, not love freely given with no expectation of return. In the quiet darkness of Bethlehem, as the household of Boaz and Ruth prepared for sleep, they could not know how their story would echo through time, how the great-grandson of their son would be anointed king of Israel, how from their lineage would come the promised Messiah. They knew only this, that the God who had led them through famine and loss, through foreign fields and threshing floors, through legal proceedings and new beginnings. Hello there, dear friend. Before we begin this peaceful journey together, I want to know a little about you. How has your day been? Whether it's been filled with joy or challenges, busy moments or quiet pauses, you're exactly where you need to be right now. What time is it where you are in the world? Are you settling in for the night, taking a midday rest, or perhaps greeting the early morning hours? Wherever you are, from the bustling cities of New York to the quiet countryside of England, from the mountains of Colorado to the shores of Australia, you're welcome here in this sacred space. If this story brings you peace, I'd love for you to subscribe to Sacred Slumber, where we gather each week to find rest in timeless tales of faith, hope, and gentle grace. Now, let's begin. Take a deep breath with me. Let your shoulders soften, your jaw relax, and your heart settle into this moment. Whether morning light is streaming through your window, afternoon shadows are dancing on the walls, or midnight quiet surrounds you like a gentle blanket, let us walk together through a story of gentle strength and unseen grace. We're about to enter a time long ago during the days of the judges in ancient Israel. It was a time of chaos and uncertainty, when everyone did what was right in their own eyes. But this is not a story of chaos. This is a story of peace, of quiet faithfulness, of love that chooses to remain when it would be easier to leave. This is the story of Ruth, a young woman whose loyalty would echo through generations and whose humble heart would become part of the greatest story ever told. So close your eyes if you wish, breathe slowly, and let us journey together to the ancient land of Moab, where our story begins beside still waters of the soul. In the rolling hills of Moab, where the morning mist clung to the barley fields like a gentle prayer, lived a young woman named Ruth. She had married into a Hebrew family who had come to Moab during a time of famine in their homeland of Bethlehem. Her husband's name was Mahlon, and his mother was Naomi, a woman whose very name meant pleasant, and whose heart had once been full of joy. But sorrow has a way of finding us, even in the most peaceful places. First, Naomi's husband Elimelech died, leaving her alone with her 2 sons in a foreign land. The boys had grown into men and married Moabite women, Ruth and her sister-in-law Orpah. For 10 years they lived together, and Ruth learned to love not just her husband, but his faith, his God, and especially his mother, who had welcomed her with open arms. Then tragedy struck again, swift and merciless. Both Mahlon and his brother Chilion died, leaving 3 widows to face an uncertain world alone. In those days, a woman without a husband or sons had little hope of survival. They were vulnerable, forgotten, with no one to provide for them or protect them. Naomi sat in her small house, looking at the 2 young women who had become like daughters to her. The silence was heavy with grief, but also with decision. She had heard news from Bethlehem that the famine there had ended, that the Lord had visited his people and given them bread. Her heart longed for home, for the familiar hills of Judah, for the place where she had known happiness before sorrow came calling. "My daughters," she said softly, her voice worn thin by weeping, "I must return to my people. But you are young. You have your whole lives ahead of you. Go back to your mothers' houses. May the Lord deal kindly with you, as you have dealt with the dead and with me." She kissed them both, and they wept together. How can you say goodbye to someone who's been your family, your comfort, your companion through the darkest days? Orpah, after much tears and embracing, finally agreed to return to her people and her gods. It was the practical choice, the safe choice, the choice that made sense to everyone around them. But Ruth clung to Naomi with a determination that surprised them all. When Naomi urged her again to follow her sister-in-law, Ruth spoke words that would echo through history, words that came from the deepest place in her heart. "Do not urge me to leave you or to return from following you. For where you go, I will go, and where you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God. Where you die, I will die, and there will I be buried. May the Lord do so to me, and more also if anything but death parts me from you." There was something in Ruth's voice that told Naomi this was not a decision made in the heat of emotion, but a choice carved in stone, written in the very fibre of her being. This young Moabite woman was choosing love over security, faithfulness over comfort, an unknown future over a predictable past. And so they began the long journey from Moab to Bethlehem, two women with nothing but the clothes on their backs and the strength of their love for each other. They walked through valleys where wildflowers nodded in the breeze, past streams that sang ancient songs, under skies that seemed to stretch endlessly toward hope. As they travelled, Ruth would gather berries and herbs along the way, always making sure Naomi had enough to eat. She would find the softest spot for them to rest each night, would share her cloak when the desert air grew cold. She had chosen this path, and she would walk it with grace and dignity, one step at a time. The journey took many days, and with each step toward Bethlehem, Ruth was walking further from everything she had ever known. She was leaving behind the gods of her childhood, the customs of her people, the language of her birth. She was choosing to become a stranger in a strange land, not because she had to, but because love had made the choice for her. When they finally crested the hill that overlooked Bethlehem, the city spread before them like a handful of pearls scattered on brown velvet. The sun was setting, painting the stone houses in shades of gold and amber. Smoke rose from evening fires, and the sound of children playing drifted up to them on the evening breeze. "Look," Naomi whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "There it is, home." But as they descended into the city, the women who had known Naomi in her happier days barely recognised her. "Is this Naomi?" they asked each other, seeing how sorrow had aged her, how loss had bent her shoulders and silvered her hair. "Do not call me Naomi," she told them, her voice steady but sad. "Call me Mara. The Almighty has dealt very bitterly with me. I went out full, and the Lord has brought me home empty." But Ruth, standing quietly beside her, knew that Naomi was not truly empty. She had brought with her the love of this young woman, who had chosen to forsake all for the sake of faithfulness. And though neither of them knew it yet, they had arrived in Bethlehem at the beginning of barley harvest, when the fields were golden and ready, when provision was about to unfold in ways they could never have imagined. The story was just beginning, and the God who notices every sparrow that falls, who counts every tear that is shed, who remembers every act of kindness, was already preparing the next chapter of their lives. The morning air in Bethlehem was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of ripening grain and the promise of a new day. Ruth woke early, as she always did, listening to the gentle rhythm of Naomi's breathing beside her. They had found a small place to stay, but their provisions were nearly gone, and Ruth knew that something had to be done. She'd heard about the law of gleaning, a beautiful provision that the God of Israel had made for the poor and the stranger. After the reapers went through the fields harvesting the grain, the needy could follow behind and gather what was left. It was honest work, humble work, but it was work that could keep them alive. "Let me go to the fields," Ruth said gently to Naomi, "and glean among the ears of grain after him in whose sight I shall find favour." Naomi nodded, understanding the necessity but also the risk. Ruth was young and beautiful, and the fields could be dangerous places for a woman alone. But there was something in Ruth's quiet determination that spoke of inner strength, of a spirit that could not be easily broken. And so Ruth set out in the early morning light, joining the other gleaners who moved like shadows behind the harvest workers. She had wrapped her head modestly and carried a small basket, ready to spend the day bent over in the sun, gathering grain kernel by kernel. As it happened, she came to the field that belonged to Boaz, a man of great wealth and standing in Bethlehem. But more than that, though Ruth did not know it yet, Boaz was a relative of Naomi's late husband, a kinsman who had the right and responsibility to help family members in need. The phrase, "as it happened," seemed simple enough, but sometimes the most profound movements of providence come disguised as coincidence. Ruth's feet carried her to that particular field not by accident, but by the gentle guidance of a God who was weaving a story larger than she could imagine. Boaz arrived at his field that morning, as was his custom, to greet his workers and oversee the harvest. He was a man in his middle years, with kind eyes and calloused hands that spoke of honest work. When he saw his reapers, he called out, "The Lord be with you," and they responded, "The Lord bless you." It was more than a greeting. It was a glimpse into the heart of a man who knew that all good things come from above. But his attention was caught by a young woman he had never seen before, working quietly at the edge of his field. She moved with grace and dignity, even in the humbling work of gleaning. There was something about her that drew his eye, not just her beauty, but the way she carried herself with quiet strength. "Whose young woman is this?" he asked his foreman. "She is the young Moabite woman who came back with Naomi from the country of Moab," the foreman replied. "She asked permission to glean and gather among the sheaves after the reapers, and she has been working steadily from early morning until now with only a brief rest." Boaz watched her for a moment longer, seeing how she worked without complaining, how she was careful not to take more than was rightfully hers, how she paused to help an elderly gleaner who had dropped her grain. His heart was moved by her diligence and her kindness. He approached her quietly, not wanting to startle her. "Listen, my daughter," he said gently. "Do not go to glean in another field, and do not leave this one. Stay close to my young women. Keep your eyes on the field that they are reaping, and go after them. I have charged the young men not to touch you, and when you are thirsty, go to the vessels and drink what the young men have drawn." Ruth was so surprised by his kindness that she fell on her face and bowed to the ground. "Why have I found favour in your sight," she asked, "that you should take notice of me, since I am a foreigner?" But Boaz had already heard the story of her loyalty to Naomi, how she had left her own people to care for her mother-in-law. "All that you have done for your mother-in-law since the death of your husband has been fully told to me," he said, his voice warm with admiration. "How you left your father and mother and your native land and came to a people that you did not know before. The Lord repay you for what you have done, and a full reward be given you by the Lord, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have come to take refuge." Ruth's eyes filled with tears at his words. She had not expected such kindness from a stranger, such recognition of her small acts of faithfulness. "You have comforted me and spoken kindly to your servant," she said softly, "though I am not one of your servants." As the day wore on, Boaz continued to watch over her. At mealtime, he invited her to eat with his workers, to dip her bread in the wine and share in the meal. He even made sure she had roasted grain to take home to Naomi. When she returned to her gleaning, he quietly instructed his workers to leave extra grain for her to find, to make her work easier and more fruitful. The sun was beginning to set when Ruth finally made her way home, her basket heavy with grain. She had gathered an ephah of barley, enough to feed herself and Naomi for many days. But more than that, she carried with her the memory of unexpected kindness, of a man who had seen beyond her status as a foreigner and a widow to recognize the faithfulness of her heart. When she showed Naomi all that she'd gathered and told her about the kindness of Boaz, Naomi's eyes brightened for the first time in months. "Blessed be he by the Lord," she said, "whose kindness has not forsaken the living or the dead. The man is a close relative of ours, one of our redeemers." Ruth continued to glean in the fields of Boaz throughout the barley harvest and the wheat harvest, always welcomed, always protected, always provided for. She would come home each evening with grain and with stories of the kindness she had experienced. And slowly, so slowly that neither of them noticed it happening, hope began to take root in their hearts once again. Little did they know that this was only the beginning of a story that would change not just their lives, but the course of history itself. For the God who sees every act of kindness, who remembers every sacrifice made in love, was already preparing the next chapter of their beautiful story. The harvest season was drawing to a close, and the grain had been gathered from the fields and brought to the threshing floor. It was a time of celebration and completion, when the hard work of the harvest gave way to the satisfaction of provision secured. The air was filled with the sound of winnowing, as the grain was separated from the chaff in the evening breeze, Naomi had been watching the growing affection between Ruth and Boaz with the wisdom of a woman who had lived long enough to recognize the hand of God in everyday circumstances. She had seen how Boaz's eyes followed Ruth, how he spoke to her with special gentleness, how he made sure she was always provided for and protected. And she had seen how Ruth, despite her natural reserve, had begun to smile more often, how she spoke Boaz's name with a special warmth. One evening, as they sat together in their small dwelling, Naomi took Ruth's hands in hers. "My daughter," she said softly, "should I not seek rest for you, that it may be well with you? Is not Boaz our kinsman, with whose young women you were? See, he is winnowing barley tonight at the threshing floor." Ruth listened carefully as Naomi explained the custom of the kinsman redeemer, how a close relative had the right and responsibility to marry a widow to preserve the family line and inheritance. It was not just about marriage, but about redemption, about restoring what had been lost, about ensuring that the names of the dead were not forgotten. "Wash therefore and anoint yourself," Naomi continued, "and put on your cloak and go down to the threshing floor. But do not make yourself known to the man until he has finished eating and drinking. But when he lies down, observe the place where he lies. Then go and uncover his feet and lie down, and he will tell you what to do." It was a bold plan, one that required great courage and faith. Ruth would be placing herself in a vulnerable position, trusting in the character of a man she had come to respect and admire. But she had learned to trust Naomi's wisdom, and more than that, she had learned to trust the God who had been guiding her steps from the very beginning. "All that you say I will do," Ruth replied simply. As the sun set and the first stars appeared in the clear night sky, Ruth prepared herself carefully. She bathed and anointed herself with fragrant oil, then put on her best garment. But this was not about seduction or manipulation. This was about approaching a good man with dignity and respect, trusting in his honour and in the customs that governed their society. The threshing floor was a place of hard work and celebration, where the grain was separated from the chaff and the harvest was completed. By the time Ruth arrived, the work was done, and the men had eaten and drunk and told stories under the stars. The atmosphere was one of contentment and satisfaction, of work well done and provision secured. Ruth waited in the shadows, watching as Boaz finished his meal and settled down to sleep beside the heap of grain. It was his responsibility to guard the grain through the night, to ensure that nothing was stolen or damaged. The night was warm and peaceful, filled with the sounds of crickets and the gentle rustle of the evening breeze. When all was quiet and Boaz was sleeping peacefully, Ruth approached with silent steps. Her heart was beating fast, but her movements were sure and deliberate. She gently uncovered his feet and lay down, then waited in the darkness for him to wake. It was midnight when Boaz stirred, suddenly aware of someone at his feet. He was startled but not afraid, turning carefully to see who was there. In the dim starlight he could make out the form of a woman, and he recognized her immediately. "Who are you?" he asked softly. "I am Ruth, your servant," she replied, her voice steady despite her racing heart. "Spread your wing over your servant, for you are a redeemer." It was a beautiful way of asking for his protection and provision, using the imagery of a bird sheltering her young under her wing. She was asking him to fulfill the role of kinsman redeemer, to marry her and restore the inheritance of her late husband. Boaz was deeply moved by her words, by the trust she had placed in him, by the way she had approached him with such dignity and grace. "May you be blessed by the Lord, my daughter," he said warmly. "You have made this last kindness greater than the first in that you have not gone after young men, whether poor or rich." He was older than Ruth, a man of substance and position, and he was amazed that she would choose him over the many young men who would have been eager to marry such a beautiful and virtuous woman. Her choice spoke of wisdom and character, of a heart that valued kindness and faithfulness over youth and passion. "And now, my daughter, do not fear," he continued. "I will do for you all that you ask, for all my fellow townsmen know that you are a worthy woman. And now it is true that I am a redeemer. Yet there is a Redeemer nearer than I." There was another relative who had the first right of redemption, and Boaz was too honourable to proceed without giving that man the opportunity to fulfil his duty. "Remain tonight," he said gently, "and in the morning if he will redeem you, good, let him do it. But if he is not willing to redeem you, then, as the Lord lives, I will redeem you. Lie down until the morning." Ruth lay down again at his feet, comforted by his words and his promise. She had taken a great risk in coming to him, but she had found in Boaz a man of integrity and honour, someone who would do what was right even when it was difficult. When the morning came, before anyone else was stirring, Boaz quietly measured out 6 measures of barley and helped Ruth arrange it in her cloak. "Do not go back to your mother-in-law empty-handed," he said with a smile. Then he sent her on her way before anyone could see her and misunderstand her presence there. Ruth returned home with her heart full of hope and her arms full of grain. When Naomi saw her coming, she knew immediately that something significant had happened. "How did you fare, my daughter?" she asked eagerly. Ruth told her everything that had happened, every word that had been spoken, every kindness that had been shown. When she finished, Naomi smiled with satisfaction. "Wait, my daughter," she said, "until you learn how the matter turns out, for the man will not rest but will settle the matter today." And so they waited, 2 women who had learned that sometimes the greatest acts of faith happen in the quiet moments, when we trust in the goodness of others and in the providence of God. The next chapter of their story was about to unfold, and with it the fulfillment of promises they had hardly dared to hope for. The morning sun was just beginning to warm the stones of Bethlehem when Boaz made his way to the city gate. This was where the elders gathered, where business was conducted, where legal matters were settled according to the ancient customs of Israel. His heart was full of purpose as he took his seat and waited for the other Redeemer to pass by. He didn't have to wait long. Soon he saw the man approaching, and Boaz called out to him by name. "Come over, friend, and sit down here." The man, curious about what business Boaz might have with him, came and sat down. Then Boaz gathered 10 of the city elders to serve as witnesses, for what he was about to do would affect not just 2 people, but entire family lines and inheritances. "Naomi, who has come back from the country of Moab," Boaz began, his voice carrying clearly in the morning air, "is selling the parcel of land that belonged to our relative Elimelech. So I thought I would tell you of it and say, buy it in the presence of those sitting here and in the presence of the elders of my people. If you will redeem it, redeem it. But if you will not, tell me, that I may know, for there is no one besides you to redeem it, and I come after you." The other man considered this carefully. A piece of land was valuable, an investment that could bring profit and increase his holdings. "I will redeem it," he said confidently. But Boaz was not finished. "The day you buy the field from the hand of Naomi, you also acquire Ruth the Moabite, the widow of the dead, in order to perpetuate the name of the dead in his inheritance." Suddenly the proposition became more complicated. To marry Ruth would mean that any children born to them would be considered the heirs of her first husband, not his own. The land would eventually pass to them, not to his existing family line. What had seemed like a good business deal now became a sacrifice that would cost him more than he was willing to pay. "I cannot redeem it for myself," he said, backing away from the commitment, "lest I impair my own inheritance. You take my right of redemption, for I cannot redeem it." It was exactly what Boaz had hoped to hear. According to the custom of the time, the man removed his sandal and gave it to Boaz as a sign that he was transferring his right of redemption. The sandal was a symbol of walking in someone else's place, of taking on their responsibilities and privileges. Boaz accepted the sandal and turned to address the elders and all the people who had gathered to witness this transaction. "You are witnesses this day that I have bought from the hand of Naomi all that belonged to Elimelech and all that belonged to Chilion and to Mahlon. Also Ruth the Moabite, the widow of Mahlon, I have acquired to be my wife, to perpetuate the name of the dead in his inheritance, that the name of the dead may not be cut off from among his brothers and from the gate of his native place. You are witnesses this day." The crowd erupted in celebration and blessing. "We are witnesses," they called out joyfully. "May the Lord make the woman who is coming into your house like Rachel and Leah, who together built up the house of Israel. May you act worthily in Ephrathah and be renowned in Bethlehem, and may your house be like the house of Perez, whom Tamar bore to Judah, because of the offspring that the Lord will give you by this young woman." It was a beautiful blessing, invoking the names of the great matriarchs of Israel and expressing the hope that Ruth would become equally honoured in the history of God's people, and how prophetic those words would prove to be. Meanwhile, Ruth and Naomi had been waiting at home, their hearts full of anticipation and hope. When the messenger came running to tell them what had happened at the gate, they could hardly believe their ears. The legal proceedings had gone exactly as they had hoped. Boaz had redeemed not just the land, but Ruth herself, and they were to be married. The wedding was a joyous occasion, celebrated by the entire community. Ruth, the young Moabite woman who had arrived in Bethlehem as a poor widow, was now the honoured wife of one of the most respected men in the city. But more than that, she had found in Boaz a man who valued her faithfulness, who cherished her loyalty, who would love and protect her for the rest of their days. As the seasons passed, Ruth and Boaz settled into a life of contentment and purpose. Boaz was a generous provider, and Ruth was a wise and gentle wife. Naomi, no longer bitter but filled with joy, lived with them and was cared for in her old age. The house that had once echoed with sorrow now rang with laughter and love. And then came the greatest blessing of all. Ruth conceived and bore a son, a healthy, beautiful child who would be raised in the love and fear of the Lord. The women of the neighbourhood came to congratulate Naomi, saying, "Blessed be the Lord who has not left you this day without a redeemer, and may his name be renowned in Israel. He shall be to you a restorer of life and a nourisher of your old age, for your daughter-in-law who loves you, who is better to you than 7 sons, has given birth to him." They named the child Obed, which means servant or worshipper, and Naomi took him on her lap and became his nurse. The child brought healing to her broken heart, restoration to her empty life, and joy to her golden years. But the story doesn't end there. Little Obed grew up to become the father of Jesse, who became the father of David, the great king of Israel, and through David's line would come the Messiah, the Saviour of the world. Ruth, the foreign woman who had chosen loyalty over security, faith over fear, had become part of the most important family tree in all of human history. In the genealogy of Jesus Christ, recorded in the Gospel of Matthew, we find these words: Boaz the father of Obed by Ruth, and Obed the father of Jesse, and Jesse the father of David the king. A Moabite woman's name is written forever in the lineage of the Son of God, a testament to the truth that God's grace knows no boundaries, that his love extends to all who seek refuge under his wings. Ruth's story teaches us that faithfulness in small things leads to blessing in great things, that loyalty and love are never wasted, that God can take our deepest sorrows and weave them into his greatest joys. She reminds us that sometimes the most profound acts of faith happen not in grand gestures, but in quiet decisions to remain faithful, to keep loving, to keep trusting, even when we cannot see the end of the story. As we come to the end of Ruth's story, let us pause beside these still waters and reflect on the gentle truths that flow through this ancient tale. Like a quiet stream that shapes the landscape over time, Ruth's life teaches us lessons that can transform our own journey of faith. Ruth's story shows us the profound power of remaining faithful, even in seasons of pain and uncertainty. When Naomi urged her to return to her people and her gods, Ruth could have chosen the easier path, the path that made sense to everyone around her. Instead, she chose love. She chose to remain loyal to a woman who had shown her kindness, to a faith that had captured her heart, to a God she was still learning to trust. Her famous words, "Where you go, I will go, and where you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God," were not spoken in a moment of emotional impulse, but from a deep well of commitment that had been growing in her heart over years of walking with Naomi. In our own lives, we face moments when loyalty is tested, when it would be easier to walk away from relationships, commitments, or callings that have become difficult. Ruth's example reminds us that some of the most beautiful chapters of our lives are written in the ink of faithful love, even when that love costs us something precious. Have you ever chosen love when it would have been easier to walk away? Perhaps you stayed with a friend through a difficult season, remained committed to a calling when it became challenging, or continued to love someone even when they couldn't love you back in the same way. These quiet acts of loyalty are never wasted. They shape us into people of depth and character, and they often open doors to blessings we never could have imagined. One of the most beautiful aspects of Ruth's story is how rarely God's name is mentioned, yet his presence is evident in every chapter. The phrase, "as it happened," appears when Ruth comes to Boaz's field, but we understand that this was no accident. It was divine providence working through ordinary circumstances to bring about extraordinary results. God's guidance in Ruth's life came not through burning bushes or angelic visitations, but through the kindness of a stranger, the wisdom of a mother-in-law, and the legal proceedings at a city gate. He worked through the natural rhythms of harvest and gleaning, through cultural customs and family relationships, through the everyday decisions of people who were simply trying to do what was right. This reminds us that God's hand is often most visible in hindsight, in the moments when we look back and see how perfectly things came together, how doors opened at just the right time, how people entered our lives precisely when we needed them most. The God who numbers our days and knows our needs is constantly at work in the ordinary moments of our lives, weaving together circumstances and relationships for our good and his glory. Can you see moments in your own life where something just happened at the perfect time? Perhaps you met a lifelong friend in an unexpected place, discovered an opportunity through a chance conversation, or found help arriving just when you needed it most. These are not coincidences, but glimpses of a loving God who is intimately involved in the details of our lives. Ruth's story is ultimately about transformation, about how God can take our deepest losses and weave them into his greatest purposes. She began as a young widow in a foreign land, with no prospects and no security. She was an outsider, a foreigner, someone who by all human standards had little to offer the grand story of God's people. Yet her simple acts of faithfulness, her quiet loyalty, her willingness to work humbly in the fields, positioned her to become part of the royal lineage of David and ultimately of Jesus Christ. Her name is recorded forever in the genealogy of the Messiah, a testament to the truth that no one is too small, too foreign, or too broken to be used by God for his purposes. Ruth's transformation from widow to wife, from foreigner to family member, from poverty to provision, reminds us that our current circumstances do not define our future possibilities. The God who saw potential in a Moabite gleaner sees potential in each of us, regardless of our background, our mistakes, or our limitations. No matter where you come from, no matter what losses you have experienced, no matter how ordinary your life may seem, your story can become part of something bigger. Your faithfulness in small things, your acts of love and loyalty, your willingness to trust God even when you cannot see the whole picture. These are the threads that God uses to weave his magnificent tapestry of grace. Perhaps you are in a season of loss right now, wondering if your pain has any purpose, if your faithfulness matters, if your small acts of love make any difference. Ruth's story whispers hope into those questions. It reminds us that God wastes nothing, that he can bring beauty from ashes, that he specializes in writing stories of redemption and restoration. The title of Ruth's story, Beside Still Waters, comes from the 23rd Psalm, where David writes about the Good Shepherd, who leads his sheep beside still waters and restores their souls. Ruth's life exemplifies this truth. In the midst of chaos and uncertainty, she found peace in her commitment to love and faithfulness. In the midst of loss and grief, she discovered that God's provision was always enough for each day. Her story teaches us that peace is not the absence of problems, but the presence of God in our problems. It is not found in perfect circumstances, but in perfect trust. Ruth faced real challenges, real losses, real fears, but she faced them with a spirit of quiet faith and humble obedience. The still waters of God's peace are available to us in every season of life. They flow not from our circumstances, but from our relationship with the one who is the source of all peace. When we, like Ruth, choose to trust in God's goodness, even when we cannot see his plan, when we choose to remain faithful even when the path is unclear, we find ourselves beside still waters where our souls can be restored. As you drift toward rest tonight, may you carry with you the gentle strength of Ruth's example. May you know that even in quiet places, even in fields of sorrow, even in long roads and sleepless nights, grace is never far away. The God who saw Ruth's faithfulness, who provided for her needs, who wove her story into his greater plan, is the same God who sees you tonight. Your acts of loyalty may seem small, but they matter. Your faithfulness in ordinary moments is building something beautiful. Your willingness to trust when you cannot see the whole picture is positioning you for blessings you cannot yet imagine. Rest now in the peace that comes from knowing you are held by a love that will never let you go, guided by a wisdom that sees the end from the beginning, and called into a story that is bigger and more beautiful than you can possibly imagine. May you sleep beside still waters, where your soul can be restored, your strength can be renewed, and your hope can be refreshed for whatever tomorrow may bring. The God who led Ruth from loss to legacy, from sorrow to joy, from emptiness to fullness is leading you too, and his plans for you are good. Sweet dreams, dear friend. May you wake tomorrow with the quiet confidence that comes from knowing you are deeply loved, perfectly guided, and part of a story that extends far beyond what you can see. Like Ruth, who could never have imagined that her simple decision to stay loyal to Naomi would lead to her becoming the great-grandmother of King David, you too are part of a tapestry being woven by hands far wiser than your own. Your faithfulness today, your love tomorrow, your trust in the unseen God who walks beside you, these are the threads that he is using to create something beautiful, something lasting, something that will echo through generations. Rest now in the shadow of his wings, knowing that you are safe, you are seen, and you are more precious than you know. The same God who led Ruth beside still waters is leading you too, and his love will never fail. Amen. Hello, dear friends, and welcome to Sacred Slumber. Before we begin this beautiful journey together, I'd love to connect with you for just a moment. How has your day been? Whether it's morning, afternoon, or evening where you are in the world, I hope this story finds you in a peaceful place, ready to receive some comfort and inspiration. No matter what corner of the globe you're listening from, you're part of our Sacred Slumber family. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing to Sacred Slumber for more stories like this one that will nourish your soul and bring peace to your heart. Tonight, we're going to journey together through one of the most remarkable stories ever told, the true account of Joseph, a young man whose life teaches us profound lessons about resilience, faith, and the mysterious ways that purpose unfolds even in our darkest moments. This is a story that has inspired millions across centuries, reminding us that no matter how deep our pit may seem, there's always hope for palace moments ahead. In the ancient land of Canaan, where the sun painted golden hues across rolling hills dotted with olive trees and grazing flocks, there lived a patriarch named Jacob. His tents were pitched near Hebron, and his wealth was measured not in gold or silver, but in the size of his herds and the strength of his family. Jacob had 12 sons, but among them all one held a special place in his father's heart. Joseph was 17 years old, with eyes that sparkled with intelligence and a spirit that seemed to dance with dreams. He was the son of Rachel, Jacob's but loved wife, who had died giving birth to Benjamin, Joseph's younger brother. Perhaps it was the memory of Rachel that made Jacob's love for Joseph burn so brightly. Or perhaps it was something else. A recognition of the extraordinary destiny that seemed to hover around this particular son like morning mist around a mountain peak. The favoritism was evident to everyone in the household. While Joseph's older brothers, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher, Issachar, and Zebulun worked hard in the fields tending the flocks, Joseph often remained close to home. His brothers wore the simple, practical garments of shepherds, but Joseph wore something entirely different. One day Jacob called Joseph to his tent. The old man's hands, weathered by years of labour and life, held a garment that took Joseph's breath away. It was a coat of many colours, rich blues like the depths of the sea, vibrant reds like the sunset over the desert, brilliant yellows like fields of grain, and deep purples like the robes of kings. The fabric was fine, the workmanship exquisite. It was not the coat of a shepherd, but the robe of a prince. "My son," Jacob said, his voice thick with emotion as he placed the coat on Joseph's shoulders, "this is for you. You are precious to me beyond measure." Joseph felt the weight of the coat, but more than that, he felt the weight of his father's love and the unspoken promise it contained. As he walked among his brothers wearing this magnificent garment, he could feel their eyes following him, eyes that had grown cold with resentment and hard with jealousy. But the coat was only the beginning. Joseph had always been a dreamer, but now his dreams took on a quality that was both wonderful and troubling. One morning, as the family gathered for their meal, Joseph could no longer contain the vision that had visited him in the night. "Listen to this dream I had," Joseph said, his voice bright with excitement and innocence. "We were binding sheaves of grain out in the field, when suddenly my sheaf rose and stood upright, while your sheaves gathered around mine and bowed down to it." The silence that followed was deafening. His brothers exchanged glances that spoke volumes. Reuben's jaw tightened. Simeon's hands clenched into fists. Judah shook his head in disgust. "Do you intend to reign over us?" Simeon asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Will you actually rule us?" But Joseph, in his youthful enthusiasm, seemed oblivious to the storm clouds gathering around him. Soon after he had another dream, even more vivid than the first. "Listen," he said one evening as the family sat around the fire, the flames casting dancing shadows on their faces. "I had another dream, and this time the sun and moon and 11 stars were bowing down to me." Even Jacob was troubled by this dream. "What is this dream you had?" he asked, his voice carrying a note of concern. "Will your mother and I and your brothers actually come and bow down to the ground before you?" Though Jacob rebuked Joseph publicly, privately he pondered these words in his heart. There was something about his son's dreams that felt different from ordinary night visions. They carried the weight of prophecy, the sense of divine purpose. But for Joseph's brothers, these dreams were the final straw. Their hatred for Joseph grew like a cancer, fed by jealousy and watered by resentment. The brothers could hardly speak a civil word to Joseph anymore. When he approached, conversation stopped. When he tried to join their work, they found reasons to send him away. The coat of many colours became a symbol of everything they despised about their father's favouritism and their brother's apparent arrogance. One day, Jacob sent Joseph to check on his brothers who were grazing the flocks near Dothan, several days' journey from home. As Joseph set out, wearing his beautiful coat and carrying provisions for his brothers, he had no idea that he was walking toward a destiny that would change not only his life, but the course of history itself. The brothers saw him coming from a long distance, the colours of his coat visible even across the rolling hills. As that familiar figure approached, the resentment that had been building for years finally reached its boiling point. "Here comes that dreamer," one of them said with venom. "Let's kill him," another suggested. "We can throw him into one of these cisterns and say that a ferocious animal devoured him. Then we'll see what comes of his dreams." For a moment, murder hung in the air like a storm cloud ready to burst. But Reuben, the eldest, felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. "Let's not take his life," he said quickly. "Throw him into this cistern here in the wilderness, but don't lay a hand on him." Privately, Reuben planned to rescue Joseph later and return him to their father. When Joseph finally reached his brothers, he greeted them with a smile, completely unaware of the dark thoughts that had been brewing in their hearts. But instead of the warm welcome he expected, they seized him roughly. Hands that should have embraced him tore at his beautiful coat, stripping it from his body. Before he could fully comprehend what was happening, they had grabbed him and thrown him into an empty cistern. The pit was deep and dry, its walls smooth stone that offered no hope of escape. As Joseph hit the bottom, the breath knocked from his lungs. He looked up to see the circle of sky above growing smaller, as his brothers walked away. The silence was overwhelming. One moment he had been walking free under the open sky, and the next he was trapped in a hole in the ground, abandoned by his own family. Above him, his brothers sat down to eat their meal as if nothing had happened. The casual way they consumed their bread and cheese while their brother suffered below spoke volumes about how completely their hearts had been hardened by jealousy. But God's purposes are rarely thwarted by human cruelty, and even as Joseph sat in that pit, wondering if he would die there, divine providence was already at work. In the distance, a caravan of Ishmaelite traders appeared on the horizon, their camels loaded with spices, balm and myrrh bound for Egypt. Judah, perhaps feeling some stirring of conscience, looked at his brothers and said, "What will we gain if we kill our brother and cover up his blood? Come, let's sell him to the Ishmaelites and not lay our hands on him. After all, he is our brother, our own flesh and blood." The brothers agreed, seeing an opportunity to rid themselves of Joseph while making a profit. They pulled Joseph out of the cistern and sold him to the traders for 20 shekels of silver. As the caravan disappeared into the distance with Joseph bound among the slaves, the brothers took his coat of many colours and tore it. Then they killed a goat and dipped the coat in its blood. When they returned home, they presented the bloodied coat to their father. "We found this," they said. "Examine it to see whether it is your son's robe." Jacob recognized it immediately. The colours that had once brought him such joy now brought only anguish. "It is my son's robe," he cried. "Some ferocious animal has devoured him. Joseph has surely been torn to pieces." Jacob tore his clothes in grief and put on sackcloth. He mourned for his son many days, and though all his sons and daughters came to comfort him, he refused to be comforted. "No," he said, "I will continue to mourn until I join my son in the grave." Meanwhile, the caravan carrying Joseph continued its journey toward Egypt, each step taking him further from everything he had ever known and loved. As the young man looked back at the fading hills of his homeland, he could not have imagined that this betrayal, this moment that felt like the end of everything, was actually the beginning of a story that would demonstrate the power of God to bring beauty from ashes and purpose from pain. The journey to Egypt was long and grueling. Joseph, who had never known anything but comfort and privilege, now found himself chained among slaves, his feet bloody from walking across rough terrain, his throat parched from the desert sun. The traders were not cruel, but neither were they kind. He was simply merchandise to them, a commodity to be delivered in good condition to fetch the best price. As the caravan crested the final hill before entering Egypt, Joseph's eyes widened at the sight before him. Egypt was unlike anything he had ever seen. The Nile River stretched like a blue ribbon through the landscape, its banks lined with lush green vegetation that stood in stark contrast to the golden desert beyond. Pyramids rose majestically in the distance, monuments to the power and sophistication of this ancient civilization. The cities teemed with activity, merchants hawking their wares, craftsmen plying their trades, and everywhere the bustle of a society that had mastered the art of turning the desert into a garden. In the slave market of Memphis, Joseph stood with the others as potential buyers examined them like livestock. His youth and obvious intelligence caught the eye of several bidders, but it was Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh and captain of the guard, who ultimately purchased him. Potiphar was a man of considerable wealth and influence, with a household that required numerous servants to maintain its operations. Joseph's new life began in Potiphar's house, where he was assigned to work among the other servants. Everything about his circumstances had changed. He who had once worn a coat of many colours now dressed in the simple linen of a slave. He who had once been served was now serving others. He who had once been the favoured son was now property, with no rights and no freedom. But something remarkable happened in Potiphar's house. Instead of becoming bitter or despondent, Joseph chose to serve with excellence. When he was given a task, he completed it better than anyone expected. When he was assigned to care for something, he treated it as if it were his own. His attitude was not that of a man who had been wronged, but of someone who understood that his character was more important than his circumstances. It didn't take long for Potiphar to notice this exceptional young man. While other servants did only what was required of them, Joseph anticipated needs before they were expressed. He learned the Egyptian language with remarkable speed, mastered the customs of the household, and demonstrated an administrative ability that was far beyond his years. Most importantly, there was something about Joseph's presence that seemed to bring blessing wherever he went. Potiphar began to entrust Joseph with greater responsibilities. First, he made him his personal attendant. Then he put him in charge of his household affairs. Before long, Joseph was managing all of Potiphar's possessions, his property, his servants, his business dealings. The Egyptian captain of the guard had never seen anything like it. Everything that Joseph touched seemed to prosper. Years passed, and Joseph grew from a teenager into a handsome young man. The hardships he had endured had not broken him, but had instead forged him into someone of remarkable character and capability. Potiphar trusted him completely, to the point where he concerned himself with nothing except the food he ate. Everything else was in Joseph's capable hands. But success and favour can sometimes bring their own dangers, and Joseph was about to face a test that would prove even more challenging than the pit his brothers had thrown him into. Potiphar's wife had noticed the young Hebrew slave who had risen to such prominence in her household. Joseph was not only capable and trustworthy, but he had grown into a man of striking appearance. Day after day she watched him as he went about his duties with quiet dignity and remarkable competence. Soon, watching was not enough. "Come to bed with me," she said to Joseph one day when they found themselves alone. Joseph was stunned by her proposition. The wife of his master, a woman of rank and privilege, was propositioning a slave. But Joseph's response revealed the depth of his character and the strength of his convictions. "No," he said firmly but respectfully. "With me in charge, my master does not concern himself with anything in the house. Everything he owns he has entrusted to my care. No one is greater in this house than I am. My master has withheld nothing from me except you, because you are his wife. How then could I do such a wicked thing and sin against God?" Day after day she spoke to Joseph, but he refused to go to bed with her or even to be with her. Joseph understood that betraying Potiphar's trust would not only be wrong, but it would also be a sin against the God who had been with him through all his trials. His integrity was not for sale, regardless of the price or the pressure. But a person determined to do wrong will often become vindictive when their advances are rejected. Potiphar's wife's desire turned to anger, and her anger to a determination for revenge. She waited for the right opportunity, and one day when Joseph came into the house to attend to his duties, and none of the household servants were inside, she made her move. She caught him by his cloak and said, "Come to bed with me." But Joseph left his cloak in her hand and ran out of the house. Holding his cloak as evidence, Potiphar's wife called to the household servants. "Look," she said, "this Hebrew has been brought to us to make sport of us. He came in here to sleep with me, but I screamed. When he heard me scream for help, he left his cloak beside me and ran out of the house. When Potiphar came home, his wife told him the same story. That Hebrew slave you brought us came to me to make sport of me, but as soon as I screamed for help, he left his cloak beside me and ran out of the house." Potiphar burned with anger. The man he had trusted above all others, the servant who had brought such blessing to his household, had apparently betrayed that trust in the worst possible way. Without investigation, without hearing Joseph's side of the story, Potiphar had Joseph seized and thrown into prison, the same prison where the king's prisoners were confined. Once again, Joseph found himself in a pit, though this time it was made of stone and iron rather than earth. Once again, he had been betrayed by those he had served faithfully. Once again, his circumstances had changed dramatically through no fault of his own. He had done the right thing, had maintained his integrity, had honoured God, and his reward was imprisonment for a crime he had not committed. Many people would have become bitter at this point. They would have questioned why God allowed such injustice, why faithfulness seemed to be rewarded with suffering. They might have decided that integrity was not worth the cost, that doing right was foolish when it led to such consequences. But Joseph was not like most people. Even in prison, even after being falsely accused and unjustly punished, something within him refused to give up hope. He had learned that his circumstances did not define him, his character did. He had discovered that God's presence was not dependent on favourable conditions, but was available even in the darkest places. And remarkably, even in prison, Joseph began to prosper. The warden noticed this unusual prisoner who carried himself with such dignity, who treated others with such respect, who seemed to bring order and blessing wherever he went. Before long, the warden put Joseph in charge of all the other prisoners and made him responsible for all that was done in the prison. The warden paid no attention to anything under Joseph's care because the Lord was with Joseph and gave him success in whatever he did. Once again, Joseph had taken a situation that seemed hopeless and had found a way to serve with excellence, to lead with integrity, and to trust that somehow, in ways he could not yet see, God was working all things together for good. But the greatest tests of Joseph's faith were still ahead, and the prison that seemed like an ending was actually preparing him for a beginning that would astonish the world. Prison has a way of stripping away everything except what truly matters. In the Egyptian jail where Joseph now found himself, surrounded by stone walls and iron bars, the external trappings of success and status meant nothing. Here, in this place reserved for those who had supposedly committed crimes against Pharaoh, Joseph faced the ultimate test of his character. Days turned into months, and months into years. Joseph had now spent more time as a slave and prisoner than he had as the favoured son in his father's house. The dreams of his youth, the sheaves bowing down, the sun and moon and stars paying homage, seemed like the fantasies of another lifetime. If someone had asked him during those long, dark nights whether he still believed in those dreams, he might have wondered himself. But Joseph had learned something profound during his years of hardship, that faith is not about understanding God's timeline, but about trusting God's character. He had seen evidence of divine favour even in the darkest circumstances. When he was in Potiphar's house, God had blessed his work. Now, even in prison, he could see the same pattern. Blessing flowing through him to benefit others. Success following him, even in the most unlikely places. The other prisoners noticed something different about Joseph. While many of them spent their time in despair, anger, or plotting revenge, Joseph maintained a remarkable sense of peace. He listened to their stories with compassion, helped resolve disputes with wisdom, and carried himself with a dignity that prison walls could not diminish. The warden had made him the unofficial leader among the prisoners, and everyone, guards and inmates alike, respected him. One morning, Joseph noticed that two of his fellow prisoners seemed particularly troubled. They were not ordinary criminals, but former members of Pharaoh's household, the chief cupbearer and the chief baker. Both had been imprisoned for offences against their royal master, and both carried themselves with the dignity of men, accustomed to positions of privilege and responsibility. "Why do you look so sad today?" Joseph asked them. The cupbearer answered, "We both had dreams, but there is no one to interpret them." In the ancient world, dreams were considered messages from the gods, and their interpretation was a specialised skill typically reserved for trained priests and wise men. To have a significant dream and no way to understand its meaning was a source of genuine distress. Joseph's response revealed both his humility and his faith. "Do not interpretations belong to God? Tell me your dreams." The chief cupbearer went first. "In my dream," he said, "I saw a vine in front of me, and on the vine were 3 branches. As soon as it budded, it blossomed, and its clusters ripened into grapes. Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes, squeezed them into Pharaoh's cup, and put the cup in his hand." Joseph listened carefully, and as the cupbearer spoke, understanding came to him with a clarity that felt like sunrise after a long night. "This is what it means," Joseph said. "The 3 branches are 3 days. Within 3 days, Pharaoh will lift up your head and restore you to your position, and you will put Pharaoh's cup in his hand, just as you used to do when you were his cupbearer." The cupbearer's face lit up with hope. Joseph continued, "But when all goes well with you, remember me and show me kindness. Mention me to Pharaoh and get me out of this prison. I was forcibly carried off from the land of the Hebrews, and even here I have done nothing to deserve being put in a dungeon." When the chief baker saw that Joseph had given a favourable interpretation to the cupbearer's dream, he eagerly shared his own vision. "I too had a dream," he said. "On my head were 3 baskets of bread. In the top basket were all kinds of baked goods for Pharaoh, but the birds were eating them out of the basket on my head." Joseph's expression grew grave as he received understanding of this dream as well. The interpretation was not pleasant, but Joseph knew he had to speak the truth. "This is what it means," he said gently. "The 3 baskets are 3 days. Within 3 days Pharaoh will lift off your head and impale your body on a pole, and the birds will eat away your flesh." 3 days later it was Pharaoh's birthday, and he gave a feast for all his officials. He lifted up the heads of the chief cupbearer and the chief baker in the presence of his officials. He restored the chief cupbearer to his position so that he once again put the cup into Pharaoh's hand. But he impaled the chief baker, just as Joseph had said to them in his interpretation. The accuracy of Joseph's interpretation should have marked him as a man of extraordinary ability, someone worthy of attention and favour. The chief cupbearer had been restored to his position of influence, with direct access to the most powerful man in Egypt. Surely he would remember the prisoner who had correctly interpreted his dream and had specifically asked to be remembered. But the chief cupbearer forgot about Joseph. This forgetting was perhaps one of the most difficult trials Joseph had yet faced. It was not the active betrayal of his brothers or the false accusation of Potiphar's wife, but the passive neglect of someone who simply failed to keep his word. Day after day Joseph waited, hoping that this would be the day when guards would come to release him, when word would arrive that Pharaoh wanted to see him. But the days passed in silence. Months turned into a year, and then another year. 2 full years passed, and still the cupbearer, busy with his restored duties and privileges, did not remember the Hebrew slave who had correctly interpreted his dream. It was as if Joseph had been forgotten not just by one man, but by the entire world. During these 2 years of waiting, Joseph could have become bitter. He could have concluded that helping others was pointless, that kindness was wasted on those who would not return it. He could have decided that his gift for interpreting dreams was worthless if it could not even secure his own freedom. Many people would have given up hope entirely. But Joseph continued to trust, continued to serve, continued to maintain his character even when it seemed to bring no reward. He understood something that many people never learn, that our calling is to be faithful, not to control outcomes. His job was to use his gifts with integrity and kindness. God's job was to handle the timing and the results. In the darkness of those 2 forgotten years, Joseph's faith was refined like gold in a furnace. The dreams of his youth were still alive within him, but they had been purified of any pride or presumption. He was learning that God's promises are always fulfilled, but rarely on our timeline or in the way we expect. And unbeknownst to Joseph, his time of preparation was nearly complete. All the lessons he had learned, about integrity under pressure, about leadership in difficult circumstances, about maintaining faith when it seemed unrewarded, were about to be put to their ultimate test. The pit had prepared him for the palace, but first he would need to prove that he was ready for both the privilege and the responsibility that awaited him. The stage was being set for one of the most dramatic turnarounds in human history, and the forgotten prisoner was about to become the second most powerful man in the greatest empire on earth. Pharaoh stood on the balcony of his palace, looking out over the magnificent kingdom that stretched as far as the eye could see. The Nile flowed majestically past the royal residence, its waters reflecting the first light of dawn. Egypt was at the height of its power and prosperity, with abundant harvests, thriving trade, and monuments that would stand for millennia as testaments to its greatness. But on this particular morning, Pharaoh was deeply troubled. For 2 nights in a row he had been visited by dreams so vivid and disturbing that they left him unable to rest. These were not ordinary dreams. They carried the weight of divine communication, the sense that the gods were trying to tell him something of vital importance. But what? The first dream had been strange and unsettling. Pharaoh had dreamed he was standing by the Nile when 7 cows, fat and sleek, came up out of the river and began grazing among the reeds. Then 7 other cows came up out of the river after them, but these were ugly and gaunt, more wasted and emaciated than any cattle Pharaoh had ever seen in all of Egypt. The ugly, gaunt cows ate up the 7 fat, sleek cows, but even after eating them, they looked just as ugly and gaunt as before. The second dream was equally mysterious. This time, Pharaoh saw 7 heads of grain growing on a single stalk, healthy and good. Then 7 other heads sprouted after them, but these were thin and scorched by the east wind. The thin heads of grain swallowed up the 7 healthy full heads. Pharaoh woke from each dream with a sense of foreboding that he could not shake. These dreams meant something, but what? He immediately called for all the magicians and wise men of Egypt, men who were trained in the ancient arts of dream interpretation and divine communication. They came quickly at their king's summons, eager to demonstrate their wisdom and earn royal favour. But as Pharaoh recounted his dreams to them, something unprecedented happened. These men, who had built their reputations on their ability to interpret dreams and divine the will of the gods, were completely baffled. They offered various theories and possibilities, but none of them carried the ring of truth. Pharaoh could sense their uncertainty, their fumbling attempts to provide answers they simply did not have. It was in this moment of royal frustration and growing anxiety that the chief cupbearer suddenly remembered something, or rather someone, he had forgotten for 2 long years. "Today I'm reminded of my shortcomings," the cupbearer said, approaching Pharaoh with obvious embarrassment. "Pharaoh was once angry with his servants, and he imprisoned me and the chief baker in the house of the captain of the guard. Each of us had a dream the same night, and each dream had a meaning of its own. Now a young Hebrew was there with us, a servant of the captain of the guard. We told him our dreams, and he interpreted them for us, giving each man the interpretation of his dream, and things turned out exactly as he interpreted them to us. I was restored to my position, and the other man was impaled." Pharaoh's eyes sharpened with interest. A Hebrew slave who could interpret dreams with perfect accuracy, when his own wise men were stumped. "Send for him immediately," Pharaoh commanded. Guards rushed to the prison and found Joseph. "Pharaoh wants to see you," they announced. "Quickly, make yourself presentable." Joseph could hardly believe what he was hearing. After more than a decade in Egypt, first as a slave, then as a prisoner, he was suddenly being summoned to appear before the most powerful man on earth. He shaved, changed his clothes, and tried to prepare himself mentally for whatever was about to happen. As Joseph was led into the royal presence, he could not help but be awed by the magnificence that surrounded him. The palace was a testament to Egypt's wealth and sophistication, with soaring columns, intricate carvings, and precious metals gleaming everywhere. Pharaoh himself sat on a throne that seemed to embody the power and mystery of the gods, dressed in robes that spoke of unimaginable authority. "I had a dream," Pharaoh said without preamble, "and no one can interpret it. But I have heard it said of you that when you hear a dream you can interpret it." Joseph's response revealed the humility and faith that had sustained him through all his trials. "I cannot do it," Joseph replied, "but God will give Pharaoh the answer he desires." This was a remarkable statement for several reasons. First, Joseph gave no credit to himself, acknowledging that any ability he had came from God. Second, he was confident that God would provide the interpretation, even though he had not yet heard the dreams. Third, he was willing to stand before the most powerful man on earth and speak about his Hebrew God, a courageous act that could have had serious consequences if Pharaoh had taken offense. Pharaoh proceeded to tell Joseph both of his dreams in detail, describing the fat and gaunt cows, the healthy and withered grain. As he spoke, Joseph listened with the same careful attention he had given to the dreams of his fellow prisoners years earlier. When Pharaoh finished, Joseph spoke with clarity and confidence that amazed everyone present. "The dreams of Pharaoh are one and the same," he said. "God has revealed to Pharaoh what he's about to do. The 7 good cows are 7 years, and the 7 good heads of grain are 7 years. It is one and the same dream. The 7 lean, ugly cows that came up afterward are 7 years, and so are the 7 worthless heads of grain scorched by the east wind. They are 7 years of famine." Joseph continued, his voice carrying the authority of divine revelation. It is just as I said to Pharaoh. God has shown Pharaoh what he's about to do. 7 years of great abundance are coming throughout the land of Egypt, but 7 years of famine will follow them. Then all the abundance in Egypt will be forgotten, and the famine will ravage the land. The abundance in the land will not be remembered, because the famine that follows it will be so severe. The reason the dream was given to Pharaoh in 2 forms is that the matter has been firmly decided by God, and God will do it soon. But Joseph did not stop with the interpretation. Drawing on his years of experience in administration and his natural wisdom, he offered practical advice for dealing with the crisis that was coming. And now let Pharaoh look for a discerning and wise man and put him in charge of the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh appoint commissioners over the land to take 1/5 of the harvest of Egypt during the 7 years of abundance. They should collect all the food of these good years that are coming and store up the grain under the authority of Pharaoh, to be kept in the cities for food. This food should be held in reserve for the country, to be used during the 7 years of famine that will come upon Egypt, so that the country may not be ruined by the famine. The plan was brilliant in its simplicity and scope. During the 7 years of abundance, Egypt would systematically store 1/5 of each harvest. This would require massive organisational skills, enormous storage facilities, and careful distribution networks. It would be one of the most ambitious administrative undertakings in human history. Pharaoh and his officials were amazed not only by the interpretation, which had the unmistakable ring of truth, but also by the comprehensive plan Joseph had outlined. Here was a man who could not only understand divine communication, but could also translate that understanding into practical action. "Can we find anyone like this man?" Pharaoh asked his officials. "One in whom is the Spirit of God?" Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Since God has made all this known to you, there is no one so discerning and wise as you. You shall be in charge of my palace, and all my people are to submit to your orders. Only with respect to the throne will I be greater than you." And so, in a single day, Joseph went from being a forgotten prisoner to being the second most powerful man in Egypt. Pharaoh took his signet ring from his finger and put it on Joseph's finger. He dressed him in robes of fine linen and put a gold chain around his neck. He had him ride in a chariot as his second in command, and people shouted before him, "Make way!" Pharaoh also gave Joseph an Egyptian name, Zaphenath-Paneah, and gave him Asenath, the daughter of Potiphera, priest of On, to be his wife. Joseph was 30 years old when he entered the service of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. 13 years had passed since his brothers had thrown him into that pit in Dothan. 13 years of slavery, false accusation, imprisonment, and being forgotten. But now those years of preparation were revealed as exactly that. Preparation for a responsibility that would affect not just Egypt, but the entire known world. As Joseph began his new role, organising the massive project of storing grain for the coming famine, he could not help but remember the dreams of his youth. The sheaves bowing down, the sun and moon and stars paying homage. Those dreams had seemed so impossible during the dark years of his trials. But now he was beginning to see how God had been weaving a story of redemption that was far grander than anything he could have imagined as a 17-year-old boy in his father's house. The 7 years of abundance began exactly as Joseph had predicted, and Egypt's harvests were more bountiful than anyone could remember. Under Joseph's careful supervision, vast storehouses were built in every city, and grain was collected and preserved on an unprecedented scale. The administrative system he designed was so efficient and comprehensive that it became a model for future generations. During this time, Joseph and his wife Asenath were blessed with 2 sons. He named the first Manasseh, saying, "It is because God has made me forget all my trouble and all my father's household." The second son he named Ephraim, saying, "It is because God has made me fruitful in the land of my suffering." These names revealed Joseph's heart. He was grateful for the blessing of forgetting the pain of his past, but he also recognized that God had made him fruitful precisely in the place where he had suffered most. His trials had not been meaningless. They had been the very soil in which his greatest purpose had grown. As the 7 years of abundance came to an end and the 7 years of famine began, Joseph's careful preparations proved their worth. While neighbouring countries struggled with crop failures and starvation, Egypt had grain in abundance. People came from all over the known world to buy food from Joseph, and Egypt became the lifeline for countless nations. The famine was severe throughout the world, and it reached even into the land of Canaan where Jacob lived with his family. When Jacob learned that there was grain in Egypt, he said to his sons, "Why do you just keep looking at each other? I have heard that there is grain in Egypt. Go down there and buy some for us so that we may live and not die." So 10 of Joseph's brothers went down to buy grain from Egypt. But Jacob did not send Benjamin, Joseph's younger brother, with the others because he feared that harm might come to him. Benjamin was now the only remaining son of his beloved Rachel, and Jacob could not bear the thought of losing him too. When Joseph's brothers arrived in Egypt and came before him to buy grain, they bowed down to him with their faces to the ground. Joseph recognized them immediately, but they did not recognize him. Here was the fulfillment of his boyhood dreams, his brothers bowing before him, but it came not with triumph, but with the weight of enormous responsibility. Joseph remembered his dreams about them, but he pretended to be a stranger and spoke harshly to them. "Where do you come from?" he demanded. "From the land of Canaan," they replied, "to buy food." Joseph accused them of being spies, testing them to see what kind of men they had become. Through a series of encounters, he kept Simeon as a prisoner and demanded that they bring Benjamin to prove their honesty. When they returned with Benjamin, Joseph's emotions nearly overwhelmed him, but he continued to test them. The final test came when Joseph had his silver cup planted in Benjamin's sack, then accused him of theft. When the cup was found, Joseph declared that Benjamin would become his slave. It was then that Judah, the same brother who had suggested selling Joseph years before, stepped forward and offered to take Benjamin's place as a slave, saying he could not bear to see his father's grief if Benjamin did not return. This act of selfless love broke Joseph's heart. His brothers had changed. The jealous, cruel men who had thrown him into a pit were now willing to sacrifice themselves for each other and for their father's happiness. Joseph could no longer control himself. He sent all his attendants away and revealed himself to his brothers. "I am Joseph. Is my father still living?" he said, weeping so loudly that the Egyptians heard him. His brothers were terrified, but Joseph reassured them, "Come close to me. I am your brother Joseph, the one you sold into Egypt. And now, do not be distressed and do not be angry with yourselves for selling me here, because it was to save lives that God sent me ahead of you. For 2 years now there has been famine in the land, and for the next 5 years there will be no ploughing and reaping. But God sent me ahead of you to preserve for you a remnant on earth, and to save your lives by a great deliverance. So then, it was not you who sent me here, but God." This was the heart of Joseph's story, not revenge, but redemption, not bitterness, but blessing. He had learned to see God's hand even in the betrayal and suffering he had endured. "You intended to harm me," he would later tell them, "but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Joseph brought his entire family to Egypt, where they were given the best land in Goshen. Jacob, who had mourned Joseph as dead for over 20 years, was reunited with his beloved son. The family was restored, the famine was survived, and the promises God had made to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob continued to unfold through their descendants. When Jacob died years later, Joseph's brothers feared that he might finally take revenge on them. But Joseph wept and said, "Don't be afraid. Am I in the place of God? You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. So then, don't be afraid. I will provide for you and your children." Joseph lived to be 110 years old, seeing his family multiply and prosper in Egypt. Before he died, he made his brothers promise that when God eventually led them back to the Promised Land, they would carry his bones with them. Even in death, Joseph's faith looked forward to the fulfillment of God's promises. Joseph's story teaches us that God can use even the worst circumstances to accomplish his greatest purposes. The pit prepared Joseph for the palace, but more importantly, it prepared his heart for forgiveness. His sufferings were not meaningless. They were the very experiences that shaped him into a man capable of saving nations and reconciling families. In our own lives, we may face betrayal, false accusations, forgotten promises, and years of waiting that seem endless. But Joseph's story reminds us that God is always working, even when we cannot see his hand. Our calling is not to understand his timeline, but to trust his character and remain faithful in whatever circumstances we find ourselves. The dreams God gives us may take decades to fulfill, and they may come to pass in ways we never expected. But his promises are sure, his purposes are good, and his love never fails. From the pit to the palace, from slavery to salvation, from betrayal to blessing. This is the pattern of redemption that runs through Joseph's story, and through our own lives when we place our trust in the God who makes all things work together for good. Rest well tonight, dear friends of Sacred Slumber, knowing that your story too is being written by a loving God who specialises in turning mourning into dancing, ashes into beauty, and the deepest valleys into the highest mountains of purpose and joy. Sweet dreams, and may you find peace in knowing that no matter what pit you may find yourself in today, God is already preparing your palace for tomorrow. Hello dear friends, and welcome to Sacred Slumber. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to connect with you for just a moment. How has your day treated you? Perhaps you're settling into evening wherever you are in the world, or maybe you're finding a quiet moment in the middle of your day to pause and breathe. Whether you're listening from a bustling city or a quiet countryside, from the mountains or by the sea, you are welcome here. What time is it where you are right now? Are you watching the sun set through your window, or perhaps the stars are already painting the sky above you? No matter where you find yourself in this beautiful world we share, you've found your way to this sacred space, and I'm so grateful you're here. If this story brings you peace tonight, I'd be honoured if you'd consider subscribing to Sacred Slumber. Your presence in our community means the world to us, and it helps us continue sharing these timeless stories that remind us of hope, faith, and the gentle strength that carries us through life's seasons. Now let's settle in together for tonight's story. Take a deep breath with me. Let your shoulders drop. Let your heart rest. Tonight, we journey to an ancient land, to a time of great drought and scarcity, where we'll meet a widow whose small act of faith would echo through the ages. This is the story of bread in the drought, the story of the widow of Zarephath. The sun beat down mercilessly on the cracked earth of Israel, its rays sharp as bronze swords piercing through air that shimmered with heat. Not a cloud had crossed the sky for months, and the land lay barren and broken, crying out for relief that would not come. This was the drought that Elijah had prophesied, the drought that would bring a proud king to his knees and teach a nation that there was still a God in Israel. Elijah moved like a shadow across the wilderness, his weathered feet finding paths where others saw only desolation. His dark hair hung long and wild, his beard streaked with dust from countless days of wandering. The rough camel's hair that wrapped around his lean frame had become his second skin, and the leather belt at his waist held the simple tools of a man who had learned to survive on little. But Elijah was no ordinary wanderer. He was a prophet of the Most High God, and his words had the power to shut up the heavens themselves. When he had stood before King Ahab in his glittering palace, surrounded by the false prophets of Baal and Asherah, Elijah had spoken with the authority of heaven itself. As the Lord, the God of Israel, lives, whom I serve, there will be neither dew nor rain in the next few years except at my word. Those words had sealed his fate as a fugitive. Ahab's rage had been swift and terrible, and Queen Jezebel's thirst for the prophet's blood was legendary throughout the land. So Elijah had fled, following the voice of God that whispered to him in the wind, that spoke to him in the silence of the wilderness, that guided his steps away from the palaces of men and toward the humble places where faith still flickered like a candle in the darkness. For months God had provided for his prophet in the most unlikely ways. By the brook Cherith, ravens had brought him bread and meat morning and evening, their black wings carrying sustenance from heaven itself. Elijah had learned to read the language of divine provision, to trust in a God who could command the birds of the air and the streams of the earth to serve his purposes. But as the drought deepened and the brook dried up, God's voice came to Elijah again, gentle but unmistakable. Go at once to Zarephath in the region of Sidon and stay there. I have directed a widow there to supply you with food. Zarephath. The name itself meant refining or smelting place, a fitting destination for a prophet who was learning daily what it meant to be refined by fire, to have the dross of self-reliance burned away until only faith remained. It was a small coastal town in Phoenicia, in what we now call Lebanon, far from the borders of Israel and the reach of Ahab's soldiers. As Elijah walked the dusty roads towards Zarephath, his mind turned over the peculiar nature of God's provision. Not to a wealthy merchant's house would he go, not to a palace or a place of abundance. God was sending him to a widow, a woman who in that ancient world would have been among the most vulnerable, the most likely to be in need herself. And she was a Gentile, a foreigner, one who did not worship the God of Israel. Yet this was how the Almighty worked, Elijah had learned. He chose the foolish things of the world to shame the wise, the weak things to shame the strong. He provided for his servants not through the expected channels of power and wealth, but through the humble offerings of those who had little to give but gave it anyway. The journey to Zarephath took Elijah through landscapes that told the story of the drought's devastation. Wells that had once bubbled with clear water stood empty, their stones exposed and cracking in the heat. Fields that should have been green with growing grain stretched out like brown parchment. The soil so hard it rang under his footsteps like pottery. Trees that had weathered centuries of seasons now stood leafless and dying, their branches reaching toward a pitiless sky like the arms of supplicants begging for mercy. In the villages he passed through, Elijah saw the human cost of the judgment he had pronounced. Children with hollow eyes clung to their mothers' skirts, their small faces etched with the premature wisdom that comes from knowing hunger. Men sat in the shade of buildings, their hands idle because there was no work to be done in fields that would not grow. Women walked great distances with empty water jars, returning with barely enough to wet their families' lips. Yet Elijah did not waver in his conviction that he had spoken truly the word of the Lord. This drought would serve its purpose in drawing the hearts of the people back to the God they had abandoned for the seductive promises of Baal, the god of storms and fertility who had proven powerless to bring rain when it was most needed. Sometimes the mercy of God looked like judgment, and the healing had to begin with the pain of truth. As he crested the final hill before Zarephath, Elijah could smell the salt of the Mediterranean Sea, could hear the distant cry of gulls wheeling over waters that mocked the thirsty land with their abundance. The town spread before him, small and unpretentious, its whitewashed buildings clustered around a modest marketplace. Smoke rose from only a few chimneys, and even here, far from Israel, the drought had left its mark in the form of empty gardens and worried faces. Elijah paused at the crest of the hill, looking down at the place where God had promised him provision. Somewhere in that humble town was a widow who would supply him with food, though she herself was surely struggling to survive. The prophet's heart stirred with curiosity and a deep sense of anticipation. What manner of woman would God choose for such a task? What kind of faith would he find in this foreign place? The sun was beginning its descent toward the western horizon as Elijah made his way down the hill and through the narrow streets of Zarephath. The town was quiet in the afternoon heat, most of its people taking shelter in the cool shadows of their homes. A few merchants sat listlessly beside their stalls, their wares meagre and their customers few. Children played half-heartedly in the dust, their games subdued by the oppressive weight of want that hung over everything like a heavy blanket. Elijah walked with purpose toward the town gate, the place where travellers traditionally stopped to rest and where the business of daily life was conducted. It was there, God had whispered to his spirit, that he would find the woman who would provide for him. As he approached the gate, his eyes searched the few people moving about in the late afternoon shadows, looking for a sign, a divine indication of which among them was the widow God had prepared. And then he saw her. She was gathering sticks near the city gate, her movements slow and deliberate, like someone conserving every ounce of strength for an essential task. Elijah knew immediately that this was the woman God had sent him to find, not through any dramatic sign or heavenly voice, but through the quiet certainty that settled in his spirit like dew on morning grass. The widow of Zarephath was neither young nor old, but somewhere in that indefinite middle season of life where hope and despair wage their daily battle in a woman's heart. Her dark hair was partially covered by a simple headscarf, and her clothes, though clean and carefully mended, spoke of years of making do with little. Her hands, as she bent to gather the dry branches scattered near the gate, were the hands of one who had worked hard for everything she had ever possessed. There was something in her posture, in the careful way she selected each stick and added it to her small bundle, that spoke of finality. These were not the movements of someone gathering fuel for many meals to come, but of someone preparing for a last act, a final ceremony before surrendering to whatever fate awaited. Elijah approached her slowly, not wanting to startle her. In her concentration on her task, she had not yet noticed the travel-worn prophet making his way toward her. When she finally looked up, her eyes registered first surprise, then the wary caution of a woman who had learned to be careful around strangers. "Peace be with you," Elijah said gently, his voice carrying the warmth of one who understood what it meant to be far from home and dependent on the kindness of others. The widow straightened, still holding her bundle of sticks against her chest like a shield. "And with you, traveller," she replied, her voice soft but tinged with the wariness of one who had little left to lose and could therefore afford few mistakes. Elijah gestured toward the well that stood near the gate, its depths long since dry, but its stone rim still serving as a place for travellers to rest. "Could you bring me a little water in a jar so I may have a drink?" The request was simple enough, the kind of hospitality that travellers routinely requested and that kind hearts routinely provided. But as the widow looked toward the well, Elijah saw something flicker across her face, a shadow of pain that told him water too had become precious in this place. Still she nodded. "I will see what I can do," she said, and began to turn away to fulfill his request. But Elijah's voice stopped her. "And bring me, please, a piece of bread." The words hung in the air between them like a bridge that could either be crossed or burned. The widow turned back to face him, and now Elijah could see the full weight of her circumstances written in the lines around her eyes, in the slight tremor of her hands as she clutched her bundle of sticks more tightly. "As surely as the Lord your God lives," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "I don't have any bread, only a handful of flour in a jar and a little olive oil in a jug. I am gathering a few sticks to take home and make a meal for myself and my son, that we may eat it and die." The words struck Elijah's heart like physical blows. Here was not abundance hiding behind false modesty, not plenty disguised as poverty. Here was the raw truth of scarcity, spoken with the quiet dignity of one who had already made peace with her fate. This woman was preparing her last meal, gathering these few sticks to kindle a final fire that would cook the final handful of flour into one last piece of bread for herself and her child. In her simple statement, Elijah heard echoes of every widow's story, every mother's nightmare. She had watched her resources dwindle day by day, week by week, had portioned out ever smaller meals until there was nothing left to portion. Now she'd reached the end of her rope, the bottom of her jar, the last of her oil. She'd perhaps spent sleepless nights calculating and recalculating, hoping against hope that somehow her meagre supplies would stretch just one more day, one more meal. And here was a stranger, a foreign prophet, asking her to share even this last morsel. Elijah looked into her eyes and saw not just physical hunger, but the deeper starvation of hope deferred, of prayers that seemed to fall on deaf ears, of a God who had seemed absent in her hour of greatest need. Yet he also saw something else, something that made his heart leap with recognition. He saw faith. Not the bold, declarative faith of those who had much to lose, but the quiet, desperate faith of those who had nothing left but trust. The prophet's next words would either build a bridge of hope or collapse the last foundation of this woman's world. He chose them carefully, knowing that he was not speaking merely his own thoughts, but carrying a message from the heart of God himself. "Don't be afraid," Elijah said, his voice gentle but filled with an authority that seemed to come from somewhere beyond himself. "Go home and do as you have said, but first make a small loaf of bread for me from what you have and bring it to me, and then make something for yourself and your son." The widow's eyes widened. Was this stranger mad? Was he so callous, so utterly without compassion, that he would ask a dying woman to feed him before she fed her own child? The request seemed to defy every principle of human decency, every natural law of survival and maternal love. But Elijah was not finished speaking. "For this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says, the jar of flour will not be used up, and the jug of oil will not run dry until the day the Lord sends rain on the land." The promise hung in the air like morning mist, beautiful and insubstantial, the kind of words that could either transform a life or break a heart with false hope. The widow stared at this strange prophet with his wild hair and sun-darkened skin, this man who claimed to speak for the God of Israel, a foreign deity she had heard of but never worshipped. How could she possibly believe such a thing? How could a handful of flour become an endless supply? How could a few drops of oil multiply like the stars of heaven? Every practical bone in her body, every lesson learned through years of careful management and hard-won survival, told her this was impossible. Yet something in Elijah's eyes, something in the quiet confidence with which he spoke these impossible words, awakened an echo in her heart. Perhaps it was the memory of childhood stories her grandmother had told, tales of gods and miracles from the ancient days. Perhaps it was the sheer desperation of a mother who would try anything, believe anything, if it meant one more day of life for her son. Or perhaps it was something deeper, something that recognized in this weathered prophet's promise the voice of the same divine love that had sustained her through every previous trial, that had somehow always provided just enough, just when she needed it most, until now. The widow looked down at her bundle of sticks, then back at Elijah. She thought of her son waiting at home, trusting her to return with enough fuel to cook their final meal. She thought of the empty jar that had once held pounds of flour, now scraped clean except for that last precious handful. She thought of the oil jug that had once gurgled with golden liquid, now holding barely enough to moisten the flour into dough. And then she thought of something else, the strange peace that had settled over her heart as Elijah spoke his impossible promise. It was not the peace of understanding, for she understood nothing of what he proposed. It was not the peace of certainty, for everything in her circumstances screamed that his words were foolishness. It was the peace of surrender, the peace that comes when one has exhausted all human possibilities and stands at the edge of mystery, ready to step into the unknown. "I will do as you have said," she whispered, her voice carrying the weight of a decision that would echo through all eternity. The walk back to her small home felt both eternal and instantaneous to the widow. Each step carried her further from the safety of reasonable despair and closer to the dangerous territory of hope. The bundle of sticks in her arm seemed to grow heavier with each pace, not because of their weight, but because of what they represented, the fuel for a miracle she dared not quite believe in, yet could not quite dismiss. Her house stood at the end of a narrow alley, its walls built of the same white stone as most of the buildings in Zarephath, its roof flat and practical. It was small but carefully maintained, the kind of home that spoke of pride surviving in the face of poverty. A few clay pots stood near the doorway, empty now except for the dust that had settled in them during the long months of drought. As she approached her door, the widow could hear movement inside, the soft sounds of her son moving about in the dim interior. He was perhaps 10 years old, still young enough to trust completely in his mother's ability to provide, yet old enough to understand the gravity of their situation. He had not complained when the meals grew smaller and less frequent, had not questioned why she sometimes gave him her portion while claiming she wasn't hungry. Now she would have to explain to him that she was going to give away their last food to a stranger. The door opened with a soft creak of wood that had swollen and shrunk through many seasons. Inside, the house was cool and shadowy, a welcome relief from the blazing heat of the afternoon sun. Her son looked up from where he sat near the window his young face brightening at her return. "Did you find enough wood, Mother?" he asked, his voice carrying the careful optimism of a child who'd learned not to expect too much, but could not quite stop hoping. The widow set down her bundle of sticks and looked around the familiar space of her home. Everything was clean and in its place, though there was precious little to arrange. A few cooking vessels, some worn but serviceable garments, a small table, sleeping mats that she rolled up each morning and spread each evening. The jar of flour sat in the corner where she always kept it, and beside it the small jug of oil. Her son followed her gaze to the corner where their last provisions waited. He had watched those containers grow emptier day by day, had seen his mother peer into them each morning with expressions that grew more worried as the contents diminished. He knew, with the intuitive wisdom that children possess, that today would be their last day of having anything to eat. "Mother," he said again, sensing something different in her manner, something that hadn't been there when she left to gather the wood. The widow moved to the corner and lifted the flour jar, feeling the pitiful weight of what remained inside. Then she picked up the oil jug, tilting it slightly to gauge how little was left. The sound of the oil moving in the nearly empty vessel was like a whisper, like the last breath of hope dying away. But then she remembered Elijah's words, remembered the strange certainty in his voice when he spoke of jars that would not empty and jugs that would not run dry. She remembered the peace that had settled over her heart when she agreed to his impossible request. "My son," she said gently, kneeling beside him so they were at eye level, "something wonderful and strange has happened today. A prophet of the God of Israel has come to our town, and he has asked me to share our food with him." The boy's eyes widened. "Our food? But Mother, we only have enough for one meal, yes," she finished for him. "I know, but this prophet, his name is Elijah, has promised me something that seems impossible. He says that if I feed him first, then our jar of flour will not be used up, and our jug of oil will not run dry until the day the Lord sends rain on the land." The child stared at his mother, processing this information with the serious concentration of one who had learned that adult decisions often determined whether children lived or died. "Do you believe him, Mother?" It was such a simple question, but it cut to the heart of everything. Did she believe? Could she stake their lives on the promise of a foreign prophet? Could she risk her son's survival on words that defied every law of nature she had ever observed? The widow was quiet for a long moment, looking into her son's trusting eyes. Then she smiled, and it was the first real smile that had crossed her face in months. "I don't know if I believe him with my mind, my son, but my heart tells me that we have nothing left to lose, and perhaps everything to gain. Sometimes faith means stepping forward when you cannot see the path." She stood and moved toward the corner where their supplies waited. "Help me build a fire, and we will make bread for the prophet first, as he asked. And then we will see what the God of Israel will do for a widow and her son in Zarephath." The boy nodded solemnly and began arranging the sticks his mother had gathered while she prepared to perform what might be either an act of supreme faith or supreme foolishness. The distinction, she realized, might not matter as much as she had thought. Working together, they built a small fire outside their door, the flames dancing bright against the darkening sky. The widow poured water into her mixing bowl, then opened the flour jar and looked inside. The handful that remained seemed pitifully small, barely enough for one small loaf, certainly not enough for 2 meals as Elijah had promised. But she had given her word, and more than that, she had felt something stir in her heart when the prophet spoke. Perhaps it was only desperation disguised as faith, but it was all she had to offer. Carefully, reverently, she poured half of the remaining flour into her bowl. Then she tilted the oil jug and let a few precious drops fall into the mixture. The oil gleamed golden in the firelight, and she found herself thinking of ancient stories, half-remembered tales of gods who provided for their people in miraculous ways. As she mixed the flour and oil with water, kneading the small portion of dough with practiced hands, the widow felt a strange sense of ceremony settling over the simple task. This was no ordinary bread-making. This was an act of faith performed in the face of impossible circumstances a leap into the unknown guided only by the promise of a prophet and the whisper of hope in her own heart. The dough came together under her hands, soft and elastic despite the small amount of oil. She shaped it into a small round loaf and placed it on the flat stone they used for baking, setting it carefully over the coals. The bread began to bake, filling the evening air with the ancient comforting aroma of grain transformed by fire. As they waited for the bread to cook, the widow and her son sat quietly by the fire. The boy leaned against his mother's side and she wrapped her arm around him, holding him close. Whatever happened next, whatever the morning would bring, they had this moment of peace together. When the bread was finished, golden and warm from the stones, the widow wrapped it carefully in a clean cloth and stood. "I will take this to the prophet now," she told her son. "While I am gone, keep the fire burning. When I return, we'll make our own bread and see if the promise holds true." The walk back to the city gate seemed shorter this time, though the weight of what she carried felt immeasurable. This small loaf represented everything she had left in the world, the last of her resources, the final hedge against starvation. She was literally carrying her life in her hands, offering it to a stranger based on nothing more than his word. Elijah was waiting where she had left him, sitting quietly in the gathering dusk. When he saw her approaching with the wrapped bread, his face lit up with a smile that transformed his austere features. It was not the smile of one who had expected to be obeyed, but of one who was genuinely moved by the sacrifice he was witnessing. "Thank you," he said simply as she placed the bread in his hands. "What you have done requires more courage than facing down armies or calling fire from heaven. You have chosen to trust when you had every reason to doubt." The widow watched as he unwrapped the bread, still warm and fragrant from the fire. "I pray your God honours your promise, prophet. My son and I have nothing left but this hope you have given us." Elijah broke the bread and ate it slowly, savouring each bite not just for its nourishment but for what it represented. "He will honour it," the prophet said with quiet certainty. "Go home now and prepare your own meal. The jar of flour will not be empty." As the widow walked home through the darkening streets of Zarephath, she felt as though she were walking through a dream. Had she really just given away their last food to a stranger? Had she really staked everything on the promise of a foreign god? The practical part of her mind screamed that she had made the most foolish decision of her life. But another part of her, a deeper part that had been silent for so long she had almost forgotten it existed, whispered that she had just participated in something holy, something that would echo through eternity. She'd chosen faith over fear, trust over self-preservation, hope over despair. Now she would discover whether faith was strong enough to fill an empty jar. The widow's hands trembled slightly as she reached for the flour jar upon returning home. Her son sat by the fire, his young face illuminated by the dancing flames, watching his mother with the intense attention of one whose very life hung in the balance of what would happen next. The jar felt the same in her hands as it had an hour before, neither heavier nor lighter. There was no external sign that anything miraculous had occurred, no glow of divine presence, no heavenly music announcing supernatural intervention, just a simple clay vessel that might contain their salvation or their final disappointment. The widow closed her eyes for a moment, offering a wordless prayer to whatever divine power might be listening. Then she lifted the jar and looked inside. The flour was there, not overflowing, not abundant, but there. The same handful that had been there before, perhaps even a little more. Enough for another small loaf of bread, enough for one more meal. The widow blinked, wondering if her desperate hope was playing tricks on her vision. She reached into the jar with trembling fingers, feeling the soft texture of the flour, confirming that it was real and not some mirage born of starvation and desperation. "Mother," her son whispered, seeing the wonder in her expression. "Is it true? Is the flour still there?" "It's still here," she replied, her voice filled with amazement. "There's enough for our bread." With reverent hands, she measured out flour for their evening meal, leaving what appeared to be the same small amount in the bottom of the jar. Then she reached for the oil jug, tilting it carefully to pour just enough to bind the flour into dough. The oil flowed golden and pure, and when she set the jug aside, it still contained what seemed to be the same small amount it had held before. As she mixed their bread, the widow felt as though she were participating in something beyond the natural order of things. Each movement of her hands felt sacred, each ingredient holy. This was not just food preparation. This was communion with the divine, a daily miracle made manifest through the simple elements of flour and oil and fire. The bread they ate that night tasted different somehow, though it was made from the same ingredients as countless other loaves she had baked over the years. It tasted of hope, of promise, of a future that extended beyond the next meal. As they shared the warm bread in the light of their small fire, the widow and her son spoke in hushed tones, as if they were in the presence of something too wonderful to fully comprehend. That night, as the widow spread their sleeping mats and prepared for rest, she found herself looking repeatedly toward the corner where the flour jar and oil jug sat. Would they still contain their precious contents in the morning, or would she wake to find them empty, the miracle revealed as nothing more than a cruel dream? But when dawn broke over Zarephath, painting the walls of her small home with gentle rose-coloured light, the widow's first sight was of the flour jar sitting exactly where she had left it. With her heart pounding, she crept quietly across the room, not wanting to wake her son until she knew whether their hope would survive the night. The flour was there, the oil was there, enough for another day, another meal, another small victory against the spectre of starvation that had haunted their home for so long. And so began a rhythm that would sustain them through the long months of drought that followed. Each morning, the widow would check the jar and jug with a mixture of faith and anxiety, never quite able to take the miracle for granted, always amazed to find their supplies replenished. Each day she would measure out enough for their daily bread, always careful to leave something behind, always trusting that tomorrow would bring the same mysterious provision. Word of the miracle did not spread through Zarephath, for the widow was a careful woman who understood that some blessings were meant to be treasured quietly, rather than proclaimed from rooftops. She continued her daily routines, drawing water when it could be found, tending to her small home, caring for her son. To her neighbours, she appeared to be surviving the drought no better or worse than anyone else. But those who knew her well began to notice subtle changes. The hollow look of desperate hunger faded from her eyes. Her son grew stronger rather than weaker as the drought continued. There was a peace about her that seemed strange in such difficult times, a quiet confidence that suggested she had found a source of strength that the drought could not touch. Elijah became a regular visitor to their home, though he was careful to come and go discreetly, not wanting to draw attention that might put the widow and her son in danger. The prophet had found lodging in a small room at the edge of town, but he took many of his meals with the family he'd come to think of as his own. The widow always set a place for him at their modest table, always insisted that there was enough to share. As the weeks turned to months, the relationship between the prophet, the widow and her son deepened into something resembling family. Elijah told them stories of his travels, of the wonders he had seen, and the voice of God he had learned to recognize in wind and whisper. The widow shared the wisdom she had gleaned from years of making do with little, of finding joy in simple things, of holding on to hope when circumstances suggested it was foolish to do so. The boy, who had initially been shy around the imposing prophet, gradually warmed to Elijah's gentle nature and began to see him as something between a grandfather and a teacher. Elijah taught him to read the Hebrew alphabet, to recognize the patterns of weather and season, to understand that the God of Israel was not just a God of the Israelites, but a God who cared for all his children, regardless of their nationality or circumstances. Through it all, the miracle continued. Day after day, week after week, month after month, the jar of flour did not become empty, and the jug of oil did not run dry. Sometimes the widow would peer into the containers and see what appeared to be exactly the same amount as the day before. Other times there seemed to be a little more, as if the divine provider had sensed their need for extra sustenance, or simply wanted to remind them of his abundant love. The miracle was not one of overwhelming abundance. The widow never found her home suddenly filled with grain sacks or her courtyard overflowing with amphorae of oil. The provision was measured, daily, sufficient. It was the miracle of enough, enough for today, enough for now, enough to take the next step in faith. As the months passed, the widow began to understand that she was living in the midst of a parable, a living illustration of how divine providence works in the world. God did not promise to fill her storehouses with abundance, but he promised that each day would bring what was needed for that day. It was a lesson in trust, in living one day at a time, in believing that the same power that provided today would provide tomorrow. The drought continued to devastate the land around them. Wells dried up completely, rivers became cracked beds of stone, crops failed utterly. Neighbouring towns reported widespread famine, and travellers brought stories of desperation and death from across the region. Yet in the small home at the end of the narrow alley in Zarephath, a widow and her son and a prophet of God continued to eat bread each day, sustained by flour that did not diminish and oil that did not fail. There were moments when the widow found herself wondering if she was dreaming, if the whole experience was some elaborate fantasy created by a mind pushed to the brink by starvation. But then she would see Elijah's weathered face across their simple table, would hear her son's laughter as he played in the courtyard, would taste the reality of the bread in her mouth, and she would know that she was living in the midst of the miraculous. The widow learned to live with wonder as her constant companion. Each morning brought the possibility of disappointment, yet each morning brought instead the confirmation of promise kept. She learned that faith was not a single dramatic leap, but a daily choice to trust, a daily decision to act on belief rather than sight. As the seasons cycled and the drought persisted, the widow's faith deepened from desperate hope to quiet confidence. She had seen the faithfulness of God demonstrated not in spectacular signs and wonders, but in the daily grace of provision, in the steady reliability of a promise kept day after day after day. Her son, too, was changed by their experience. The boy who had faced starvation learned that he served a God who provided for his children, who noticed the needs of the small and insignificant, who could be trusted to keep his word even when all evidence suggested otherwise. The lessons he learned at his mother's table, watching flour and oil multiply through divine grace, would shape his understanding of faith for the rest of his life. And Elijah found his own faith strengthened as he witnessed the widow's daily trust. This foreign woman, this Gentile who had no obligation to believe in the God of Israel, demonstrated a quality of faith that put many of his own countrymen to shame. She trusted not because she understood, but because she chose to believe. She obeyed not because the path was clear, but because she was willing to walk into mystery. The miracle of the flour and oil became more than mere physical provision. It became a daily sacrament, a reminder that the God who made the universe was intimately involved in the details of their lives. Every meal was a communion, every shared bread a celebration of divine faithfulness. Through it all, the rhythm of ordinary life continued. The widow swept her floors, mended their clothes, drew what water could be found. Her son played with other children when energy permitted, helped with household tasks, grew taller and stronger despite the famine that surrounded them. Elijah prayed, studied, taught, and waited for the word of the Lord that would eventually send him back to Israel to confront the king and end the drought. But in the quiet moments, when the work was done and the evening meal was finished and they sat together in the glow of their small fire, all three understood that they were witnessing something eternal. They were living proof that God's love extends beyond the boundaries of nation and tribe, that his provision flows to all who trust him, and that faith the size of a mustard seed can move mountains of impossibility. The widow would often reflect on that first day when Elijah had asked for her last handful of flour. She had stood at the crossroads between fear and faith, between holding tight to what little she had and releasing it into the hands of an unknown God. Her choice to trust, to give when she had nothing left to give, had opened the door to a miracle that sustained not just her body, but her soul. As the months passed, other miracles followed. The widow's health improved, her son grew strong, and their small home became a beacon of hope in a drought-stricken land. Neighbours began to notice that this family seemed to weather the crisis better than most, though they never suspected the divine intervention that made it possible. Elijah taught them that true wealth was not measured in the size of one's storehouses, but in the faithfulness of one's provider. The widow learned that obedience to God's word, even when it seemed to contradict human wisdom, always led to blessing. Her son discovered that the God of Israel was also his God, that divine love knew no boundaries of race or nationality. Years later, when the drought finally ended, and rain fell once again on the parched earth, the widow would remember these days as the most precious of her life, not because they were easy, but because they were holy. In her poverty she had discovered riches. In her weakness she had found strength. In her emptiness she had encountered the fullness of God's love. The jar of flour never ran empty until the day the rains came. The jug of oil never ran dry until the crisis passed. And the faith that began with a handful of flour and a desperate prayer grew into a testimony that would echo through generations, reminding all who heard it that God's provision is always sufficient, His timing always perfect, and His love always faithful. In the quiet of your own heart tonight, as you rest in the peace of this ancient story, remember the widow's courage. Remember that sometimes faith looks like giving when you have nothing left to give, trusting when you cannot see the way forward, believing when all evidence suggests you should despair. Remember that the same God who provided for a widow in Zarephath provides for you today. He sees your needs, knows your fears, and holds your tomorrow in His hands. Sleep now in the assurance that His love surrounds you, His grace sustains you, and His faithfulness will carry you through every season of your life. The jar of flour will not be empty, the jug of oil will not run dry, and the God who multiplied a widow's faith will multiply yours as well, one day at a time, one meal at a time, one breath at a time. Rest well, dear friend. Tomorrow brings new mercies, fresh provision, and the continued unfolding of God's perfect plan for your life. Like the widow of Zarephath, you can trust that there will always be enough. As we close this sacred story tonight, let your heart rest in the truth that the same God who provided for the widow provides for you. In your own seasons of scarcity, whether of resources or hope or strength, remember that divine provision often comes not as abundance but as enough. Enough for today, enough for now. Enough to take the next step in faith. The widow's miracle was not that her cupboards overflowed, but that they never emptied. Sometimes God's greatest gift is not more, but sufficient. Not wealth, but provision. Not ease, but sustenance for the journey. Sleep now, knowing that the Keeper of Israel neither slumbers nor sleeps, and that His eye is upon you with the same loving attention He showed to a foreign widow in an ancient town. Your jar will not be empty. Your jug will not run dry. His faithfulness endures forever. Rest well, dear soul, rest well. Hello, dear friends, and welcome to Sacred Slumber. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know, how has your day been? Whether it's evening where you are, or perhaps the middle of the night, or even early morning on the other side of the world, you are so welcome here. What time is it in your corner of the world right now? And where are you listening from tonight? Whether you're in a bustling city or a quiet countryside, in the mountains or by the ocean, you belong in this peaceful space we're creating together. If this is your first time with us, welcome to our community of seekers finding rest in ancient wisdom. And if you're returning, thank you for being part of this journey. Don't forget to subscribe to Sacred Slumber so you never miss these moments of peace and reflection that we share together. Now let's settle in as we travel back to ancient Israel, to a time of prophets and miracles, to discover a story about trust, provision, and the surprising ways that hope can multiply in our darkest hours. The morning sun cast long shadows across the dusty village streets, but Miriam barely noticed its warmth. She stood in the doorway of her small stone house, watching her 2 young sons sleep on their woven mats, their faces peaceful in the golden light. For a moment she allowed herself to pretend that everything was as it had been before the illness took her husband, before the debts mounted like stones upon her chest, before the collectors began their visits with increasingly stern voices and hardening faces. But pretending was a luxury she could no longer afford. The sound of approaching footsteps made her stomach clench with familiar dread. She knew that measured pace, those heavy sandals against the packed earth. The debt collectors had returned, and this time she knew they would not leave empty-handed. Miriam's husband, Obadiah, had been a good man, a servant in the school of prophets, devoted to following Elisha and learning the ways of the Lord. But goodness, she had learned, did not always translate to prosperity. When the drought had stretched on for months, when the harvest had failed, Obadiah had borrowed money to keep food on their table and oil in their lamps. He had been certain that better times were coming, that the Lord would provide as he always had. Then the fever came, swift and merciless, taking Obadiah before the rains returned, before the debts could be repaid, before he could see his sons grow into men. Now 3 men stood at her threshold, their faces grim with business. The lead collector, a man named Josiah with calculating eyes and soft hands that had never known hard labour, stepped forward. "Miriam, widow of Obadiah," he announced formally, though they all knew each other's names in this small village. "The time for payment has come and gone. Your husband's debts must be settled." Miriam's throat felt as dry as sand. "Please, I have explained our situation. I am a widow with nothing. Give me more time, and I will find a way." "Time is a luxury that costs money," Josiah interrupted, his voice neither cruel nor kind, simply matter-of-fact. "We have been patient, but patience does not feed our families, or pay our own obligations. The law is clear about what must be done when debts cannot be paid." Behind him, the other 2 men shifted uncomfortably. They knew what came next, and while they might not relish it, they would not hesitate to carry out what the law demanded. "Your sons," Josiah continued, his eyes flicking toward the doorway where the boys still slept. "They will come with us. 7 years of service will settle your husband's debt. It is more merciful than we are required to be." The words hit Miriam like a physical blow. She gripped the door frame to keep from falling, her knuckles white against the worn wood. 7 years. Her sons were only 8 and 10 years old. By the time they returned, they would be grown men who barely remembered their mother's face. "No," she whispered, then louder. "No, please. They're all I have left. There must be another way." But even as she spoke, she knew the futility of her words. She had nothing of value to offer. No jewellery, no livestock, no land. The house itself belonged to her husband's brother, who had graciously allowed her to remain but could offer no financial help of his own. "I will give you until tomorrow morning to say your goodbyes," Josiah said, and there was perhaps the smallest note of sympathy in his voice. "We will return at sunrise." As the men walked away, their sandals raising small clouds of dust that caught the morning light, Miriam sank to her knees in the doorway. The weight of hopelessness pressed down upon her like a stone, threatening to crush what little breath remained in her lungs. Her sons stirred behind her, waking to another day they assumed would be like all the others. Simple, poor perhaps, but together. How could she tell them that their childhood was about to end? How could she explain that the law that was meant to protect would now tear their family apart? But as the sun climbed higher, and the reality of her situation settled like dust around her, Miriam remembered something her husband used to say when times were difficult. "When we have nowhere else to turn, we can always turn upward." Obadiah had learned this truth in his years following the prophet Elisha, and even in death, his faith whispered to her across the veil of grief. Elisha. The prophet was still in the region, still teaching and performing the wonders that had made him famous throughout Israel and beyond. If anyone could help her, if anyone might know a way where there seemed to be no way, it would be the man of God who had been her husband's teacher and guide. Miriam rose to her feet, dust falling from her simple brown robe. She looked back at her sons, now awake and eating the last of their bread, with the unconscious contentment of children who trust that tomorrow will somehow provide for itself. "Aaron, Micah," she called softly, "I must go into the village. Stay close to home and watch out for each other." The boys nodded, accustomed to their mother's brief errands, unaware that she was about to embark on a journey that would either save their family or confirm their worst fears. As Miriam walked through the village streets, her heart hammered against her ribs like a caged bird. The prophet Elisha was known to be staying with a family on the far side of the village, and with each step she rehearsed what she would say, how she would explain their desperate situation without sounding like she was demanding a miracle. But by the time she reached the modest house where Elisha was lodging, all her carefully planned words had evaporated like morning dew. She stood at the gate, paralyzed by the enormity of what she was about to ask and the crushing possibility that even a prophet might not be able to help her. The courtyard was quiet except for the gentle murmur of voices from within the house. Miriam could see Elisha through the open doorway, seated on a low cushion with several young men gathered around him, students perhaps, or local villagers seeking wisdom. His presence was immediately recognizable, not because of any physical grandeur, but because of a quality of stillness that seemed to radiate from him like heat from a hearth. Miriam had seen the prophet before, of course. In a village this small, everyone knew when such a significant figure was present. She had watched from a distance as people brought their sick children for healing, their troubled hearts for counsel, their impossible situations for divine intervention. But she had never imagined herself among their number, never thought her own need would drive her to such a desperate act. A woman emerged from the house, evidently the hostess, and noticed Miriam standing uncertainly at the gate. "Can I help you, sister?" the woman asked kindly, but there was a protective quality in her voice. She had probably dealt with many people seeking the prophet's attention. Before Miriam could answer, Elisha's voice came from within. "Let her come. The Lord has brought her here for a reason." The woman's expression immediately softened, and she gestured for Miriam to enter. "Come, the prophet will see you." Miriam's legs felt unsteady as she crossed the threshold. The young men who had been listening to Elisha's teaching respectfully moved aside, creating a space for her to approach. The prophet's eyes, kind but penetrating, met hers, and she felt as though he could see not just her present desperation, but the entire story of her life written in her face. "You're Obadiah's widow," Elisha said gently. It was not a question. Miriam nodded, surprised that he knew her by sight. "Yes, my lord. I am Miriam. Your husband was a faithful servant, both to the Lord and to this community. His loss has been felt by many." Elisha's words were spoken with genuine warmth, and Miriam felt tears prick at her eyes, partly from grief that was still fresh, partly from gratitude that someone remembered her husband's worth. "Thank you, my lord," she managed, "but I have come because—" The words stuck in her throat like thorns. How did one ask a holy man to solve what seemed unsolvable? "Speak freely, daughter. What troubles you?" The kindness in his voice broke through her restraint like water through a cracked dam. The whole story poured out: the debts, the collectors, the threat to take her sons, the sunrise deadline that loomed like an executioner's blade. She spoke of her husband's faithful service, of their family's long devotion to the Lord, of her complete bewilderment at how faithfulness could lead to such devastating circumstances. When she finished, the courtyard was silent except for the distant sound of children playing in another street, a sound that reminded Miriam acutely of what she stood to lose. Elisha listened without interruption, his expression grave but not hopeless. When she fell silent, he sat quietly for a moment, as though listening to a voice only he could hear. Finally he spoke. "Tell me, what do you have in your house?" The question caught Miriam off guard. What did she have? The very essence of her problem was that she had nothing. No money, no valuables, no resources with which to pay her debts, or provide for her family. "Nothing, my lord," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I have nothing at all." But Elisha's gaze remained steady, patient. "Look again. What do you have in your house?" Miriam searched her memory, walking through their small home in her mind. A few pieces of simple furniture, some clay pots, worn clothing, sleeping mats. Nothing of any value. Certainly nothing that could solve a debt large enough to require 7 years of servitude to repay. Then she remembered. There is a small jar of olive oil," she said hesitantly. "Just a little. Barely enough for a few meals." She almost apologized for mentioning something so insignificant, but the prophet's face had changed. There was something in his expression now, not quite a smile, but a kind of quiet intensity that made the air in the courtyard feel charged with possibility. "A jar of oil," Elisha repeated thoughtfully. How much oil? Very little, my lord. Perhaps enough to fill a cup, no more. The prophet nodded slowly, as though this small detail was exactly what he had been hoping to hear. He stood up, his movements deliberate and purposeful. Here is what you must do, he said, his voice carrying the authority of someone who spoke not just his own words, but those of the Almighty. Go to all your neighbours, not just the ones nearby, but throughout the village. Ask them to lend you their empty jars and vessels. Don't ask for just a few. Collect as many as you can carry. Miriam blinked in confusion. Empty jars? What good would empty vessels do when her problem was that she had nothing to fill them with? I don't understand, my lord. If I had oil to fill jars, I would not be in this position. Understanding comes after obedience, not before, Elisha said, but his tone was gentle, not reproving. Trust in the Lord's provision, even when his ways seem strange to our human reasoning. He continued with his instructions. When you have gathered the empty vessels, go into your house with your sons. Close the door. This miracle is not for the curious eyes of the neighbours, but for the desperate faith of a mother. Then take your small jar of oil and begin to pour. Pour into what, my lord? Into the empty jars. Pour until they are full. The instruction seemed impossible, even absurd. How could she pour from a nearly empty jar into multiple vessels? The physical laws that governed their world simply didn't work that way. But as Miriam looked into the prophet's eyes, she saw something that gave her pause. Not madness, not delusion, but absolute certainty. This was a man who had seen the impossible become routine, who had learned to expect miracles the way others expected sunrise. Do you trust me? Elisha asked simply. Miriam thought of her sons, sleeping peacefully this morning while she faced the possibility of never tucking them in again. She thought of her husband's faith, unwavering even in illness, even in poverty, even at the end. She thought of the alternative, doing nothing, accepting defeat, watching her children be led away at sunrise. Yes, my lord, I trust you. Then go. The Lord will not fail you. As Miriam prepared to leave, one of the young men who had been listening spoke up. Master, shouldn't we accompany her? Help her carry the vessels. But Elisha shook his head. This work must be hers alone. Faith cannot be borrowed or carried by another. It must be exercised by the one who needs the miracle. Walking back through the village streets, Miriam felt as though she were in a dream, or perhaps more accurately, as though she had just awakened from the nightmare of the past few months into a reality where impossible things might be possible. The prophet's instructions echoed in her mind. Collect empty jars, as many as possible, then pour from her nearly empty vessel into them. It made no earthly sense. But then again, neither did most of the stories she had heard about Elisha and his master Elijah before him. Prophets who had called down fire from heaven, raised the dead, and fed multitudes with meagre supplies. Perhaps the very impossibility of the instruction was itself a sign that she was about to witness something beyond the natural order. Her first stop was at the house of her neighbour Sarah, an elderly woman who had been kind to Miriam since Obadiah's death, often sharing vegetables from her garden when she had none to spare. Sarah, Miriam called softly at the gate, may I speak with you? The older woman emerged, wiping flour from her hands on her apron. Of course, child. You look different somehow. Is everything well? Miriam almost laughed at the question. Nothing was well, and yet somehow everything felt different than it had this morning. I need to ask a favour. Do you have any empty jars or vessels that I might borrow? Sarah's eyebrows rose in surprise. Empty jars? Whatever for? How could Miriam explain without sounding like she had lost her mind? The prophet Elisha has given me instructions. I need to gather as many empty containers as I can. To her credit, Sarah didn't ask for further explanation. In a community where prophets occasionally walked among them, people had learned that divine instructions often defied human logic. I have several clay jars that I use for storing grain, but they're empty now since the harvest was so poor. You're welcome to them. Let me help you carry them. As they loaded the vessels into Miriam's arms, Sarah's expression grew concerned. Miriam, the whole village knows about your situation with the debt collectors. If there's anything else I can do, Pray, Miriam said simply. Pray that the Lord remembers his promises to care for widows and orphans. Her next stop was at the home of Rebecca, a woman with several children who had always been friendly but not particularly close. Here, Miriam felt more nervous about making her request. Rebecca, I know this will sound strange, but I need to borrow any empty jars or pots you might have. Rebecca looked puzzled but not unfriendly. Empty jars? Are you planning to store something? I heard about your troubles. Surely you're not thinking of buying oil or grain? No, nothing like that. The prophet Elisha has asked me to collect empty vessels. I'm not entirely sure why, but I trust that he knows what he's doing. At the mention of Elisha's name, Rebecca's demeanour changed immediately. The prophet gave you instructions? Of course, take whatever you need. Children, she called into the house. Bring out all the jars and pots we're not using, quickly now. Soon Miriam's arms were full again, and Rebecca's children were helping to carry the additional vessels. Word seemed to be spreading through the village. She could see neighbours emerging from their houses, curious about the unusual activity. By the time she reached the house of David the potter, she didn't even need to make her request. He was already waiting with an armload of clay vessels, not his finest work, but good serviceable jars in various sizes. I heard you were collecting empties on the prophet's instructions, he said with a grin. I've got plenty of these. Consider it my contribution to whatever miracle is about to happen. You really think there will be a miracle? Miriam asked, suddenly feeling the weight of what she was attempting. So many people were now involved, so many witnesses to what would either be a tremendous demonstration of God's power or a devastating display of her own foolishness. David's expression grew serious. I've lived in this village for 40 years, and I've seen 3 different prophets pass through. Not once have I seen one of them give instructions that didn't lead to something remarkable. The real question isn't whether there will be a miracle, it's whether we'll have enough faith to receive it. As Miriam continued through the village, she was amazed by the response. People she barely knew were offering their vessels, and those who had no jars to spare were spreading the word to others who might. Children ran ahead of her, announcing to each household what was needed. Even some of the village elders, usually stern and cautious about anything that disrupted the normal order, were nodding their approval and contributing what they could. By mid-afternoon, Miriam's small house was surrounded by more clay vessels than she had ever seen in one place. There were large storage jars that could hold enough oil for a family for months, medium-sized pitchers perfect for daily use, and small vessels suitable for lamps and cooking. Some were beautifully crafted, others rough and practical. Some were new, others showed the wear of years of faithful service. Her sons, Aaron and Micah, had awakened to find their home transformed into something resembling a pottery merchant's stall. They helped carry the vessels inside, their eyes wide with excitement and confusion. "Mother, what are all these for?" Aaron asked. At 10, he was old enough to sense that something significant was happening, but young enough to find it more exciting than frightening. "We're going to fill them," Miriam said, the words sounding even stranger when spoken aloud to her children. "Fill them with what?" 8-year-old Micah wanted to know. Miriam looked at the small jar of oil sitting on their simple wooden table, the same jar she had mentioned to the prophet, containing perhaps a cup's worth of precious olive oil. It looked impossibly small, surrounded by all the empty vessels now crowding their one-room home. "With oil," she said, and saw her sons exchange the kind of look children give when they're certain their parent has said something that makes no sense but are too polite to argue. As the sun began to sink toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold, Miriam stood in her doorway one last time before following the prophet's final instruction. The village around her looked the same as it had this morning, but everything had changed. This morning she'd been a desperate woman with no options. Now she stood on the threshold of either a miracle or a disaster. But at least she was no longer passive in the face of her circumstances. She could see a few neighbours lingering in their own doorways, clearly curious about what would happen next. News of the prophet's instructions had spread throughout the village, and while no one was bold enough to ask for details, there was a sense of anticipation in the air, as though the entire community was holding its breath. Tomorrow morning the debt collectors would return, expecting to claim her sons. But tonight belonged to faith, to the impossible, to the hope that a God who had parted seas and raised the dead might still care about one widow's desperate prayer. "Come, boys," she said, stepping back inside their small home. "It's time to close the door." The interior of their small house felt different with the door closed and the outside world shut away. The late afternoon light filtered through the single window, casting long shadows among the collection of empty vessels that now filled nearly every available space. Aaron and Micah stood close to their mother, sensing that they were about to witness something extraordinary, though they couldn't possibly understand what. Miriam picked up the small jar of oil with hands that trembled slightly, not from fear now, but from anticipation. The prophet had been so certain, so confident in his instructions. But looking at the meagre amount of oil in her jar compared to the dozens of empty vessels surrounding them, she felt the weight of impossibility settling over her like a heavy cloak. "Mother," Aaron said quietly, "how can we fill all these jars with so little oil?" It was the question that had been echoing in her own mind, but hearing it from her son's lips made her realize that this moment was about more than just solving their financial crisis. Her children were watching, learning what it meant to trust when trust seemed foolish, to obey when obedience seemed pointless, to hope when hope seemed dead. "I don't know how, my son," she said honestly, "but the prophet told us to pour, so we will pour. Sometimes we must act on faith before we understand the reason." She moved to the largest jar first, a beautiful vessel that David the potter had contributed, large enough to hold oil for several months. As she lifted her small jar and positioned it over the opening, she whispered a prayer. "Lord God of Israel, you who cared for the widow of Zarephath, in the days of Elijah, remember your servant and his children." The oil began to flow. At first it seemed natural. The golden liquid poured from her jar into the larger vessel, with the normal splash and gurgle of any liquid being transferred. But as seconds passed, then minutes, Miriam realized that something impossible was happening. The oil continued to flow, steady and smooth, and yet when she looked at her own jar, it appeared as full as when she'd started. "Mother," Micah whispered, his young voice filled with awe, "it's still coming." The first large jar filled completely, rich golden oil reaching its brim. Miriam looked at her own vessel, still full. Her hands began to shake, not with fear now, but with the overwhelming realization that she was witnessing the divine intervention of the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. "Bring me another jar," she said, her voice barely steady. Aaron quickly positioned a medium-sized pitcher beside her, and Miriam continued to pour. Again the oil flowed freely, filling the second vessel completely, while her own jar remained miraculously replenished. "Another," she said, and now her voice carried a note of growing excitement. Micah dragged over a small storage jar, and the process repeated. The oil flowed, the vessel filled, and still her small jar remained full to the brim. As they continued, a rhythm developed. The boys would position each new vessel, Miriam would pour until it was full, then they would move it aside and bring the next one. With each jar they filled, their excitement grew, and what had begun as nervous obedience transformed into joyful celebration. "It's not stopping," Aaron laughed, no longer trying to whisper in the presence of miracle. "Mother, it's really not stopping." Miriam found herself laughing too, tears of relief and wonder streaming down her face as she poured jar after jar. The oil continued to flow, inexhaustible, impossible, absolutely real. This was the God her husband had served, the God who had parted the Red Sea and provided manna in the wilderness, and he was here in their small house, multiplying oil for a desperate widow and her children. The sun set completely as they worked, and Aaron lit their oil lamp, using oil from one of the newly filled jars. The warm light danced across the growing collection of filled vessels, each one a testament to divine provision, each one a step away from the disaster that had threatened to destroy their family. They filled the large storage jars first, then the medium pitchers, then the smaller vessels for daily use. Oil for cooking, oil for lamps, oil for anointing, oil for trade. More oil than their family could use in a year, more than they could use in several years. "Mother," Micah said during a brief pause, "will we ever run out of empty jars?" Miriam looked around their home. They had filled perhaps half of the vessels they had collected, and still the oil flowed freely from her small jar. "I hope not, my son. I hope we never run out." But even as she spoke, she realized they were approaching the end of their supply of empty containers. Only a handful of vessels remained unfilled, the smallest ones suitable for perfumes and medicines. As she filled the second-to-last jar, a delicate little vessel that Rebecca had contributed, Miriam felt a change. The oil still flowed, but there was something different in its quality, as though it was beginning to recognize that its work was nearly complete. She reached for the final jar, the smallest one in the collection, barely large enough to hold oil for a single lamp. As she positioned her small jar above it and began to pour, the oil flowed out in a steady stream, filling the tiny vessel to its brim. And then, as suddenly as the miracle had begun, it stopped. Miriam tilted her jar, trying to coax out even a few more drops, but it was empty. Completely, naturally, normally empty, as though the laws of physics had suddenly remembered themselves and returned to their usual operation. The silence that followed was profound. For hours, their small house had been filled with the sound of flowing oil, excited whispers, and occasional exclamations of wonder. Now, surrounded by dozens of filled vessels, they stood in the golden lamplight and absorbed the magnitude of what had just occurred. Aaron was the first to speak. "Is it over?" Miriam looked at her empty jar, then at the abundance surrounding them. "Yes, my son, it's over because we have no more empty vessels to fill." "What does that mean?" Micah asked. Before Miriam could answer, she remembered something the prophet had implied in his instructions. The miracle was not limited by the amount of oil God could provide, but by the amount of faith they could exercise, represented by the number of empty vessels they had been able to gather. "It means," she said slowly, understanding dawning on her like sunrise, "that God's provision is only limited by our capacity to receive it. If we had gathered 100 jars, he would have filled 100 jars. If we had gathered 1,000... The implications took her breath away. They had gathered many vessels, yes, but now she wondered, could they have gathered more? Had their own limited vision constrained the miracle? It was a question that would follow her for the rest of her life, a reminder to always ask for more, expect more, prepare for more when seeking God's intervention. But such thoughts were for later reflection. Tonight, surrounded by the tangible evidence of divine love and provision, there was only gratitude and wonder. "Tomorrow," she told her sons as they prepared for sleep among the filled vessels, "we will go to the prophet and then to the marketplace. We will sell this oil, pay our debts, and secure our future." As her boys settled onto their sleeping mats, their faces glowing with excitement and the security of knowing they would not be taken away, Miriam sat beside the window and looked out at the village where she had lived her entire life. Tomorrow she would no longer be known as the desperate widow who had nothing. She would be the woman whom God had remembered, the mother whose children had been saved, the recipient of a miracle that would be told and retold for generations. But tonight she was simply a woman who had learned that emptiness was not the absence of provision, but the presence of possibility, and that sometimes the most important thing you can bring to God is not what you have, but what you lack. The oil lamps flickered gently in the darkness, fueled by the miracle oil casting dancing shadows on the walls of their transformed home, and in the quiet of the night, Miriam whispered prayers of thanksgiving to the God who multiplies hope in the hands of those who dare to pour out their faith, one empty jar at a time. Morning came with a gentle golden light that seemed especially bright as it streamed through the window of their small house. Miriam awakened to a sight that confirmed the previous evening had not been a dream. Dozens of clay vessels filled with rich golden olive oil crowded every surface and corner of their home. Aaron and Micah were already awake, sitting among the jars with expressions of continued amazement, as though they expected the oil to disappear with the sunrise. "It's still here," Aaron said wonderingly. "All of it." "Did you think it wouldn't be?" Miriam asked, though she understood his disbelief. Miracles had a quality of unreality about them, even to those who experienced them directly. "I dreamed about it," Micah said. "I dreamed that we were pouring oil forever and ever, and there were jars as tall as trees, and the oil turned into rivers that flowed through the whole village. Miriam smiled at her younger son's imagination, but then paused to consider his words. In a way, wasn't that exactly what had happened? The oil had flowed beyond their immediate need, beyond their ability to contain it all, beyond what seemed possible in their small, constrained world. A knock at their door interrupted her thoughts. Through the window she could see the familiar figure of Elisha standing in their courtyard, his presence as calm and assured as it had been the day before. "The prophet," Aaron whispered excitedly. Miriam quickly adjusted her headscarf and opened the door, her heart racing with anticipation and gratitude. "My lord," she said, bowing respectfully, "please, come in and see what the Lord has done." Elisha entered their transformed home, his eyes taking in the abundance with what appeared to be satisfaction, but not surprise. This was clearly not the first time he had witnessed the Lord's provision in response to desperate faith. "It is well," he said simply, then looked directly at Miriam. "Tell me what happened." Though he had given the instructions and surely knew what to expect, Miriam realized he wanted to hear her testimony, to let her put into words the miracle she had experienced. So she told him everything: the gathering of vessels, the closing of the door, the first hesitant pour, the growing amazement as jar after jar filled with oil that seemed to come from an inexhaustible source. "We filled every vessel we had collected," she concluded. "When the last jar was full, the oil stopped flowing." Elisha nodded thoughtfully. "And what do you understand from this?" The question surprised her. She had expected congratulations, perhaps instructions for what to do next, but not an examination of her theological understanding. I understand that the Lord remembers his promises to care for widows and orphans," she said slowly, "and that his provision is beyond what we can imagine or contain." "Yes," Elisha agreed. "And what else?" Miriam thought about the experience, about the rhythm of pouring and filling, about the moment when the oil finally stopped. "The miracle was limited only by our preparation," she said with growing insight. "If we had gathered more vessels—" "The oil would have continued to flow," Elisha confirmed. "God's provision is not constrained by scarcity, but by our capacity to receive abundance. Remember this lesson and teach it to your sons." He moved toward the door, then turned back with final instructions. "Now go. Sell the oil and pay your debts. You and your sons will live on what remains." "How much should I sell?" Miriam asked, suddenly practical concerns rushing back as she realized she had no experience as a merchant. "Take the oil to the marketplace in portions. Don't flood the market all at once, or you'll drive down the price. Sell slowly, over time, and you'll receive full value. The Lord has given you not just provision for today, but wisdom for managing tomorrow." After the prophet left, Miriam stood in her doorway watching his retreating figure until he disappeared around a corner. Then she turned back to face her transformed reality. The first practical task was obvious. She needed to begin transporting oil to the market. But first there was another matter to address. The sound of approaching footsteps made her look up. 3 familiar figures were walking down her street, the debt collectors, returning as promised at sunrise to claim her sons. But this time Miriam felt no fear, no desperate helplessness. She stood calmly in her doorway, watching their approach with something approaching pity for men who lived in a world too small to contain miracles. "Miriam," Josiah called as they drew near, "are you prepared to surrender the boys?" "I am prepared to pay the debt," she replied evenly. The 3 men stopped walking, clearly taken aback by her confident tone. "Pay the debt?" Josiah repeated skeptically. "Yesterday you claimed to have nothing. What has changed overnight?" "The Lord has provided," Miriam said simply. "I now have the means to settle my husband's obligations in full." She gestured toward her house, where several of the oil jars were visible through the open doorway. Olive oil of the finest quality, more than enough to cover what is owed, with plenty remaining for my family's future needs. The debt collectors exchanged glances, clearly struggling to process this unexpected development. "Where did you get oil?" one of them asked suspiciously. "You cannot simply produce valuable goods from nothing." "With the Lord, nothing is impossible," Miriam replied. "But if you doubt the quality or value, you are welcome to examine it for yourself." Josiah stepped forward and peered into the house, his eyes widening at the sight of dozens of filled vessels. He dipped his finger into the nearest jar and tasted the oil, his expression shifting from skepticism to amazement. "This is premium oil," he admitted reluctantly, "worth far more than your husband's debt." "Then we are agreed," Miriam said. "I will deliver payment to you within 3 days once I have sold sufficient oil in the marketplace." The 3 men departed, shaking their heads in bewilderment, leaving Miriam alone with her sons and their miraculous abundance. Over the following weeks, Miriam carefully sold portions of the oil at the market, following Elisha's wise counsel. The oil was of such exceptional quality that merchants competed to purchase it, and word spread throughout the region about the widow's premium product. True to her word, she paid her husband's debts in full within the promised time, but the oil continued to provide for their family month after month, year after year. She was able to purchase their house from Obadiah's brother, expand their small business, and ensure her sons received proper education. Aaron and Micah grew into strong, faithful men who never forgot the night they witnessed their mother pour from an empty jar and receive abundance beyond measure. They told the story to their own children and grandchildren, how God had multiplied oil in the hands of a desperate widow who dared to trust when trust seemed impossible. Years later, when Miriam was an old woman surrounded by prosperity and family, people would ask her about the secret of her success. She would always smile and say, "The miracle was not in the oil that multiplied, but in the faith that dared to pour from an empty jar. God is not limited by what we lack. He's only limited by our willingness to bring him our emptiness and trust him to fill it." And in the evenings, when the oil lamps flickered in homes throughout the village, many still burning oil that traced its origins back to that miraculous night, the people would remember that sometimes the greatest abundance comes not when our jars are full, but when we have the courage to pour from what little we have, trusting that the God who created the universe from nothing can certainly create provision from our emptiness. The widow's oil became more than a solution to debt. It became a testament to the truth that faith, like oil, multiplies when poured out in trust, and that the God who notices empty jars is the same God who delights in filling them beyond our wildest dreams. For in the end, Miriam learned the most important lesson of all. We bring our emptiness to God not as a sign of our failure, but as an invitation for his abundance. And when we dare to pour out our faith, even from the smallest jar, we discover that his provision knows no limits except those we place on our own capacity to receive. The story of the widow's oil echoed through generations, a reminder that in the hands of the Almighty, even our deepest need can become our greatest testimony to his faithfulness. Hey everyone, welcome back to Sacred Slumber. Before we dive into tonight's story, I want to ask you something that would genuinely help us out. If you're enjoying this content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It really helps the channel more than you possibly know. Seriously, it makes a massive difference in getting these stories out to more people who love this kind of content. Also, if you want to, drop a comment telling us what time it is for you right now and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from. No pressure though, only if you feel like it. And of course, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. It keeps us going. All right, let's get into it. A whisper in the darkness. Imagine a night so quiet you can hear the oil lamps flickering. Picture a massive stone sanctuary in the ancient city of Shiloh, where shadows dance across walls that have witnessed centuries of worship. The air is thick with the scent of incense and burning oil, that peculiar combination of cedar smoke and olive essence that clings to sacred spaces. Outside, the wind moves through the hills of Israel like a whispered prayer, carrying with it the distant bleating of sheep settling for the night and the occasional call of a desert owl. Inside, in the sacred chambers near the Ark of the Covenant, a young boy lies sleeping on a simple mat. The stones beneath him still hold the warmth of the day's sun, though the night air has begun to cool. His breathing is steady, deep, the kind of sleep that comes from honest physical labour and a clear conscience. His name is Samuel. This is not a story about miracles that shake mountains or angels descending in blinding light. This is a story about something quieter, something more intimate, something that happens in the space between waking and dreaming, where the boundaries of reality become permeable. It is about a voice in the darkness, a child who learned to listen when the entire world had gone deaf, and a moment that would alter the spiritual trajectory of an entire nation. Because sometimes the most profound truths do not arrive with thunder and earthquake. Sometimes they do not announce themselves with burning bushes or pillars of fire. Sometimes they arrive in whispers, in the stillness between breaths, in the gentle calling of a name spoken 3 times before it is finally understood. What you're about to hear is one of the most mysterious and beautiful moments in ancient scripture. A moment when heaven reached down to touch earth, not through spectacular signs, but through the simple act of calling a child's name in the night. But it is also a story about silence broken, about the end of a spiritual drought, about what happens when the divine decides to speak again after generations of absence. This is the story of Samuel, the boy who heard God speak when the rest of the world had forgotten how to listen, and perhaps, hidden within this ancient narrative, there are questions we have forgotten to ask. Questions about why heaven goes silent. Questions about who gets chosen to break that silence. Questions about whether the voice that called to Samuel in that darkened sanctuary is still calling, still speaking, still searching for those rare individuals who know how to say, "I am listening." Chapter 1. Hannah's Promise. To understand Samuel's calling, we must first understand how he came to be sleeping in that sanctuary. His story begins not with him, but with his mother, a woman named Hannah, who knew the bitter taste of desperation and the hollow ache of prayers that seemed to vanish into an empty sky. In the hill country of Ephraim, in a small village whose name has been lost to history, there lived a man named Elkanah who had 2 wives, as was common in that era. His first wife, Peninnah, had given him several children, sons to carry his name, daughters to arrange in marriage, a legacy written in flesh and blood. His second wife, Hannah, had given him only heartache and unanswered prayers. Year after year, Hannah remained childless, and in a culture where a woman's worth was often measured by her ability to bear children, this was not just a personal grief. It was a social death sentence, a daily humiliation, a question mark hanging over her entire existence. Neighbours would whisper, extended family would exchange knowing glances, even well-meaning friends would offer useless advice or suggest that perhaps she had offended God in some way, that her barrenness was divine punishment for some unknown sin. Elkanah loved Hannah. The text makes this clear. He would give her double portions at feasts, trying to compensate with material generosity for what biology had denied her. He would ask her with genuine confusion, "Am I not better to you than 10 sons?" It was a question born of love but blind to understanding. He could not fathom that the issue went deeper than his affection, that Hannah's grief was not about him at all, but about her own sense of purpose, of completion, of being seen as fully human by the society around her. Peninnah, with the cruelty that can only come from insecurity dressed as triumph, would taunt Hannah relentlessly. Every time the family made their annual pilgrimage to the sanctuary at Shiloh to worship and offer sacrifices, Peninnah would remind Hannah of her barrenness. The taunts were not subtle. They were designed to cut deep, to remind Hannah that in the eyes of the world she was incomplete, cursed, forgotten by the very God she came to worship. Peninnah would parade her children before Hannah, would make comments about how blessed she was, would turn every moment of worship into a reminder of Hannah's failure. And Hannah would weep. She would refuse to eat. The pain went beyond physical longing for a child. It touched something deeper, the existential question that haunts anyone who feels overlooked by the divine. Does God see me? Does he hear my prayers? Am I worthy of his attention? Or am I simply background noise in a universe too vast to care about one woman's grief? The pilgrimage to Shiloh was supposed to be a time of joy, of celebration, of renewal. But for Hannah, it became an annual reminder of everything she lacked. Year after year she would go through the motions of worship, while her heart broke quietly in places no one could see. One year, during their pilgrimage to Shiloh, Hannah could bear it no longer. The weight of accumulated grief, the years of disappointment, the constant humiliation, All of it reached a breaking point. While the rest of the family feasted after the sacrifice, celebrating with wine and roasted meat, Hannah slipped away to the entrance of the sanctuary. She stood there, in the place where earth met heaven, in the threshold between the mundane and the sacred, and she prayed with an intensity that went beyond words. Her lips moved, but no sound emerged. Her whole body shook with the force of her grief and desperation. Tears streamed down her face. Her hands trembled. This was not the polite, ritualized prayer of public worship. This was raw, unfiltered communion with the divine. This was a woman pouring out her soul, holding nothing back, demanding to be heard by a God who had seemed deaf to her pleas for years. She made a vow that day, one that would echo through generations. If God would grant her a son, she would give him back to God. Not for a season, not for a few years, but for his entire life. The child would be dedicated to divine service from the moment he was weaned. It was the prayer of a woman who understood that sometimes the greatest gift we can receive is not something to hold on to, but something to offer back to its source. She was not bargaining with God so much as she was declaring her willingness to participate in something larger than her own desires. Eli, the high priest, sat by the doorpost of the sanctuary and watched this strange woman swaying and muttering. In his aging, perhaps cynical view of human nature shaped by years of dealing with corrupt worshippers and his own corrupt sons, he assumed she was drunk. The accusation was harsh, almost cruel. What are you doing here, intoxicated in the house of the Lord? How dare you bring your drunkenness into this sacred space? Hannah lifted her eyes, and in them Eli saw not the glaze of wine, but the clarity of absolute desperation, the look of someone who has nothing left to lose, who has stripped away all pretense and pride, who stands naked before God with only their need. She explained that she was not drunk but deeply troubled, pouring out her soul before God. She had been praying out of her great anguish and grief. Something in her words, or perhaps in her eyes, or perhaps in the raw authenticity of her pain, convinced Eli. His response was both blessing and prophecy. Go in peace, and may the God of Israel grant what you have asked of him. It is unclear whether Eli knew what he was saying, whether he was simply offering the standard priestly blessing, or whether something moved through him in that moment. Some whisper of the divine speaking through a man who had grown complacent in his religious duties. But the words landed on Hannah like rain on parched earth. Hannah left the sanctuary that day transformed. Her face was no longer downcast. She ate. The grief lifted from her countenance like a fog dispersing under the morning sun. She had been heard, if not by man, then by something infinitely greater. She did not yet have the child she longed for, but she had something perhaps more precious. The certainty that her prayers had reached their destination, that her voice had penetrated the silence, that she mattered to the God she served. Within the year, Hannah conceived. When she gave birth to a son, she named him Samuel, which in Hebrew carries the meaning heard by God, or asked of God, or some translations suggest name of God. The name itself was a testimony, a permanent reminder that this child was an answer to prayer, a gift that came from somewhere beyond the ordinary workings of the world. Every time someone spoke his name, they were acknowledging that this boy represented the moment when heaven responded to earth, when silence gave way to acknowledgement. For the first few years of his life, Samuel remained with Hannah. She nursed him, taught him his first words, held him close during thunderstorms, watched him take his first steps, knowing that each day brought them closer to the moment of separation. She must have memorized the sound of his laugh, the feel of his small hand in hers, the weight of him sleeping against her chest. She was not raising a son to keep, but a son to give away, and that knowledge must have coloured every moment with a bittersweet intensity. When he was old enough to be weaned, somewhere around 3 years old by the customs of that time, Hannah kept her vow. She could have rationalised her way out of it. She could have argued that God understood, that the vow was made in a moment of emotional extremity, that surely keeping her son would be acceptable. But Hannah was a woman who understood that integrity means keeping promises even when they cost you everything. She took Samuel to Shiloh. She brought him before Eli, the same priest who had blessed her years earlier, and she said words that must have torn her heart even as she spoke them. I am the woman who stood here praying. I prayed for this child, and the Lord has granted me what I asked. So now I give him to the Lord. For his whole life he will be given over to the Lord. Then Hannah sang, not a lament, but a song of triumph and praise. She sang of God overturning the proud and lifting up the humble. She sang of barren women bearing children and the powerful being brought low. She sang of the Lord bringing death and giving life, bringing down to the grave and raising up. She sang of God judging the ends of the earth, giving strength to his king and exalting his anointed. Her song was radical, revolutionary, a declaration that the God she served delighted in reversing the expectations of the world, in using the weak to shame the strong, in lifting up those the world had written off as irrelevant. And then she left her son in that sanctuary and went home. Imagine being that child, too young to fully understand why your mother brought you to this vast, echoing building filled with strange smells and unfamiliar faces and then walked away. Too young to grasp that you had become the physical embodiment of a promise, a living prayer offered back to its source. You watch her figure receding, growing smaller, disappearing down the road back to the only home you have ever known, and you are left in the care of an old man whose eyes can barely see you, whose own sons are corrupt, in a place that will become your entire world. Samuel's childhood was unlike any other in Israel. While other boys played in fields and learned their father's trades, running through olive groves and swimming in streams, Samuel grew up in the sacred space of the tabernacle. His world was one of ritual and reverence, of ancient objects and whispered prayers, of shadows and lamplight, and the constant awareness that this place was different from all other places. He opened the doors of the sanctuary each morning, flooding the holy space with light. It was his job to unlock the heavy wooden doors that seal the sacred from the profane, to let in the dawn and with it the worshippers who would come seeking connection with the divine. He assisted Eli in the daily tasks of worship, learning the intricate patterns of sacrifice and ceremony, memorizing which offerings required which procedures, understanding the difference between sin offerings and burnt offerings and peace offerings, learning to read the subtleties of ritual purity. He tended the lamps that burned through the night, ensuring their wicks were trimmed and their oil replenished. This was not glamorous work. It required attention to detail, a willingness to wake in the darkness to check that the flames had not guttered out, an understanding that these small acts of maintenance were what kept the sacred space functioning. The lamps represented the presence of God, and Samuel learned that presence requires constant tending, constant attention, constant care. He cleaned the sacred vessels, swept the courts, washed the linens used in ceremonies, helped prepare the incense, carried water, ran errands. He memorized scriptures, learning to recite the stories of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, the tales of Moses and the Exodus, the laws given at Sinai. His education was entirely religious, entirely focused on service, entirely oriented towards something beyond himself. By all accounts, Samuel was a good child, humble, obedient, faithful in small things. The text tells us he grew in favor with both the Lord and with people. He was not resentful of his circumstances. He did not seem to chafe against the boundaries of his unusual childhood. Perhaps he had accepted that this was simply who he was, the boy who belonged to God, the boy who lived in the house of the Lord. But what must it have been like psychologically? To have no mother to comfort you when you woke from nightmares, to have no siblings to quarrel and play with, to grow up watching Eli's corrupt sons come and go, seeing the way they abused their position, hearing the whispers of their misconduct, to be surrounded by holiness and yet witness its corruption, to serve faithfully while those who should have been models of righteousness displayed only greed and lust and contempt for the sacred. Did Samuel wonder why he had been left here? Did he feel abandoned by the mother who had kissed him goodbye and walked away? Did he question whether the God he served even noticed his small acts of service? The text does not tell us. We see only the external facts. A boy growing up, performing his duties, learning his role, But surely there were moments of loneliness, moments of doubt, moments when the weight of it all felt too heavy for small shoulders to carry. Hannah visited when she could. Each year during the family's annual pilgrimage to Shiloh, she would bring Samuel a new robe she'd made for him, watching him grow, trying to compress a year of mothering into a few brief encounters. These visits must have been both blessing and torment. The joy of seeing his mother mingled with the pain of watching her leave again. The new robe, a reminder that somewhere he had a home, a family, a life he was not permitted to live. Yet there is no indication that Samuel rebelled or resented his circumstances. He simply continued. Day after day, year after year, faithful in the small things, present in the sacred space, available to be used however God saw fit. There was no indication in those early years that he would become anything more than a helpful assistant to an aging priest, that he would one day be the voice through which God spoke to an entire nation. But God, it seems, has a habit of preparing his instruments in obscurity before bringing them into the light. Samuel was being shaped by his circumstances, formed by his loneliness, refined by his faithfulness in tasks that no one celebrated. He was learning what it meant to serve without applause, to be obedient without immediate reward, to remain present even when presence felt like punishment. He was learning to listen in the silence. Chapter 2. The State of Israel at the Time. To appreciate what happened on that quiet night when God called Samuel's name, you need to understand the spiritual condition of Israel during this period. It was, to put it simply, a disaster. But the disaster raises uncomfortable questions that the text never fully answers. Questions about divine silence. Questions about why systems of worship become corrupt. Questions about what happens when the mediators between heaven and earth become obstacles instead of conduits. The problem started with Eli's sons, Hophni and Phinehas. These two men had inherited their father's position as priests, but they had not inherited his reverence for the sacred. They were corrupt in ways that went beyond simple moral failing. They actively perverted the worship of God, treating the sacrifices and offerings as opportunities for personal gain, turning the sacred into the profane with a systematic cruelty that suggests something darker than mere greed. When people brought animals to sacrifice at Shiloh, the priests were entitled to a specific portion of the meat according to the law of Moses. But Hophni and Phinehas were not content with their allotted share, with what had been designated as rightfully theirs. They wanted more. They wanted the best. They wanted what belonged to God. They would send their servants to threaten worshippers, demanding the choicest cuts of meat before the fat was even burned on the altar, as required by law. The fat belonged to God. That was non-negotiable in the sacrificial system. The burning of the fat was the moment when the sacrifice became truly sacred, when the offering transitioned from human gift to divine acceptance. But Hophni and Phinehas did not care about divine acceptance. They cared about their appetites. If people objected, if they tried to follow the proper procedures and insist that the fat be burned first, the servants would respond with threats of violence. We will take it by force if necessary. The priests were literally stealing from God, taking what belonged to the altar and consuming it themselves. They were turning worship into extortion, using their position of spiritual authority to exploit the vulnerable and the faithful. But their corruption went even darker, into territories that the text only hints at with uncomfortable brevity. They engaged in sexual immorality with women who served at the entrance to the sanctuary. These were women who had dedicated themselves to service at the tabernacle, who came to worship and serve with sincere devotion. And Hophni and Phinehas exploited them, used their authority and position to prey upon those who should have been under their protection. They turned the house of God into a place of exploitation and abuse, where the very people who were supposed to represent divine holiness became perpetrators of trauma. Worship became a source of fear rather than transcendence. People stopped coming, or when they came with cynicism and resentment, going through the motions but empty of faith. How could you trust a system where the gatekeepers were predators? How could you believe in the holiness of a place where the priests defiled it daily? The sanctuary at Shiloh, which was meant to be the central hub of Israel's spiritual life, became instead a monument to religious corruption. Eli knew what his sons were doing, the Text makes this painfully clear. People told him. They came with reports of misconduct, of abuse, of exploitation. He heard the rumours and saw the evidence. He was not ignorant. He was not blind to their crimes, and to his credit he confronted them. But his rebukes were weak, almost apologetic, carrying no weight and no consequence. Why do you do such things? I hear reports from the people about your wicked deeds. If someone sins against another person, God may mediate. But if someone sins against the Lord, who will intercede? The words acknowledge the problem but offer no solution. There is no threat of removal from office, no stripping of authority, no punishment that might actually deter the behaviour. Just words, just disappointment, just a father hoping his wayward sons might suddenly develop a conscience they had never demonstrated. Hophni and Phinehas ignored their father and continued their corruption. Why wouldn't they? There were no consequences. Eli's position as high priest gave him the authority to remove them, to appoint others, to enforce standards. But he did nothing, and his inaction was itself a form of action, a choice that enabled the continued degradation of worship. The impact on Israel's spiritual life was catastrophic. The text records it with devastating simplicity. The people came to despise the offerings to the Lord. Think about what that means. The sacrificial system was the heart of Israel's covenant relationship with God. It was how sins were atoned for, how gratitude was expressed, how the community maintained its connection with the divine. And people were learning to despise it, to see it as corrupt and meaningless, to associate worship with exploitation rather than with holiness. Faith withered. Cynicism spread. A generation was growing up believing that God either did not care about corruption in his own house, or that he was powerless to stop it, or worse, that he did not exist at all, and the whole system was simply a mechanism for priestly power and exploitation. But perhaps the most devastating aspect of this era, the detail that haunts the narrative with its implications, was not the corruption of the priests. It was the silence of heaven. The scripture records it with haunting simplicity. In those days, the word of the Lord was rare. There were not many visions. Think about what that means. In a culture where prophets and priests were meant to be the conduits between God and humanity, the channel had gone quiet. God was not speaking, or if he was, no one was hearing. Prophecies were scarce to the point of being legendary. Divine visions were so uncommon that when someone claimed to have received one, it was met with skepticism rather than expectation. But why? The text does not explain. It simply records the fact of divine silence as if it were weather, as if the absence of God's voice was as natural and unremarkable as a drought. But this raises uncomfortable questions. Had God withdrawn because of the corruption? Was the silence a form of judgment, a divine turning away from a people who had corrupted worship? Or had the people simply stopped listening? Had they become so cynical and so wounded by a religious hypocrisy that they could no longer hear what was being said? Or was there another possibility, one that the text does not explore but that hangs in the air like smoke? Perhaps the priests, who were supposed to be the mediators between God and people, had become such effective blockers of communication that divine messages simply could not get through. Perhaps Hophni and Phinehas were not just corrupt individuals, but symptoms of a systemic failure, a spiritual infrastructure that had collapsed under the weight of its own contradictions. Israel was spiritually adrift, navigating by dead reckoning through waters where the stars had gone dark. There were no prophets to consult, no clear word from God about how to proceed, no divine guidance about which way to turn, just the daily grind of existence, the hollow rituals performed without meaning, the slow death of a people's faith in the face of institutional betrayal. This was the world into which Samuel was growing up, a world where the representatives of God were corrupt, where worship had become hollow, where heaven seemed distant and disinterested. If you were a young person in that era, what would you believe about the divine? Would you expect God to speak? Would you even know what his voice sounded like? Would you be able to distinguish a divine call from your own imagination or from the voice of a very human priest? Samuel cleaned the lamps each evening, ensuring the light would burn through the night. It was a practical task, a maintenance duty, nothing spiritual about it. He trimmed the wicks, refilled the oil reservoirs, ensured the flames were steady. But in that small act, there was a symbol that perhaps Samuel himself did not fully understand. The lamp of God had not yet gone out. Somewhere in the darkness a light still burned, and into that darkness, cutting through the silence that had lasted for generations, a voice was about to break through. Chapter 3. The night God spoke. The night began like any other. Samuel had completed his duties for the day, working through the familiar routines that structured his life. The sanctuary was clean, the floors swept, the vessels washed and arranged in their proper places. The lamps were lit, their flames steady, casting dancing shadows across the ancient stones. The sacred space was prepared for the silence of the evening hours, for the long watch through darkness toward dawn. Eli, now elderly and nearly blind, his eyes grown dim from age and perhaps from seeing too much corruption without acting, had retired to his usual place. He moved slowly now, carefully, feeling his way along walls he had walked beside for decades. His sleeping area was separate but nearby, close enough that Samuel could hear him if he called, out in the night. Samuel lay down in his customary sleeping spot somewhere near the chamber where the Ark of the Covenant rested. The exact location is not specified in the text, but the implication is clear. He slept in proximity to the most sacred object in all of Israel, closer to the physical representation of God's presence than anyone else in the nation that night. The Ark was the most sacred object in Israel, a gold-covered chest containing the tablets of the law, a jar of manna, and Aaron's staff that had budded. But more than its contents, the Ark represented the very presence of God among his people. It was the throne of the invisible King, the place where heaven touched earth, the point of contact between the divine and the mortal. To sleep near it was to sleep in the shadow of holiness, though Samuel likely thought nothing of it. This was simply where he slept, as ordinary to him as any bedroom, as familiar as his own breathing. The lamp of God was still burning, casting flickering shadows across the stone walls. This detail matters more than it might initially seem. In the Jewish tradition, the lamp in the sanctuary, the menorah that burned with consecrated oil, was not allowed to go out until morning light made it unnecessary. It represented the presence of God, the light that persisted even in darkness, the hope that had not yet been extinguished. The phrase, "the lamp of God had not yet gone out," carries within it both promise and warning. Not yet, but it could. The light was still burning, but barely. The presence was still there, but fading. As long as the lamp burned, there was hope. As long as the light persisted against the encroaching darkness, God had not abandoned his dwelling place entirely. Samuel drifted into sleep, a boy exhausted from the honest labour of serving in the house of God. His breathing slowed, his muscles relaxed. He sank into that deep, dreamless sleep that comes from physical work and a clear conscience. The sanctuary around him settled into its nighttime sounds. The creak of cooling stone, the whisper of wind through high windows, the distant cry of a night bird, the soft flutter of the lamp flames, and then, in the darkness, cutting through the silence like a knife through cloth, he heard his name, Samuel. The voice was clear, distinct, personal. Not a shout that would echo through the halls, but not a whisper that could be mistaken for imagination either. It had the quality of someone standing nearby, speaking with intention and purpose, with the certainty that they would be heard. It was a voice that expected a response. Samuel's eyes snapped open. His heart leaped in his chest. There was no confusion, no moment of disorientation. He knew immediately that someone had called him. The voice had been too clear, too deliberate, too unmistakably directed at him. In the darkness, with the lamp casting its uncertain light, Samuel did what made perfect sense to a boy who had grown up serving under an elderly priest. Eli must need something. The old priest was nearly blind now, stumbling in the darkness. Perhaps he had dropped something, Perhaps he needed water. Perhaps he was unwell and required assistance. Samuel threw off whatever covering he used against the night chill and ran to where Eli slept. "Here I am. You called me?" The response was immediate, instinctive. "Here I am." 2 words that would become the defining posture of Samuel's entire life. Not, "What do you want?" Not, "Can it wait until morning?" Just presence. Just availability. Here I am. Eli, pulled from sleep and confused, his mind foggy with the remnants of dreams, looked in the direction of Samuel's voice with eyes that could barely make out shapes in the darkness. "I did not call. Go back and lie down." Samuel returned to his place, perhaps a little puzzled, but not overly concerned. Perhaps he had been dreaming. Perhaps the transition from sleep to waking had jumbled his perceptions. Perhaps the old man had called out in his sleep and forgotten. These things happen. The mind plays tricks in the boundary spaces between consciousness and unconsciousness. He lay back down, pulled his covering around him, and closed his eyes, willing himself back towards sleep. The sanctuary settled back into silence. The lamp continued its steady burning. Outside, the wind moved through the hills with a sound like breathing. Samuel's heartbeat slowed back to its resting rhythm. Samuel? Again. The same voice, the same clarity, the same undeniable sense that someone was speaking directly to him, calling him by name with purpose and intention. This was not imagination. This was not the remnant of a dream clinging to the edge of waking. This was not the echo of Eli's voice misheard in the darkness. Someone had called his name clearly and deliberately, as real as the stone beneath him and the lamplight flickering against the walls. Once more, Samuel got up and went to Eli. His bare feet made soft sounds against the cold stone floor. His breathing was quicker now, his confusion deeper. If Eli had not called the first time, then who had? "Here I am. You called me." Eli, now more awake and perhaps slightly irritated at being disturbed a second time, sent him away again with a tone that suggested both confusion and mild frustration. "I did not call, my son. Go back and lie down." Samuel returned, but now there was a question forming in his mind that would not be silenced. If Eli was not calling him, then who was? Was someone playing a trick? Was there an intruder in the sanctuary hiding in the shadows, calling his name for some unknown purpose? But the voice had not seemed mischievous or threatening. It had been steady, certain, intimate, the kind of voice that knows you, that has the right to call your name. He lay back down, but this time sleep did not come easily. His eyes stayed open, staring into the darkness above him. His ears strained for any sound, any indication of who or what had spoken to him. The lamp flickered. A moth circled near its flame. Time stretched and compressed in that strange way it does when you are lying awake in the dark, unsure whether minutes or hours are passing. Samuel. The third time, Samuel abandoned any doubt or hesitation. Someone was calling him, and if it was not Eli, then perhaps the old priest was confused. Perhaps he was calling out without realizing it. Perhaps his dreams were speaking through him. Samuel got up once more, faster now, urgent, and went to Eli. He stood at the foot of the old priest's sleeping mat, his young face barely visible in the dim light that filtered in from the main chamber. "Here I am. You called me." And finally, after decades of serving in the sanctuary, after years of watching the word of the Lord become rare and vision scarce, after witnessing the corruption of his sons and the slow death of Israel's faith, Eli understood. The realization must have hit him like a physical blow. God was calling the boy, not the high priest, not the experienced religious leader, not the man who had served in this place for decades. The boy who cleaned the floors and tended the lamps and slept near the ark without fully comprehending what that meant. Eli's response is one of the most beautiful moments in the entire narrative. He could have been jealous, wounded by the divine bypassing, bitter that his years of service were being overlooked in favour of a child. He could have been defensive, questioning whether this was really happening, whether Samuel was perhaps confused or making things up. He could have claimed the voice for himself, insisted that any divine communication should come through proper channels, through the established hierarchy of priesthood. But instead, Eli became a teacher in the truest sense. He gave Samuel the gift of understanding and the words that would change everything. He put aside whatever personal feelings he might have had and focused entirely on helping Samuel navigate what was about to happen. "Go and lie down," Eli said, and you can hear in those words both resignation and hope, both the sadness of being passed over and the wonder that God was speaking again at all. "And if he calls you, say, 'Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening.'" Those words, "Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening," not "Who are you?" Not "What do you want?" Not "Prove yourself to me." Just openness, just availability, just the humble acknowledgement that if God is speaking, the only appropriate response is to listen. Samuel returned to his place one more time. He lay down in the darkness, the lamp of God still burning nearby, casting its uncertain light across ancient stones, and he waited. His heart must have been pounding so hard he could hear it in his ears. His mind must have been racing with questions and fears and wonder. What does the voice of God sound like? What will he say? Am I worthy to hear it? What if I do not understand? What if I get it wrong? The silence stretched. The lamp flickered. Outside, the night continued its slow progression toward dawn. And then, for the fourth time, the voice came. But this time there was a difference. This time the name was repeated, spoken twice, with an intimacy and urgency that had not been there before. "Samuel! Samuel!" The repetition is significant. In Hebrew, when a name is called twice, it indicates intimacy, urgency, importance. Abraham, Abraham, Moses, Moses. Now Samuel, Samuel. This was not a casual summons. This was personal, direct, unmistakable. This time, the boy was ready. Following Eli's instructions exactly, word for word, he responded with the words that have echoed through millennia as the perfect posture of faith, the ideal response to divine initiative. "Speak, for your servant is listening." And God spoke. What happened next was not what a child would want to hear. God did not give Samuel a message of encouragement or blessing. He did not reveal some beautiful mystery or share some cosmic secret about the nature of reality or the structure of heaven. He did not offer comfort or promise Samuel a glorious future. Instead, God gave Samuel a prophecy of judgment, and the judgment was against Eli's household, against the man who had been like a father to him, against the only family he had truly known. God told Samuel that he was about to do something in Israel that would make the ears of everyone who heard it tingle. That phrase, "ears tingling," suggests something shocking, something that would reverberate through the nation like a physical sensation. This was not going to be a quiet judgment, a private correction. This was going to be public, unmistakable, impossible to ignore. He was going to carry out against Eli everything he had spoken concerning his family, from beginning to end. There had been warnings before. A prophet had come to Eli years earlier with a similar message, speaking of judgment to come, of the priesthood being taken from his lineage, of his sons dying on the same day. That prophecy had been spoken and then seemingly forgotten, filed away as one of those uncomfortable truths that people acknowledge but never really expect to see fulfilled. But God was saying now that the time of fulfillment had come. The warnings were over. The judgment was at hand. The reason was clear and devastating. Eli knew about the sins of his sons. He knew they were blaspheming God, treating the sacred as profane, exploiting women, stealing from the altar, corrupting worship itself. He had heard the reports. He had seen the evidence. He had confronted them, yes, but his rebukes were empty, carrying no weight, leading to no consequences. He had failed to restrain them, failed to use his authority to stop them, failed to choose God's honour over his son's comfort, and that failure, that complicity through inaction, meant that the guilt of Eli's house would never be atoned for by sacrifice or offering. Think about what that means. In a religious system built entirely around sacrifice and atonement, where every sin could theoretically be covered by the blood of animals and the proper rituals, God was declaring that some corruption runs too deep for ritual to reach. Some betrayals are so fundamental that the system itself cannot address them. Eli's family would carry their guilt to the grave and beyond, marked forever by their choice to prioritize family loyalty over divine justice. Imagine being Samuel in that moment. You are a child, perhaps 11 or 12 years old, lying in the darkness of a sanctuary, having just heard the voice of God for the first time in your life. And the message you have been given is not one of blessing or calling or future glory. It is a message of doom for the man who has raised you, who has taught you everything you know about worship and service, who has been your only father figure in a life marked by abandonment and loneliness. The weight of it must have been crushing. How do you speak words of judgment to someone you love? How do you become the bearer of bad news that will break someone's heart? How do you look into the eyes of a man who has shown you kindness and tell him that his family line is cursed, that his sons will die, that everything he has built will crumble? This was the cost of prophecy that no one talks about. This was the burden of truth that cannot be softened or avoided or delayed. Samuel had been given a message, and whether he wanted to deliver it or not was irrelevant. The truth had been spoken to him, and now he was responsible for speaking it to others. This is what it means to be a prophet. Not visions and mystical experiences and spiritual heights, but the grinding, awful responsibility of speaking truths that wound you as deeply as they wound those who hear them. The rest of the night must have been agony for Samuel. The text tells us he lay there until dawn, too afraid to tell Eli what he'd heard. He did not sleep. How could he? His mind must have raced through possibilities. Maybe he had misunderstood. Maybe there was a way to soften the message to make it less harsh. Maybe if he just kept quiet, the whole thing would fade like a dream, and he could go back to his simple life of tending lamps and sweeping floors. But deep down, he knew. The voice had been too clear. The message had been too specific. And God had not asked his opinion about whether this was a good idea or whether Samuel felt ready for such responsibility. The divine does not consult us about our readiness. It simply calls, and we must answer. Chapter 4. The Weight of the Message. As morning light began to filter into the sanctuary, pale and hesitant through the high windows, Samuel rose and went about his duties as usual. Muscle memory guided him through the familiar routines. He opened the doors of the house of the Lord, pushing aside the heavy wooden barriers that sealed the sacred from the profane, letting in the day, with all its ordinary demands. But everything felt different now. The air was heavier, pressing down on his shoulders like a physical weight. The silence was louder, filled with the words he carried but could not speak. He carried within him words that would change everything, and he was terrified to voice them. His hands shook as he performed his tasks. He fumbled with the lamp wicks, nearly spilling oil on the floor. He could not meet anyone's eyes. Every sound made him jump, expecting Eli to call for him, to demand the message, to force him to speak the unspeakable. Eli, however, knew something had happened. Years of serving in the sanctuary had given him an intuition about spiritual matters that his failing eyesight could not diminish. He could sense the change in Samuel, could feel the weight the boy was carrying. He called Samuel to him, his voice gentle but insistent, and when the boy came, reluctant and pale, the old priest asked him directly, "Samuel, my son, what was it he said to you? Please do not hide it from me." Then he added words that carried the weight of both authority and desperation. "May God deal with you, be it ever so severely if you hide from me anything he told you." It was an oath, a binding formula that made concealment impossible. Eli was not giving Samuel an easy out. He was demanding truth, however painful, however devastating. And in doing so, he was teaching Samuel one of the most important lessons of prophetic ministry: that truth matters more than comfort, that integrity requires speaking even when silence would be kinder. There is something deeply moving about this moment. Eli was giving Samuel permission to speak truth, even painful truth. He was not demanding a comfortable answer. He was not pressuring the boy to lie or soften the message. He was not using his position as high priest to intimidate or manipulate. He was simply asking for honesty, for the faithful delivery of whatever word had been given, regardless of personal cost. Samuel, to his credit, did not hold back. He told Eli everything, every word of the judgment, every detail of the coming consequences, every aspect of the doom pronounced against his house. He did not sugarcoat it. He did not try to make it easier to hear. He did not add comforting caveats or suggest ways the judgment might be avoided. He simply delivered the message as it had been given to him, faithful to both God and to Eli in his refusal to distort the truth. The words must have felt like stones in his mouth, each one heavy and sharp. He would have watched Eli's face as he spoke, looking for signs of anger or rejection or denial. But what he saw instead was something he had not expected. Eli's response is remarkable in its humility and resignation. He did not rage against the pronouncement. He did not question Samuel's experience or suggest the boy had misunderstood or imagined things. He did not blame Samuel for being the messenger or accuse him of disloyalty or ingratitude. He simply said, with a weariness that spoke of years of knowing this moment would come, "He is the Lord. Let him do what is good in his eyes." There is defeat in those words, yes, but there is also acceptance. A kind of peace that comes from finally having the truth spoken aloud, from no longer living in the shadow of unacknowledged reality. Eli had known for years that his sons were corrupt. He had known that his failure to stop them was a kind of complicity, a betrayal of his calling and his God. The judgment was not a surprise. It was an inevitability finally spoken aloud, a truth that had been hovering unspoken in the air for years finally given voice and substance. And perhaps in some way, Eli was relieved that the silence had been broken, even if the words spoken were words of judgment. Perhaps there is a relief that comes from knowing, from having certainty, even when that certainty is terrible. Perhaps after years of wondering when the hammer would fall, there was a strange comfort in finally hearing it fall, in knowing the shape of the future even when that future was dark. What Samuel learned that night and that morning was something most of us spend a lifetime avoiding. That truth is not always comfortable, that faithfulness sometimes means delivering hard words, and that love does not require us to hide reality from those we care about. Samuel could have lied to Eli. He could have softened the message or claimed he did not remember the details, or suggested that perhaps he had misunderstood what God was saying, but he chose honesty, and in doing so he established the pattern that would define his entire ministry. He would be a prophet who spoke the word of the Lord without compromise, without concern for how it would be received, without fear of the consequences. Not because he was harsh or unfeeling, but because he understood that truth, however painful, is ultimately an act of respect. To lie to someone even to spare their feelings is to treat them as less than fully human, as incapable of bearing reality. Samuel gave Eli the dignity of truth, and Eli received it with the dignity of acceptance. Chapter 5. Samuel becomes a prophet. After that night, everything changed for Samuel. The text tells us that he grew, and the Lord was with him, letting none of his words fall to the ground. That phrase, letting none of his words fall to the ground, is the ancient way of saying that everything Samuel prophesied came true. He was not speaking his own opinions or making educated guesses or offering the kind of vague predictions that could be interpreted multiple ways, depending on how events unfolded. He was speaking with divine authority, and reality itself confirmed his words with uncomfortable precision. The prophecy about Eli's house came true exactly as Samuel had spoken it. The details are grim and worth recounting because they establish Samuel's credibility as a true prophet in a time when false prophets were common and people had grown cynical about divine communication. Israel went to war against the Philistines, their perennial enemy. In the first battle, the Israelites were defeated and thousands of soldiers died. In desperation, the elders decided to bring the Ark of the Covenant from Shiloh to the battlefield, believing that God's physical presence would guarantee victory. Hophni and Phinehas accompanied the Ark, treating it like a magical talisman rather than the throne of the living God. The Israelites shouted when the Ark arrived, a roar so loud that the ground shook. The Philistines were terrified at first. knowing the stories of what the God of Israel had done to Egypt. But they fought anyway, and in the battle that followed, Israel was utterly defeated. 30,000 soldiers died, and on that same day, exactly as prophesied, both Hophni and Phinehas were killed. The Ark of God was captured by the Philistines, carried off as a trophy of war. When a messenger brought the news to Shiloh, Eli was sitting by the road, his heart trembling for the Ark of God. When he heard that the Ark had been captured and his sons were dead, the 98-year-old priest fell backward off his chair, broke his neck, and died. The priesthood of his line ended in that moment, cut off exactly as God had declared. It was a devastating fulfillment, but it established beyond doubt that Samuel spoke with divine authority. He had predicted these events when he was just a child, and they had come to pass exactly as he said. The word of the Lord through Samuel was reliable, trustworthy, deserving of attention. As Samuel matured from boy to young man, his reputation spread throughout Israel like wildfire. From Dan in the far north to Beersheba in the deep south, spanning the entire geographical extent of Israel's territory, everyone knew that Samuel had been established as a prophet of the Lord. The word that had been rare, the visions that had been scarce, now flowed through this young man who had learned to listen in the darkness. But Samuel was more than just a prophet delivering occasional messages. God continued to appear at Shiloh, revealing himself to Samuel through his word on a regular basis. Samuel became the primary channel of divine communication for the entire nation. The silence had been broken. The channel between heaven and earth, clogged by corruption and complacency for generations, had been cleared. And the instrument God chose was not a powerful warrior or a cunning politician or even an experienced priest with decades of religious training. It was a boy who had learned to say 5 simple words: "Speak, for your servant is listening." Samuel's influence on Israel cannot be overstated. He became the bridge between the chaotic era of the judges and the establishment of the monarchy, standing at one of the most critical transitions in the nation's history. He was the last judge, travelling on a circuit through Bethel, Gilgal, and Mizpah, settling disputes and administering justice with a wisdom that people recognized as coming from God. He was also the first of the great prophets, the founder of a prophetic tradition that would produce Elijah, Elisha, Isaiah, Jeremiah, and all the voices that would call Israel back to God throughout its history. When the people demanded a king like the surrounding nations, it was Samuel who anointed Saul, a tall and handsome man from the tribe of Benjamin, as Israel's first king. And when Saul proved disobedient and unfaithful to God, it was Samuel who had to deliver yet another hard message of judgment, who had to watch another man he had elevated fall under divine displeasure. Later, it was Samuel who anointed David, the youngest son of Jesse, a shepherd boy with no apparent qualifications except that God had chosen him. That shepherd boy would become Israel's greatest king, the man whose lineage would eventually produce the Messiah. But beyond the political role, beyond the anointing of kings and the settling of disputes, Samuel represented something Israel desperately needed: spiritual integrity in a world corroded by compromise. In a time when the priesthood had become corrupt, when worship had become hollow, when the word of the Lord was rare, Samuel embodied what it meant to hear from God and speak his truth faithfully regardless of personal cost. He reformed religious life throughout Israel, establishing schools of prophets where young men could learn to listen for God's voice and speak his word. He called the people back to authentic worship, challenging them to put away their foreign gods and serve the Lord only. He led the nation in repentance at Mizpah, where they fasted and confessed their sins, acknowledging that they had abandoned God. And when the Philistines attacked during that gathering, Samuel interceded for the people, and God threw the enemy into confusion with thunder and lightning, giving Israel a decisive victory. Samuel demonstrated that God had not abandoned his people, that the silence had been circumstantial rather than permanent, that divine presence and power were still available to those who would seek them with integrity. The boy who once cleaned floors and trimmed lamp wicks became the conscience of a nation. The child who slept near the ark became the voice through which God spoke to kings and commoners alike. His authority came not from position or political power or military might, but from the simple fact that he had learned to listen and had the courage to speak what he heard, even when speaking cost him dearly. Chapter 6. The Legacy of the Story. So what do we take from this ancient narrative? What does it mean for us, centuries removed from oil lamps and tabernacles and sleeping near the Ark of the Covenant? And perhaps more intriguingly, what questions does this story raise that it never fully answers? First, there is the theme of listening. God can speak in quiet places, in ordinary moments, when we least expect it. Samuel was not performing some elaborate spiritual ritual when God called his name. He was not fasting on a mountain. He was not in a trance or a vision quest. He was sleeping, exhausted from a day of mundane labour. He was simply present in a sacred space, available to be awakened. How often do we miss the voice of the divine because we are too busy, too distracted, too convinced that revelation only comes in spectacular packages? We wait for burning bushes and angelic visitations, for dramatic signs and unmistakable interventions, while the still small voice speaks in the darkness and we mistake it for our imagination, or for human conversation, or for nothing at all. Samuel teaches us that sometimes the most profound moments arrive softly, in the space between waking and sleeping, in the darkness when our defences are down and our minds are quiet enough to hear what has always been speaking. But this raises uncomfortable questions. How many times has that voice spoken and we have ignored it? How many times have we attributed divine communication to coincidence or psychology or wish fulfillment? Because we have lost the ability to recognize it for what it is. Second, there is the theme of obedience. Samuel's first response when he heard his name was immediate and complete. Here I am. No hesitation, no calculation, no weighing of options or considering whether this was a good time, just presence and availability. Not, what do you want, but here I am. Not, let me think about it, but immediate response. Later, when Eli gave him the words to use, Samuel followed the instruction exactly. He did not improvise or try to improve on the formula or insert his own personality into the exchange. He simply said what he had been taught to say, "Speak, for your servant is listening." Obedience in this story is not about blind submission to authority. It is about being teachable, about recognizing when someone knows more than you do, about trusting guidance even when you do not fully understand where it is leading. But there is something deeper here, something that troubles the waters of easy interpretation. Samuel was obedient to a voice he had never heard before, to a presence he could not see, based entirely on the instruction of a priest whose own family was corrupt, and whose judgment had been compromised by his failure to discipline his sons. What made Samuel so certain that this was God speaking and not some other voice? What internal compass guided him toward trust when skepticism would have been equally reasonable? Third, there is the theme of humility. Samuel's greatness began in small acts of service. He was faithful in opening doors, in cleaning, in tending lamps, in all the unglamorous work that keeps a sacred space functioning. He did not despise the small things, or consider himself above menial tasks. He swept floors with the same attention he later brought to anointing kings. He trimmed lamp wicks with the same care he would later exercise in delivering prophetic words, and it was in that posture of humble service, in the daily repetition of small, faithful acts, that God found him. How different this is from our modern obsession with platform and visibility, with making a name for ourselves and ensuring everyone knows our accomplishments, with treating service as a stepping stone to something better rather than as its own reward. Samuel reminds us that true influence is built in obscurity, that character is formed in the small decisions no one sees, that greatness is the fruit of faithfulness in little things rather than the result of ambitious self-promotion. But again, there is a mystery here. Why Samuel? What was it about this particular boy that made him suitable for this calling? The text gives no indication that he was exceptional in any way. He was simply there, simply faithful, simply available. Which raises the question, are there others who are equally faithful, equally available, who never heard their name called? Is divine calling arbitrary, or is there some hidden criteria that determines who hears the voice and who does not? Fourth, there is the theme of responsibility. Sometimes truth is hard but necessary. Samuel's first message from God was a message of judgment, and he had to deliver it to someone he loved. This is the cost of being a conduit for truth. You do not get to choose which messages are convenient and which are difficult. You do not get to edit reality to make it more palatable. You do not get to withhold hard truths, because speaking them might damage relationships or cost you social capital. If you are going to be a voice for something beyond yourself, whether you call that voice God or conscience or truth, or simply what is, you have to be willing to speak even when the words cut you as deeply as they cut those who hear them. Samuel could have spared Eli. He could have lied or softened the message or claimed he did not remember the details. But he chose the harder path of honesty, and in doing so he honoured both Eli and himself. Yet this raises ethical questions that the narrative does not resolve. What is the balance between truth and compassion? When does speaking hard truths become cruelty disguised as honesty? Samuel was a child delivering a message he did not create and could not change. But what about us? When the truths we must speak are filtered through our own perceptions and biases and limited understanding, how do we know when to speak and when to remain silent? Fifth, there is the theme of hope. The lamp of God had not yet gone out. Even in the darkest period of Israel's spiritual life, when the priesthood was corrupt and the word of the Lord was rare and the nation was spiritually adrift, there was still a light burning somewhere in the darkness. God had not abandoned his people. He was simply waiting for someone who would listen, someone who would respond, someone who would be faithful with what was given to them. Samuel represents the truth that it is never too late for renewal, that no matter how far things have fallen, no matter how corrupt the systems or how cynical the people, there is always the possibility of a voice in the darkness calling us back to what matters. The light may be flickering, the wick may be nearly consumed, the oil may be running low. But as long as there is any light at all, there is hope for rekindling, for replenishment, for the dawn that follows even the longest night. But this optimistic reading sits uncomfortably with the historical reality. The lamp did eventually go out. The sanctuary at Shiloh was destroyed. The ark was captured and never returned to that place. The line of Eli ended in blood and disgrace. Samuel's calling did not prevent disaster. It only narrated it before it happened. So what kind of a hope is this? Is it simply the hope that truth will be spoken, even if it changes nothing? Is it the hope that someone will bear witness, even in the midst of collapse? Finally, there is something unspoken in this narrative that deserves attention. God bypassed the entire religious hierarchy to speak to a child. He did not go through official channels. He did not honour the established order. He did not consult with the high priest or seek permission from religious authorities. He simply called out in the darkness to a boy who had no status, no authority, no credentials beyond faithfulness in small things. This is either deeply encouraging or deeply unsettling, depending on your perspective. It suggests that divine communication is not controlled by institutions, that truth can emerge from the margins, that the voice of God might speak to those we least expect, rather than to those we have designated as official intermediaries. But it also raises anarchistic questions about authority and order, about how we distinguish genuine divine calling from delusion or manipulation, about what happens when everyone claims to hear the voice of God speaking contradictory messages. Samuel's story is ultimately about availability. He was not the most powerful person in Israel. He was not the most educated or the most connected. He was simply present, attentive, and willing to respond when he heard his name called. And that was enough. That has always been enough. But it invites us to ask, what are we available for? What sacred spaces do we inhabit, whether physical or spiritual or psychological, where we might be found by whatever calls to us in the darkness? And when that call comes, will we recognize it, or will we mistake it for something ordinary, something explainable, something that requires no response. Epilogue, the voice in the night. Close your eyes and imagine that sanctuary again. The vast stone building in Shiloh, the oil lamps casting their gentle light, the shadows dancing on walls that have witnessed generations of worship and neglect. Imagine the boy lying near the ark, exhausted from a day of simple service, drifting into sleep with no expectation that this night will be different from any other. And then the voice, clear, personal, undeniable, a voice that breaks through the silence of heaven and calls a child by name. Samuel's story is a reminder that the divine does not always announce itself with thunder and lightning. Sometimes it comes as a whisper in the darkness. Sometimes it arrives in the form of a question repeated until we finally understand that we are being addressed. Sometimes the most significant moments of our lives happen when we are alone, unguarded, simply present in a space where we have made ourselves available to something greater than ourselves. The lamp of God is still burning. That is the promise embedded in this ancient narrative. No matter how dark the times, no matter how corrupt the systems, no matter how silent heaven seems, there is always a light somewhere refusing to go out, and there is always the possibility that in the quiet, in the stillness, in the spaces between our busy thoughts and desperate prayers, we might hear our name spoken by a voice we do not yet recognize. The question is not whether the voice is calling. The question is whether we are listening. Samuel lay in that sanctuary as a boy and became a prophet because he learned to say 5 words that changed everything. Speak, for your servant is listening. He did not demand proof. He did not negotiate terms. He did not insist on understanding everything before committing to anything. He simply made himself available, and availability was enough. Perhaps that is the real legacy of Samuel's calling. Not that he became powerful or influential or historically significant, though he became all those things. The real legacy is that he teaches us what it looks like to be genuinely open to transformation, to be willing to hear hard truths, to be faithful in small things while waiting for larger purposes to reveal themselves. In our age of constant noise and perpetual distraction, where silence is something to be feared rather than cherished, Samuel's story feels almost subversive. It suggests that the most important communications might not come through our devices or our carefully curated information streams. They might come in the quiet, in the dark, in the moments when we stop performing and simply exist in the presence of something that knows our name. So tonight, as you drift towards sleep, consider the possibility that you, too, might be lying in a sacred space, even if you do not recognize it as such. Consider the possibility that there might be a voice, gentle and persistent, calling your name in the darkness. Consider the possibility that the most profound transformation of your life might not begin with a grand revelation or a spectacular sign, but with the simple decision to respond to that voice with 5 words. Speak, for your servant is listening. The lamp is still burning. The voice is still calling. The only question is whether we have ears to hear. Hey there, peaceful soul. Before we begin tonight's gentle journey through Scripture, I'd love to know where in the world you're listening from right now and what time it is in your corner of creation. Please leave a comment below sharing this. It's always such a blessing to see how God's Word brings rest to hearts across every time zone. And if tonight's story brings you peace, please consider subscribing to Sacred Rest for more scripture-based sleep stories delivered with calm, unhurried care. Now take a deep breath and let's rest in God's presence. The Sea of Galilee rested in quiet splendor as the day's light began its gentle retreat toward the horizon. Golden rays stretched across the water's surface, dancing and shimmering as if heaven itself had scattered coins across the deep. It had been a full day, a day when crowds pressed in from every direction, hungry for wisdom, for healing, for a glimpse of this man who spoke as no one had spoken before. Jesus had been teaching since morning, his voice carrying across the gathered multitudes. He spoke of seeds falling on different soils, of tiny mustard seeds growing into sheltering trees, of hidden treasures and precious pearls. The kingdom of heaven, he said, was like these things, sometimes hidden, always valuable, growing in ways the human eye might miss. His words were simple yet profound, accessible yet mysterious, and the crowds hung on every syllable. But even the Son of God wrapped in human flesh grew weary. As the sun began its descent, Jesus looked out at his disciples with eyes that held both exhaustion and purpose. "Let us go over to the other side," he said simply. No fanfare accompanied these words, no dramatic declaration, just a quiet invitation to cross the sea. This is where our meditation begins tonight, with this small, seemingly unremarkable statement. Let us go over to the other side. 5 ordinary words that carried extraordinary meaning. For when Jesus says, "Let us go," he already knows what lies ahead. The storm that would soon rage was not a surprise to him. The fear that would grip his disciples' hearts was already known. The peace he would speak was already prepared. The disciples, eager to follow their teacher wherever he led, began to prepare the boat. Some of them were fishermen by trade, Peter, Andrew, James, and John, their hands calloused and strong from years of casting nets and pulling oars. They knew this sea intimately, had crossed its waters countless times. This evening crossing seemed unremarkable to them, simply another journey in their extraordinary adventure with this remarkable man. Other followers bid Jesus and the disciples farewell from the shore, perhaps still pondering the parables they had heard throughout the day. The kingdom of heaven is like. These words would linger in their hearts as they returned to their homes, planting seeds of truth that would grow in ways they couldn't yet imagine. As the boat pushed away from shore, Jesus settled into the stern. A small cushion was placed there, nothing luxurious, just a simple comfort for the teacher's rest. Several of the disciples took up the oars, their strong arms working in rhythmic unison to guide the vessel forward. Others perhaps sat quietly, watching the shoreline recede or gazing up at the vast canvas of sky that was beginning to transition from azure blue to deepening indigo. The evening air was cool against their skin, a welcome relief after the heat of the day. Birds wheeled overhead, their silhouettes dark against the warming colours of sunset. Fish occasionally broke the surface of the water, creating ripples that expanded outward in perfect circles. All seemed peaceful, all seemed well. Jesus, his body surrendering to weariness, closed his eyes. The gentle rocking of the boat, the quiet splash of water against its sides, the distant calls of birds, these formed a lullaby that invited rest. And so he slept, his head resting on the cushion, his breath falling into the deep, steady rhythm of slumber. The disciples continued their work, some rowing, others perhaps talking quietly among themselves about the day's events. What did the Master mean by this parable or that? How had he known what was in the heart of the Pharisee who had challenged him? Would they truly understand all these mysteries someday, as he had promised? As twilight deepened into dusk, stars began to appear overhead. First one, then dozens, then hundreds, until the sky above was spangled with light. On any other night, this might have been a moment of transcendent beauty, a reminder of God's promise to Abraham that his descendants would be as numerous as these very stars. But those with experience on these waters noticed something concerning. The air had changed, becoming charged with an expectancy that seasoned fishermen recognized. A slight shift in the wind's direction, a subtle change in temperature. Small signs that spoke volumes to those who knew how to read them. Peter exchanged glances with Andrew, then with James. No words were needed between men who had spent their lives on these waters. Something was coming. The sea, now growing restless beneath them, had secrets to tell. Yet Jesus slept on, his face peaceful in the gathering darkness. Did the disciples consider waking him then, when the first signs appeared? Did they debate among themselves whether to alert their teacher to the changing conditions? We don't know. Perhaps they chose to let him rest, confident in their own abilities to handle whatever came. Perhaps they thought the signs would come to nothing. As the boat continued its journey across the darkening waters, the shoreline they had left grew distant, a thin line of shadow against the night sky. Ahead lay their destination, the country of the Gerasenes, but it remained out of sight, beyond the curve of the horizon. They were in the middle space now, too far from where they had been to return quickly, not yet close enough to where they were going to find shelter. It is in these middle spaces of our lives that storms often find us. Not when we're safely harboured, not when we've reached our destination, but in the vulnerable in-between, in the waiting, in the journeying, in the not yet there. The disciples could not know what lay ahead, but Jesus did. His rest was not the ignorant sleep of one caught unaware, but the peaceful repose of one who knows the end from the beginning. In this, there is profound comfort for us tonight as we rest. Whatever journey we're on, whatever middle space we find ourselves in, Jesus knows. He has already seen what we have not yet encountered. As our minds begin to slow and our bodies relax into this moment of rest, let us picture ourselves in that boat. Feel the gentle rocking beneath you. Hear the quiet splash of water against wood. See the stars appearing one by one in the vast expanse above, and know that Jesus is there with you, perfectly at peace even as the first winds of change begin to stir. It began with a whisper, a subtle change in the rhythm of the night. The stars that had shone so brightly overhead began to disappear, one by one, as clouds moved across the sky like silent spectators gathering for some celestial event. The gentle lapping of water against the sides of the boat grew more insistent, less soothing. The disciples, some of whom may have been drifting towards sleep themselves, grew more alert, their senses heightened by years of experience on these unpredictable waters. The Sea of Galilee, also known as Lake Gennesaret or the Sea of Tiberias, sits more than 600 feet below sea level, nestled in a basin surrounded by mountains. This unique geography creates a natural phenomenon well known to local fishermen. When cool air from the Mediterranean Sea, about 30 miles to the west, collides with the hot, humid air over the lake, sudden and violent storms can emerge with startling speed. This night would prove no exception to that natural law. One moment, the disciples were crossing in relative calm. The next, they found themselves battling a windstorm that seemed to descend upon them from nowhere. The Greek word used in Mark's Gospel to describe this storm is leilaps. Not a gentle rain shower or passing breeze, but a furious squall, a tempest of frightening power. The wind began to howl, no longer a whisper but a roar that filled their ears and made conversation nearly impossible. It seized the sail, straining the ropes that secured it, and threatening to tear the fabric from its moorings. Those disciples with seafaring experience would have worked quickly to secure what they could, their hands moving with practiced efficiency despite the growing chaos. Waves rose around them, no longer gentle undulations but angry mountains of water that lifted the boat high before dropping it with stomach-churning speed into the next trough. Water began to break over the sides, soaking the men to their skin and pooling at their feet. In the dim light of whatever lamps they might have had, or perhaps by now extinguished by wind and water, they could see the boat beginning to fill. For modern readers, it might be difficult to fully appreciate the terror of this moment. We who cross oceans in massive ships or fly above the clouds in airplanes may have experienced turbulence or rough seas, but few of us have truly feared for our lives while travelling. These men, however, even those who had spent their lives on the water, understood their mortality with stark clarity in this moment. The boat was filling with water faster than they could bail it out. The wind showed no signs of abating. The shore was nowhere in sight. In the ancient world where swimming was not a commonly taught skill, and where the depths of the sea represented chaos and death, their situation was dire indeed. And Jesus slept on, his head still resting on the cushion in the stern of the boat. This image of Christ sleeping peacefully while chaos rages is one of the most powerful in all of Scripture. There is something almost incongruous about it, something that both confounds and comforts. The disciples must have looked at him with bewilderment. How could anyone sleep through such a storm? Did he not feel the water soaking his garments? Did he not hear the howling wind, or feel the violent pitching of the vessel? Perhaps some of them remembered the words of Psalm 121. He who watches over you will not slumber. Indeed, he who watches over Israel will neither slumber nor sleep. Yet here was their teacher, their master, whom some had begun to believe might be the promised Messiah, deep in slumber while destruction seemed imminent. We might pause here in our meditation and consider times when God has seemed silent or sleeping in our own lives. Those dark nights when prayers appear to go unanswered. Those seasons of suffering when heaven itself seems shut tight. Those moments when we cry out, "Lord, don't you care?" For this was precisely the question that rose to the disciples' lips as fear gave way to desperation. Someone, we don't know who, moved to the stern where Jesus lay sleeping. Perhaps they shook his shoulder roughly, the protocol of respect forgotten in the face of survival's urgency. "Teacher," they cried, their voices barely audible above the storm's rage, "don't you care if we drown?" There is raw humanity in this question, the unfiltered cry of those who feel abandoned in their hour of greatest need. It's not a theologian's careful inquiry or a philosopher's pondering, but the gut-level response of frightened men who cannot understand why the one they've come to trust seems indifferent to their plight. Don't you care? How many times have these words formed in human hearts across the centuries? The parent kneeling by the bed of a suffering child, the widow standing by a fresh grave, the refugee fleeing violence with nothing but the clothes on their back, the addict fighting for sobriety and failing again. Lord, don't you care? It's worth noting that the disciples didn't question Jesus' ability to help. They questioned his concern, his heart. They believed he could do something. Why else wake him? But they wondered if he would. Did their plight move him? Did their fear matter to him? Was he as invested in their well-being as they had come to believe? In asking this question, they revealed something profound about the nature of faith. True faith isn't just believing that God can, it's trusting that God will, that his heart is good, that his love is sure, that his timing is perfect. And this is often where our faith is tested most severely, not in questioning God's power, but in questioning his character, his concern, his care. As we continue to settle into rest tonight, let's acknowledge any storms that may be raging in our own lives. Perhaps there are circumstances that have caused us to wonder if God sees, if God cares. Like the disciples, we may have experienced moments of feeling alone in the tempest, questioning whether our prayers are heard. The beauty of this story, and the comfort it offers us even now, is that Jesus' response to their cry reveals the truth about his heart. But before we explore that response, let's sit for a moment with the reality of the storm itself. Feel the wind's force, hear its howl, see the waves crashing over the sides of the boat. Experience the fear, the confusion, the desperate cry for help, and know that in the midst of it all, Jesus is present, not distant, not removed, but right there in the boat with them, with us. Whatever storm we face, we do not face it alone. The Lord of all creation has chosen to journey with us, to be present with us in every turbulent moment and every threatening circumstance. As our breathing deepens and our bodies grow heavier with approaching sleep, let us find comfort in this reality. The presence of Jesus in our boat does not exempt us from storms, but it changes everything about how we experience them. He's here even when he appears to be sleeping. He hears even when he seems silent. And he will respond in his perfect time with his perfect power. Now, as we picture the disciples crowding around Jesus, as we hear their cry of "Don't you care if we drown?" let us watch and see what happens next, for the storm is about to meet its match. The chaos is about to encounter its creator. The winds and waves are about to recognize the voice of the one who called them into being. Jesus woke to the violent pitching of the boat, to the spray of water across his face, to the desperate cries of his disciples. "Teacher, don't you care if we drown?" Their question hung in the air between them, nearly lost in the howling of the wind, yet impossibly loud in its implication. Did he care? Could they truly doubt this? He who had healed the sick, restored sight to the blind, cleansed the lepers, did they think his compassion extended only to strangers and not to those closest to him? He who had called them by name, who had shared meals and long roads and countless conversations with them, did they imagine his heart was indifferent to their fear? Yet Jesus did not respond to their question directly. He did not immediately reassure them of his care or explain his apparent indifference. Instead, he rose, calm, unhurried, sovereign, and turned his attention to the storm itself. Mark's Gospel tells us that he got up, rebuked the wind, and said to the waves, "Quiet, be still." The Greek phrase used here, siopa pephimoso, carries the sense of be silent, be muzzled. It is the language one might use to quiet a disruptive animal or silence a disturbing noise. There is authority in these words, command and expectation of immediate obedience, and obey they did. The wind, which had been screaming across the water with destructive force, died away at once. The waves, which had been crashing over the sides of the boat and threatening to sink it, flattened into submission. The entire chaotic scene transformed in an instant from deadly peril to perfect calm. Imagine witnessing this moment. 1 second, you're fighting for your life against one of nature's most terrifying displays of power. The next, you're floating on a sea as smooth as glass under a clearing sky. The contrast would be disorienting, almost unbelievable. The silence following such tumult would ring in your ears. The stillness after such violent motion would leave you feeling strangely weightless. Only then, after demonstrating his authority over creation itself, did Jesus turn back to his disciples, and his words to them were not what they might have expected. No warm reassurance that yes, of course he cared, no gentle understanding of their fear. Instead, he asked them 2 pointed questions. Why are you so afraid? Do you still have no faith? These questions weren't meant to shame or condemn. Jesus was not expressing disappointment so much as issuing an invitation to examine the gap between what they professed to believe about him and how they responded when those beliefs were tested by circumstance. The first question, "Why are you so afraid?" invites examination of the source of our fears. Fear often arises from a perception of threat coupled with a sense of powerlessness to address that threat. The disciples feared drowning because they perceived the storm's power and recognized their inability to control it. But Jesus was suggesting another perspective. When he is in our boat, the equation changes. The presence of the Creator fundamentally alters the balance of power in any situation. The second question, do you still have no faith, probes even deeper. These disciples had witnessed Jesus perform miracle after miracle. They had seen him heal diseases medicine couldn't touch. They had watched him cast out demons that had tormented their victims for years. They had even seen him challenge the religious authorities of their day with an authority that clearly came from above. Yet when the storm came, when their own lives were threatened, their faith faltered. They reverted to fear rather than resting in confidence that the God who had demonstrated his power in so many other circumstances remained just as powerful in their present crisis. This is a common human pattern, isn't it? We can intellectually believe in God's power and love. We can recall times when we've experienced his faithfulness. We can even testify to others about how he has worked in our lives. But when new challenges arise, particularly ones that feel overwhelming or threatening, we can forget everything we know and surrender to panic. Jesus' questions invite a different response. They challenge us to align our emotional reactions with our professed beliefs, to allow what we know about God's character to inform how we feel when facing life's storms. This is not about denying fear. Fear is a natural human emotion that even Jesus experienced in the Garden of Gethsemane. Rather, it's about preventing fear from distorting our view of God and his activity in our lives. The disciples' fear had led them to question Jesus' care for them. "Don't you care if we drown?" His questions in return invited them to question their fear instead. Was it consistent with what they knew of him? Was it justified in light of who he had revealed himself to be? As we continue our journey toward rest tonight, these questions can guide our own reflection. What fears keep us awake at night? What storms in our lives have made us wonder if God cares? And more importantly, what do we know about the character of Jesus that might speak to those fears? If Jesus is truly who Scripture reveals him to be, all-powerful yet deeply compassionate, sovereign yet intimately involved, holy yet merciful, then our fears must be evaluated in light of these truths. Not dismissed or denied, but placed within the larger context of who God is and how he works. The disciples in that boat had to reconcile their experience of the storm with their experience of Jesus' power over it. We too must reconcile our experience of life's challenges with our understanding of God's character and capabilities. This reconciliation doesn't happen once and for all. It's an ongoing process, a continued growth in trust that develops as we walk with him through both calm seas and raging tempests. Perhaps the most comforting truth in this entire account is the simple reality that Jesus was in the boat with them. He had said, "Let us go over to the other side, you will," not "let me meet you on the other side," or "to try to make it to the other side." When Jesus says, "let us go," he commits to the entire journey, not just the destination. Similarly, when Jesus calls us to follow him, he doesn't promise absence of storms. He doesn't guarantee that the path will be smooth or the journey comfortable. What he does promise is his presence with us in whatever we face. "I am with you always," he would later tell his followers, "to the very end of the age." This presence changes everything. It doesn't always change our circumstances, though sometimes, as in this story, it dramatically does. But it always changes the meaning of those circumstances and how we can respond to them. As we feel sleep drawing nearer, let us rest in this truth. Whatever storm we face, Jesus is in our boat, not as a passive passenger, but as the Lord of wind and wave, the one whose word can transform chaos into calm, the one whose presence transforms our fear into faith. The question Jesus asks, "Why are you so afraid?" isn't meant to dismiss our feelings, but to direct our focus toward the greater reality of his presence and power. The perfect love he embodies casts out fear, not by pretending the storm doesn't exist, but by reminding us that he exists within the storm with us, and that makes all the difference. In the aftermath of the storm's sudden cessation, a profound silence settled over the Sea of Galilee. The only sounds remaining might have been the gentle lapping of now calm waters against the boat's hull, the dripping of seawater from soaked clothing and hair, and perhaps the still rapid breathing of men whose hearts had not yet caught up with the dramatic change in their circumstances. The contrast could not have been more stark. Moments before, chaos had reigned, wind howling, waves crashing, men shouting in fear. Now, perfect stillness surrounded them. The sky was clearing, stars reappearing like hesitant witnesses emerging after danger has passed. The sea, which had threatened to claim their lives, now cradled their boat with gentle care. In this strange new quiet, Jesus' words hung in the air. "Why are you so afraid? Do you still have no faith?" These questions weren't harsh or condemning. They were asked by the same voice that had just commanded the elements and been instantly obeyed. They were spoken by the same lips that had taught multitudes about the kingdom of heaven, that had pronounced forgiveness to the repentant, that had offered living water to the thirsty. His tone may have been one of genuine curiosity rather than criticism, a teacher using a powerful experiential lesson to reveal what was in his students' hearts. The disciples' reaction to this moment is profoundly revealing. Mark tells us that they were terrified and asked each other, "Who is this? Even the wind and the waves obey him." This was a new kind of fear, not the desperate fear of drowning that had gripped them during the storm, but the reverent awe that comes from encountering something, someone, beyond human comprehension. Their question, "Who is this?" is perhaps the most important question any person can ask about Jesus. It's a question that has echoed through centuries across cultures within countless human hearts. Who is this man who spoke with unparalleled authority, who healed with a touch, who forgave sins as if they were his to forgive, and who, as they had just witnessed, commanded the very elements of nature with a word? The disciples had already seen Jesus perform many miracles. They had watched him heal sickness, cast out demons, even restore withered limbs. But this display of power struck them differently, perhaps because it touched so directly on their own expertise. Peter, Andrew, James, John, these were fishermen who had spent their lives on this very sea. They knew its moods and dangers. They had weathered storms before through their own skill and experience. But they had never seen anyone simply speak to a storm and have it obey. Their question reveals something profound about spiritual growth. Revelation comes in layers. We don't grasp the full reality of who Jesus is all at once. Even those who walked with him physically, who ate with him and listened to his teaching daily, came to understand his identity gradually, through accumulated experiences and progressive revelation. This moment on the sea represented a significant shift in their understanding. The Jesus they thought they knew, teacher, healer, friend, suddenly revealed himself to be Lord of creation itself. The one who had been sleeping on a cushion moments before now stood before them as the one who held authority over the very forces of nature. "Who is this?" they asked each other. They were beginning to realize that the answer was far more profound, far more cosmic, far more divine than they had previously imagined. This question invites us into our own reflection tonight. Who is Jesus to us? Is he simply a wise teacher whose moral guidance we appreciate? A historical figure who founded a religion? A comforting presence when life gets difficult? Or is he the sovereign Lord of all creation, whose authority extends over every aspect of our existence, from the largest cosmic forces to the smallest details of our daily lives? Our answer to this question shapes everything about our faith journey. If Jesus is merely a good teacher, then his words are suggestions we can take or leave. If he is simply a historical religious figure, then his relevance to our modern lives may be limited. But if he is who he claimed to be, the Son of God, one with the Father, the Word made flesh, then every word he spoke carries divine authority. Every promise he made is utterly trustworthy, and every command he gave deserves our complete obedience. The disciples in that boat were confronting this reality in a visceral, immediate way. That Jesus they thought they knew had just done something only God could do. The Psalms describe God as the One who stilled the roaring of the seas, the roaring of their waves. Psalm 65:7, and the one who stilled the storm to a whisper, the waves of the sea were hushed. Psalm 107:29. Now they had seen Jesus do exactly this, with their own eyes in their own boat, in response to their own cry for help. Their question, "Who is this?" was not merely rhetorical. It reflected genuine wrestling with an expanding understanding of Jesus' identity. And this wrestling is an essential part of authentic faith. God does not expect us to have perfect theological understanding from the beginning of our journey with Him. He reveals Himself to us gradually, meeting us where we are and gently expanding our capacity to know Him as He truly is. For the disciples, this storm became a classroom, a place where their understanding of Jesus grew deeper and wider. Similarly, the storms of our lives often become the context in which we come to know God more truly. It's relatively easy to affirm God's goodness when life is calm and comfortable. It's when the winds howl and the waves threaten that our true understanding of His character is both revealed and refined. As we continue our journey towards sleep tonight, let's allow this holy question to linger in our minds. Who is this Jesus? Not as an abstract theological inquiry, but as a personal exploration of relationship. Who is He to me? What have I seen Him do in my life? How has my understanding of Him grown through seasons of both calm and storm? The beauty of this story is that it invites us to know Jesus more fully, not just as a distant miracle worker, but as the one who journeys with us through every circumstance of life. He is in our boat. He may sometimes appear to be sleeping, but He is never absent, never unaware, never unconcerned. And when He speaks, whether to rebuke a storm or to question our fear, His words carry the authority of the one who created all things and holds all things together. The wind and waves recognize His voice, because they came into being through that same voice. All things were created through Him and for Him, Paul would later write to the Colossians. He is before all things, and in Him all things hold together. Colossians 1:16-15. This is the Jesus who accompanies us through every storm. This is the one who has promised never to leave us or forsake us. This is the Lord who may ask us, as He asked His first disciples, "Why are you so afraid?" Not to shame us for our fear, but to invite us into deeper trust based on deeper knowledge of who He truly is. As our bodies grow heavier with approaching sleep, as our thoughts begin to slow and quiet, let us rest in this profound truth. The one who commands the wind and waves is with us. And if even the storm obeys His voice, how much more can we trust Him with the circumstances of our lives, with the fears that sometimes keep us awake, with the future that remains unknown to us but is fully known to Him? In this trust, we find not just theological truth, but practical peace, the kind of peace that allows us to rest even when circumstances remain uncertain. Jesus didn't promise His disciples a storm-free journey. He promised them His presence through whatever storms might come. He offers us the same today. Who is this? The disciples asked. The answer to that question continues to unfold for all who choose to journey with Him, not in abstract propositions, but in lived experience, in daily walking with the one whose authority extends over every realm and whose love reaches into every heart that opens to receive Him. As the boat continued its journey across the now peaceful sea, the disciples must have fallen into a contemplative silence. The question they had asked each other, "Who is this? Even the wind and the waves obey Him," would linger in their hearts and minds for days, weeks, perhaps even years to come. Each time they recalled this night, this storm, this miracle, their understanding of Jesus would deepen a little more. This is often how spiritual growth unfolds for us as well. Not primarily through intellectual study, though that has its place, but through lived experiences that reveal God's character and power in ways that transform our understanding. Head knowledge becomes heart knowledge when we see God act in response to our deepest needs and most desperate prayers. The disciples were beginning to grasp something profound. Jesus was not merely with them, he was over all things. His presence in their boat didn't just mean companionship, it meant protection, provision, and peace that transcended circumstances. Even when he appeared to be sleeping, his sovereignty remained active and absolute. As the first light of dawn began to brighten the eastern sky, they could see their destination approaching, the region of the Gerasenes on the opposite shore of the lake. Jesus had said, "Let us go over to the other side," and despite all that had transpired during the night, they were indeed arriving exactly where he had intended to take them. This small detail carries significant comfort. When Jesus sets a destination, he ensures arrival. The storm, powerful as it was, had not prevented the fulfillment of his stated purpose. It had threatened, certainly. It had frightened the disciples badly. But in the end, it had simply become another opportunity for Jesus to reveal more of himself to those who followed him. This pattern appears throughout Scripture and throughout the lives of those who walk with God. What appears to be a detour or a disaster often becomes the very context in which God manifests his glory most clearly. The storm on the sea, the fiery furnace, the lion's den, the prison cell. In Scripture, these became stages for divine revelation, not obstacles to divine purpose. As we prepare to drift into sleep tonight, there is profound rest available in this reality. Whatever storms we face, they do not take Jesus by surprise. Whatever fears arise within us, they do not diminish his power. Whatever threatens to overwhelm us, it cannot overrule his sovereign declaration over our lives. If Jesus has said to us, in any area of our lives, "Let us go to the other side," then we can rest assured that no storm, internal or external, can prevent us from reaching the destination he has established. The journey may include unexpected turbulence. We may experience moments of genuine fear, but the presence of Jesus in our boat, in our lives, our circumstances, our hearts, guarantees safe passage. This doesn't mean we won't get wet, doesn't mean the journey will always feel comfortable or proceed according to our preferred timeline. The disciples in that boat experienced genuine terror before they witnessed miraculous calm. They got soaked to the skin. They may have lost cargo overboard. The boat likely required bailing out and repairs afterward, but they made it to the other side because Jesus had declared that this would be so, and in the process, they came to know him more deeply than they had before. The storm became not an obstacle to their progress, but a vehicle for their spiritual growth. As we reflect on this story one final time tonight, let's consider 3 enduring comforts it offers to all who journey with Jesus. First, Jesus is present in every storm. He may not manifest his power immediately or in the ways we expect, but he's never absent from our struggles. The psalmist wrote, "God is our refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble. Therefore we will not fear, though the earth give way and the mountains fall into the heart of the sea, though its waters roar and foam, and the mountains quake with their surging." Psalm 46, 1-3. This presence is not just comforting, it is transformative. It changes how we experience our circumstances, even when it doesn't immediately change the circumstances themselves. Second, Jesus' timing is perfect. He allowed the storm to rage for a time before calming it, not because he was indifferent to the disciples' fear, but because the experience would deepen their understanding and strengthen their faith. Similarly, when he seems silent or inactive in our lives, it is never due to indifference. His timing takes into account purposes and perspectives that extend far beyond our immediate comfort. encompassing our long-term growth and God's eternal glory. Third, Jesus' authority is absolute. When he spoke to the wind and waves, they had no choice but to obey. The same voice that said, "Let there be light" at creation now said, "Be still" to the storm, with the same creative authority and the same immediate result. This ultimate authority means that nothing we face, no circumstance, no enemy, no fear, no failure, is beyond his power to redeem, restore, or transform according to his perfect will. These truths don't eliminate life's storms, but they fundamentally change how we experience them. They allow us to sleep literally and figuratively in the sovereignty of the one who has promised to bring us safely to the other side. As your body relaxes more deeply now, as your breathing slows and your thoughts begin to drift, imagine yourself in that boat after the storm has ceased. Feel the gentle rocking of the vessel on calm waters. See the stars reflected on the surface like scattered diamonds. Hear the quiet lapping of small waves against the wooden hull. And most importantly, know that Jesus is there with you, awake, aware, almighty. The night is passing. Dawn approaches. The shore draws nearer with each moment. And the one who commanded the storm with a word continues to hold you in the palm of his hand, guiding your vessel to exactly where he intends it to go. In this assurance there is deep peace. In this knowledge there is perfect rest. In this presence there is complete safety. Whether we find ourselves currently in the midst of a raging storm, in the calm that follows, or in the ordinary moments between dramatic events, the truth remains. Jesus is with us. Jesus is for us, and Jesus will bring us safely to the other side. So breathe deeply now. Release the tension you may be holding in your shoulders, your jaw, your hands, your mind. Allow your body to grow heavy with approaching sleep.